Hey everyone, welcome to Infinity Harry. If you're enjoying our unique takes on Harry Potter and want to see more exciting content, don't forget to hit that subscribe button. Today we will see what if Harry defied destiny and joined the Dark Lord. Here is short summary. Harry was meant to be the chosen one, but destiny is not set in stone. Betrayed by those he trusted, he forges a new path, one where he stands beside the Dark Lord, not against him. But before we start, if you want more stuffs like this, then please support to subscribe this channel and share with your friends. Let's start the video. A little boy, couldn't have been older than 6, sat on a small, wet, stone wall completely alone, scuffing his already ratty-looking shoes against the muddy grass at his feet. The rain that was falling wasn't particularly heavy, yet neither was it light. It was the type of rain that seems never-ending, the type that soaks through your clothes faster than a downpour in a thunderstorm seems to. The type of rain that's cold. Yet, still the boy sat there, head bowed, nothing around him for miles but soggy green grass and dense clumps of trees that would have given the boy some shelter from the rain if he had wished it. One of the boy's tiny little hands came up to his face and wiped at his cheeks. Even though he was only 6, his tears embarrassed him. Only weaklings cried. The black-haired boy went to bite his lip only to whimper in pain as he torn at the bloody, swollen cut that was there. In fact, the boy had numerous scrapes and cuts all over his body, including an increasingly purple bruise around his left eye. The little boy tried in vain to wipe off the mud that seemed to cover every part of him, stubbornly not allowing the water in his eyes to fall, even though there was not a soul around that would see them, even if the rain didn't disguise the evidence. Harry didn't need to glance up at the sky to know that it was getting late and he should have already been back at Blackbourne, even knowing that in the punishment he would doubtless receive he couldn't make himself move. He didn't want to go back. He hated the orphanage and everything about it. He hated the other children that wouldn't leave him alone, instead choosing to amuse themselves by tormenting him. He hated that the meager food they were given was always cold no matter the weather, and he hated Mr. Shields. He hated the sinister curl to the man's smirk and the way his nose never stopped running so his upper lip was permanently moist. He hated the man's slight hunch and the way only 5 thick strands of black hair were combed to cover his otherwise bald head. He hated the way the caretaker's eyes would flutter amongst the boys and girls at dinner time, searching for the one he would take aside that night. Harry shuddered, telling himself that it was just the cold and that he wasn't scared of the man in charge of his fate. Forcing himself into a standing position, Harry started jogging in the direction of Blackbourne, trying to hold his wrist as still as possible. Thunder crashed overhead, but Harry paid it no mind. He was used to it. That particular field of grass with its short stone wall had been his sanctuary since he was 4. He ran to the spot as fast as he could whenever the other children began their merciless teasing. Sometimes, it wasn't so bad. They would only call him names and laugh at him, shoving him to the ground once or twice. But other times Harry shook his head as he ran, letting his fingers gently finger the swelling bruise on his eye. Nimbly climbing the high, front, iron gates of the orphanage, Harry quickly ran across the courtyard to a back window that was always left open. Shimmying his way inside, he let out a gasp of relief when he spied the last of the children filing into the dining hall and quickly joined the end of the queue. If the 6-year-old had been looking closer, he would have noticed the interested eyes of Mr. Shields watching him closely as he climbed in the open window in the deserted back room. "Do you want to play with me?" Harry looked up from his book and saw Marcia, the bane of his 6 years of existence. Harry dismissed the girl and looked back down at his book. "No." The bee-owned girl pouted before grinning impishly and snatching the book out of his hands, holding it up to her face curiously. "Hey, give that back," Harry shouted, reaching for the book he considered to be a priceless treasure. The girl laughed and darted away from his grasping hands. "This is a chapter book," Marcia exclaimed in surprise. "I know," Harry grumbled. "You can't read this. The older kids can't even read it. Why are you pretending you can?" the bee-owned girl stated with all the imperiousness of a 7-year-old girl who believes that she knows everything. "Give it back," Harry yelled, jumping fruitlessly for the book above him, but his small height was no match for the older girl. "And I do know how to read it." "You're lying." "No, I'm not. I can read it." Harry blinked away the tears in his green eyes as he tried again to reach for the book and failed, while all the kids around them laughed meanly. Stop being such a little snot walker, nobody believes you. Daniel Moorhead, one of the bigger 12-year-olds, sneered. I'm not lying, Harry shouted back against the weight in his chest, breathing through his mouth because his nose was stuffy from trying not to cry. Oh, poor little Hadrian, lying and making a pest of himself for attention. Just go away, brat, nobody wants you. Tommy Steep, Daniel's best friend, mocked cruelly. Harry flinched back like he'd been struck at the boy's words and immediately regretted it. If he had learnt only one thing in his short life of enduring their relentless taunts almost daily, it was to never show weakness. Never show them that what they said hurt or affected you in any way. Tommy grinned excitedly, his brown eyes twinkling in anticipated pleasure. Hit a nerve, did I, Walker? Nobody wants you. Didn't you know that was true? You were abandoned as a baby because no one could stand to be around such a freak. Marcia's blue eyes were darting anxiously between Harry and all the other children, wanting to stick up for him but too afraid they would round on her in anger, so she just looked down and away, ignoring what they were doing. The feeling of being surrounded by laughing, mocking taunts was oppressive. Harry ran. He tripped and fell when somebody threw a shoe at the back of his head, crying out in pain when he fell on his sore wrist. The children just laughed cruelly as he picked himself out of the mud and took off at a sprint towards his place. He shouldn't have let their words affect him as much as they did, he knew better. But Marcia had accused him of lying about being able to read that book, and he wasn't lying. He could read it. He prided himself on being smarter than all the other children here. It was one of the only things he had, and she'd just treated it like worthless trash. Oomph! Harry went sprawling backwards as he ran into something hard, hitting his head against a stone. Harry gasped back his tears. He wouldn't cry, not because of them, but try as he might, he was still only 6 years old, and the water began cascading down his cheeks. What do we have here? A raspy female voice startled Harry out of his misery, and he looked up at the old woman, realizing that she had been the one he had crashed into. Sniffling a little while hurriedly wiping his cheeks, Harry attempted to stand as he apologized to the woman as best he could. The woman chuckled deeply. My, what a polite young man you are. What is your name? Harry narrowed his eyes in suspicion. What's yours? He demanded. The woman's lips quirked in amusement before she answered. The boy, Raven Nadine, and you? Hadrian Walker, he replied softly. Her brow creased in confusion for a moment, and Harry thought he heard her whisper, Muggle. And, boy's magic, before she turned her attention back to the bewildered-looking child in contemplation. Do your parents know where you are, Hadrian? The woman asked gently, and Harry could tell she was trying to calm him down and appear less threatening. He shot the woman a wry look, which she seemed surprised and then delighted by, before answering. I don't have any parents. I'm an orphan. I live at Blackbourne. The name of the orphanage reminded him of his daily hell, and his brightened mood dimmed quickly. Don't like it there, she guessed, and Harry merely shrugged. Don't show weakness, especially around potential enemies. Harry remembered the lesson well. He'd learned it when he was 4. The lady looked intrigued by the bright boy before her. Spying some blood soaking the hair on his head, she flourished her wand and healed both that and the wrist she saw him clutching. Harry gaped at the woman with wide eyes. How do you do that? He whispered in awe. She smirked down at the young wizard with a secretive smile. You'll find out on your 11th birthday. Harry scowled in distaste. He hated secrets. At least the ones he wasn't privy to. The woman laughed again, delighted and charmed by the child. Here, let's clean that mud off your face and clothes, shall we? Until then Harry hadn't noticed that his entire face was covered completely in mud, and nodded enthusiastically. Smiling indulgently, Raven flicked her wand and vanished it all. Harry held his arms out in front of himself in wonder, looking at the perfectly clean white skin in amazement. He looked up with a grin to thank the woman and paused at her look of shocked disbelief. Ms. Nadine, Harry called softly, unnerved by the odd look. Suddenly, he had a wand pointed threateningly at his face, and the woman's expression was now distrustful, angry and cold. Who are you, child? What is your real name? She snapped threateningly. Harry's eyes were enormous as he stared at the lady in scared confusion. I told you my name. Harry tried to keep his voice from shaking in fear, but looking into those ice-cold violet eyes, he knew she was not a woman who showed mercy. Do not lie to me, boy. Your features are clearly aristocratic and I can sense your magical aura, so you must be a pureblood. Which family do you belong to? Speak, boy, before I lose my patience. I am not above cursing a child. She spat acidly. Harry's own anger sparked at being called a liar. It was one of the only insults he could not stand. I am not lying to you, Harry yelled. I have no parents, they didn't want me. I've lived at the Blackbourne orphanage for as long as I can remember and my name is Hadrian Walker. Harry shouted, gasping deeply for breath at the end of his tirade. The woman eyed him shrewdly for several moments and Harry was sure that his life had come to an end, and then the most peculiar thing happened. Without any warning, the lady was suddenly beaming, the toothy grin attractive on her weathered face. Harry gawked at the bipolar woman, unable to follow her turbulent emotions as she returned her wand up the sleeve of her robe swiftly. Well, I am terribly sorry, young man, one can never be too careful. She chirped happily, but Harry thought he detected a knowing suspicion glinting in her eyes. Harry almost allowed himself to sag in confused disbelief, but that would be showing weakness and that was unacceptable. Raven Nadine wasn't one for impulsive decisions, but something told her to take this young boy under her wing. She liked his keen, sharp intelligence, his pride, control and backbone. Not to mention the impressive power she felt wafting off of him in waves. The only thing that the boy was missing was Polish. His natural gifts and talent would make him an awesome wizard one day, she was sure, but if she taught him how to dance, she smirked darkly, how to manipulate and play politics, he could be anything he wanted to be. She was sure of it. How would you like to come live with me, Hadrian? She asked right off the bat. No sense beating round the bush. Harry blinked at the mercurial moods of the woman opposite him before grimacing. It's not nice to lie. Harry snapped at the woman, but he couldn't dismiss the hope swelling in his chest, even if he didn't believe the strange woman. I'm not lying, she said simply, not at all offended by a 6-year-old insulting her. I don't know you and you know nothing about me. You can't be serious, Harry scoffed. She leaned forward and grasped his chin with her fingers, forcing him to look into her eyes, deadly. Harry swallowed. Why? The boy whispered in a voice almost too soft for the woman to hear. Raven straightened up and peered down at the boy for a long moment, letting him see the seriousness and sincerity in her eyes. You are a rare person, Hadrian Walker, and I like you. Her serious statement ended with an impish smile. Harry could only gape at her, feeling awfully stupid. When she merely raised an eyebrow in amusement, he flushed, embarrassed, ducking his head slightly. Everyone calls me Harry, he said meekly, shocked to find that extraordinarily he believed her. Now it was Raven's turn to scoff, and she smiled at the boy gently. I much prefer Hadrian. It suits the wildness I see in your eyes. Harry felt the back of his neck burn hotly as he blushed at her comment, feeling awfully self-conscious and shy. Nadine tisked, now that will have to change, young man, confidence is always a virtue. Harry couldn't help but grin mischievously and glance up at the lady through his black eyelashes. What about arrogance, madam? Raven was startled for but a moment before she chuckled in appreciation. The boy was sharp. Arrogance, Hadrian, is only distasteful in those who are unable to back it up. She grinned in amusement. Harry felt himself smiling back at her until his face dropped at a crushing realization. You'll go to Blackbourne and see all the other children, and you won't want me to live with you anymore. Harry said miserably, his heart sinking at what he knew to be truth. He knew he shouldn't have gotten his hopes up, it only ever ended in bitter disappointment. Ah, but Hadrian, I don't want another child. I want you, Raven said in a no-nonsense voice which brooked no argument, and Harry felt his grin returning. Now, where's this orphanage of yours? She asked with a very business-like voice. Now, you want to adopt me now? Harry was practically bouncing in excitement and for the first time in a long time actually acted his age. Yes, Hadrian, now lead the way. We will be leaving this place tonight. Harry could barely contain his joy as he sat on the uncomfortable wooden bench in the rundown reception area watching Raven Nadine arguing with Mr. Shields and the other carers about her adopting him. But surely one of the other children would be more to your liking. Harry is such a troubled child, really a handful and an absolute nightmare. Mrs. George said, and Harry just barely maintained his expression, wanting to glower at the unattractive woman with as forbidding a glare as he could muster. It's Hadrian, Raven said with such disgust and class dripping from her words that Mrs. George literally drew back, feeling small and insignificant in the intimidating older woman's presence. Harry coughed slightly when he couldn't contain his laugh and watched Raven wink at him from the corner of her wrinkled eye. The adoption papers appeared and Harry did grin this time as she began signing the copious amounts of paperwork. Harry, Hadrian looked up into the contemplative face of Mr. Shields and suppressed a shudder. Yes, sir. A word please. Harry looked at Raven but she waved him off with a, don't be too long though, which he had every intention of following. As soon as they were out of sight Mr. Shields clamped down a heavy hand and steered Harry through the crowd of children deeper into the building. As they were approaching a very familiar door Mr. Shields decided to at last speak up. Do you recognize this room, Harry? He asked as he opened the door and shut it again behind him. Not in particular, sir. Hadrian answered, watching the man in suspicion which quickly turned to unease as he locked the door before advancing forward. Are you sure, Harry? He drawled, his lips curling in a sinister way. I'm sure I saw you climbing in through that window just last night. Harry's breathing stopped for a moment with the dread and horror of being found out, but then he remembered that Raven was adopting him at this very moment and this man in front of him no longer controlled his life. Do you think I should tell Ms. Nadine about your rebellious acts? I'm sure it wouldn't impress her and she just might decide that one of the other children would be a better pick. He raised a hand to stroke the top of Harry's head, his fingers slowly exploring down Harry's neck to trace his trembling lips softly, enjoying the fear on the beautiful boy's face. She wouldn't choose someone else, Harry whimpered, the feeling of hands running intimately up and down his back freezing him in place. She said she wanted me. Me. Harry yelped as those hands suddenly dipped underneath the hem of his fraying t-shirt, running up and down his chest, pawing uncomfortably at his sensitive skin. But can you afford to take that chance, Harry? The man laughed cruelly. But Harry had finally overcome his body's frozen actions and began squirming frantically. Harry gasped in pain as Mr. Shields lifted a hand to slap him harshly across the face, the other digging into the skin around his waist. You will do as I tell you, boy, or I will make sure that Ms. Nadine never adopts you, he snarled harshly, pulling down Harry's trousers with a swift yank and muffling the boy's frightened scream with his hand. Mr. Shields used the other to fumble around with his own belt as he eyed the exposed body of the 6-year-old hungrily. I was willing to wait a couple more years until you were older, Harry, but I can't let such a beautiful thing such as you go without sampling you first. The man laughed maliciously as he finally tugged his own pants down and forced Harry onto the floor, the stunning cold of the stone against Harry's bare back sending shocks of pain through his body. Harry was desperately trying to get free, and for the first time in a long time he let his tears run unchecked down his cheeks as he pushed and kicked and punched with all the strength and energy he had in him. He wanted the man to get off of him. He was so heavy. You always were a feisty one, Harry, always so passionate. You stand out in the crowd with your red lips. Here the man gave the terrified and hysterical 6-year-old boy a bruising key, grinning manically as he pulled away, clamping his hand back down on Harry's mouth when he saw the boy taking a deep breath in order to scream. Your pale white skin and glowing emerald eyes. Here the man drew back a bit and glared down at the boy beneath him. You have always had this superiority in your eyes when you look at everyone around you, as if you believe you are better than we are. Well, I'm here to show you, freak, that you're nothing. No one wants you. No one cares. You're worthless besides a good F***. The man's hand batted away the small arms pushing against his hands, grinning lustfully at the sight of the frenzied, terror-driven futile defenses of a 6-year-old boy. Harry could hardly get a breath around the pressure of the man's hand around his mouth and nose, and his vision was hopelessly blurry because of his tears. He could feel Mr. Shields's free hand pawing him excitedly, telling him what a slut he was and how much he liked it, but he didn't. He didn't want this. You're good for nothing but a body to be F******, Ed boy, remember that. Mr. Shields sneered in his face, his dark eyes glinting savagely. Suddenly it was like everything stilled and held its breath for the barest of moments, and then Harry's eyes were glowing, an eerie green fire raging within like a flaming inferno. What the F***? Mr. Shields exclaimed, and then those emotionless eyes were locking on the disgusting, lustful creature plastered against Harry's body. He wanted him off. Mr. Shields was lifted by an invisible force and flung against the concrete wall on the opposite side of the room. What's going on in here? Raven Nadine demanded as she swept into the room and stopped dead at the sight before her. Hadrian was completely naked, shivering in the corner of the room while radiant emerald orbs, swirling with power, pierced the figure of Mr. Shields. He's a freak, an abomination. The man screamed shrilly before he let out an ear-splitting howl of fear and pain, his body jerking harshly at odd angles as invisible fists beat him mercilessly. Quickly piecing together what had happened, Raven's violet eyes darkened in rage and a lazy black aura began sweeping from her tall figure. Gliding across the room, the shadows enveloped the young boy she already held great affection for in protective, soothing darkness. As Hadrian disappeared into the cocoon of darkness, the attack on the man opposite her began to fade until he finally fell to the floor in agony, sobbing pathetically against the cold stone. What are you? The man spat through the pain of multiple broken ribs and muscles which felt as if they were on fire. The pain was so bad. Raven smiled viciously and her silky voice sent the man's heart beating wildly. This woman was dangerous. Unfortunately, I will not be your executioner tonight, Mr. Shields. I imagine that Harry will want the pleasure for himself one day, she mused out loud while the pitiful man stared at her in growing horror. However, I will leave you with 2 parting gifts to remember us by. I wouldn't want you to forget the actions that led to your death. Please, the boy Harry, he was just confused. He wanted Toha, please, don't hurt me. The man finally wailed. Crucio. Raven snarled at the man, her eyes shooting fire at the pathetic coward, screaming his vocal cords to shreds as he writhed on the floor in indescribable pain. Muggle filth, he was weak and bitter, preying on the children in his care because they were the only ones weaker than he. Their suffering and hysterical terror giving him a powerful high as he toughly dominated them. She lifted the unforgivable torture curse with great reluctance and watched the man moan incoherently for a moment before she smiled darkly. And now for my gift, she whispered. Raven pointed her wand at the man and without an ounce of guilt cast a ruthless and extremely illegal dark curse on the defenseless Muggle. He would relive his worst nightmare every night for the rest of his life, wasting away in everlasting torment, unable to get a moment's peace. Without pause she swiftly castrated him, her expression unchanging except for the smirk as she enjoyed his screams of suffering. Nobody hurt her son. She would have liked to have done more, but she knew that Hadrian needed her more. Taking a hesitant step towards the impenetrable darkness, she recalled her magic slowly and watched as the small boy gradually become visible. Hadrian, she called softly, and with a flick of her wand he was clothed again. Raven had noted with relief, soon after she figured out what the man had attempted to do, that the beep had not been completed, and she thanked darkness for that small mercy. No, the small, wretched man hadn't been able to actually beep. Hadrian just did everything else, she thought grimly. Scooping up the tiny body, she whispered gently into his ear, "Come, Hadrian. Let us leave this place." Those narrowed, shining green eyes assessed her for a long moment, judging her sincerity and worth intensely before dimming. Hadrian turned in her arms and pressed his forehead to the muscle on her shoulder, hiding his silent tears from the world. Raven ran a knobbly hand tenderly through his ink-black hair and wrapping her arms more securely around the child. She didn't spare the weeping, moaning creature across the room another glance before apparating out of that hellhole, holding tight to her precious child. The man sighed in pleasure as he lay on his back with unhidden satisfaction. His lover lay next to him, his breathing hard, his velvety smooth skin damped from their recent activity. He practically purred at the delicious sight, turning to his side and propping his arms to support his head as he gazed pleasingly over him. Bright emerald eyes flickered, catching his lustful inspection, and lips stretched into a smirk before the man gracefully rose from the bed to find his discarded clothes lying on the elegant carpet. He watched him with awe, enjoying the magnificent view of his naked body displayed before him. As he watched his lover slowly dress himself, he climbed out of the bed and circled arms around the beautiful man's waist. "Do you really have to go back to Hogwarts today, Hadrian?" He spoke in a velvety voice filled with innuendo as he placing a teasing hand against the man's chest. Hadrian grimaced at the man's attempt to show him affection and broke the contact of the arms around him easily. "You know I do. I was only given permission to leave the castle for the weekend. There is still a month of 6th year left," he answered calmly to the put-out expression on the normally stoic face of his companion. The bee-owned male snorted at the idea of Hadrian asking permission to do anything, and with his normal pureblood grace sat back onto the dark red love seat. "And what excuse did you deceive your professors with this time?" he drawled. The black-haired man shot him an amused look. "The best lies, Mr. Dalton, are those with a sprinkling of truth in them. I merely told Professor Snape that my guardian had requested my presence at a gathering, of sorts." Hadrian smirked, his eyes twinkling with pleasure. "It is not my fault that the head of Slytherin views me so far below his notice that he merely granted my request in order to get rid of me faster." The bee-owned shook his head in confusion, a small frown creasing his brow. "I do not understand why you do not act as yourself at Hogwarts, Hadrian. There are real connections to be made within that house. I am always surprised when you speak of it." Hadrian shrugged, pulling on his shirt as he spoke. "Raven has made sure that I know how to play politics, Gabriel. I have many allies and connections in the higher echelons of wizarding society outside of Britain. I have told you many times before that I wish my existence and influence in the hierarchies hidden and only known by a select few that I trust. They have no idea who you are or what you are capable of, Hadrian." Gabriel spoke softly, his intelligence and lust shining brightly in ice-blue eyes. "It hardly seems fair." He smirked. "I have to keep a low profile, Gabriel. I can't be noticed. It would wreck everything," he murmured softly. "And you still refuse to explain it to me, don't you?" The bee-owned muttered, and Hadrian stayed silent, pretending not to have heard. Gabriel dropped the subject and just let the silence stretch as his lover moved fluidly and silently through the room, unhurriedly gathering his belongings, oblivious to the internal battle being fought within his bee-owned companion. Finally, when Hadrian had finished dressing, Gabriel's emotions won out against his normally cold-hearted logic, and he spoke. "When will I see you again?" He exerted all of his considerable acting skills to make sure the question was voiced as indifferently as possible. Cold swept through his limbs and dread started his heart pounding when the black-haired man immediately stilled and turned to face him. He shouldn't have said anything. Emerald eyes were sharp as they picked apart the other's impeccable mask. Like the master he was, they narrowed in displeasure at what he found. Without a word, Hadrian crossed the room to pick up his last article of clothing, an expensive black cloak. And, with a sense of rising panic, the bee-owned man realized Hadrian he was clearly ending their time together. Hadrian. The man hated how all his control had disappeared. "But, please, don't do this." Hadrian sighed and let go of the brass handle of the door to face the man. "Gabriel, this was not part of our deal." And the bee-owned winced at the absolute control the man held. It was one of the things that had attracted him to the wizard from the first, that confidence, assurance and deadly grace. Gabriel swallowed thickly and nodded once. He remembered all too well, no attachments. They had known each other for years, but it was just this last summer that their relationship had progressed. Hadrian had told him he wasn't looking for a relationship, and he had accepted that, but he had fallen in love with the man. He loved everything about him, if that was even possible without sounding ridiculously romantic. His dark beauty, sharp mind and brilliance had entirely captivated him. "It doesn't have to end, Hadrian," he whispered pleadingly as he looked into those unique, verdant orbs. Hadrian stared at the beautiful man pleading with him, eyes shining with love and hope, for a long moment. Watching silently as the flames of the fire danced interestingly across the bee*own's sharp cheekbones. He swiftly crossed the room, watching the hope rise in the man's eyes before they dimmed at the regret floating in his emerald. Hadrian took the man's face into his hands, giving him a gentle, tender kiss before slowly pulling back and looking him in the eye. "Yes, it does, Gabe. You're one of my closest friends, and I now realize I shouldn't have initiated this." He held up a hand to stop Gabriel when he opened his mouth to protest. "No, Gabe, I shouldn't have." Hadrian stroked the smooth pale cheek and smiled sadly, "Because I knew that you would be hurt if you developed feelings for me, when I knew I wouldn't be able to return them." Gabriel drew in a shuddering breath, his heart breaking. Clenching his eyes shut against the guilt, Hadrian pressed their foreheads closer together so they were breathing in the same air. He hadn't ever wanted to hurt his friend. "Please, forgive me," he whispered. The bee-owned smiled shakily before forcing himself to control his expression. He was a powerful, handsome and influential pureblood heir to one of the most important dark families in France. He was known to be ruthless, charming, cunning and highly intelligent. He was respected for his control and how well he played the game of politics. But Hadrian, he filled his lungs slowly, carefully constructing his mask layer by painful layer. "There is nothing to forgive, Hadrian," he murmured softly. "You told me at the beginning of summer how you felt. It is not your fault." His voice shook a little, but on a whole it was relatively controlled, as he held his now former lover close, wanting to prolong their contact for as long as possible. Hadrian let the normally commanding and intimidating wizard in his arms clutch him tightly, knowing he owed his friend this at least. When it seemed Gabriel had gained control of himself once again, he gently broke their embrace. "Go. You wouldn't want to be late for your first class." Hadrian smiled at the familiar silky arrogance in that voice before nodding silently and gliding to the door, knowing his friend needed time alone to compose himself. Shutting one of the white double doors with a soft click, Hadrian leaned back against the heavy wood, letting the regret wash over him. He hated that he was the reason Gabe was now in pain. Suppressing a growl of annoyance, Hadrian pushed off the door and swiftly made his way to one of the smaller sitting rooms in the manor. Shutting the entrance behind him, he withdrew his wand and started effortlessly reconstructing his mask. Tapping his wand to the tiny rune on his left bicep, Hadrian felt himself shrink from the respectable height of 5 feet 10 to a short 5 feet 6. He also knew that his lean, yet muscular body had disappeared to be replaced by spindly arms and legs lacking any physical power. Whispering an incantation to give his glowing white skin a grayish hue, Hadrian then charmed his eyes so that they were a dim green and his hair a dark brown instead of the silky ink black. Taking a moment to glance at his wrist watch, Hadrian quickly stepped into the fireplace and spoke the name of his destination. Professor Severus Snape's quarters. Hadrian felt the fire spit him out and forced his body to tumble clumsily to the ground. Among many qualities that his Hogwarts persona lacked, was grace. Hadrian heard several sniggers of laughter and a disgusted curse from behind him, before he was being hauled roughly to his feet by harsh hands clutching the back of his Hogwarts robes. He gave a practiced whimper of surprise and pain at the contact and aggressively clamped down on his bubbling temper. He did not feel like doing this right now, not after what he had just found out. Nevertheless, the shock didn't affect him enough to disrupt his complex persona. He knew his part well. "You're such a coward, Walker," Blaise Zabini sneered, from where he was gracefully lounging across a black couch. Hadrian purposefully shrank back from the wizard, acting submissive and pitiful, waiting until he heard Zabini laugh mockingly before slyly glancing up through his dank brown fringe to watch each person's reaction and their expressions. Greengrass was shooting Blaise an unimpressed look so indifferent to him that she soon took to studying her nails in boredom. Malfoy just curled his lips in disgust at the spineless actions, before looking back down at his transfiguration homework. Professor Snape grimaced, the familiar sneer of dislike giving evidence to his lack of understanding on how someone like him had ever been sorted into Slytherin House. No other words or insults were verbalized, before Snape was opening his portrait hole and throwing Hadrian out into the stone corridor. The loud bang of its forceful shutting, exposing the owner's vexation. Brushing himself off, Hadrian walked calmly towards the great hall to get some breakfast before his first class. Really, if Zabini and Malfoy didn't get so much pleasure out of tormenting him, he would be totally invisible in the castle. His grades were always below average. He was very careful about that, always coming in 7th, 6th or 5th last, never any other place. His appearance was nothing to look at and his spineless behavior engendered no empathy for him and, consequently, no one interested enough to get to know him. It was perfect. After graduation, if, by some miracle, he came up in conversation, he would be the boy nobody remembered the name of. Raising a hand to hide his smirk, he pretended to scratch his upper lip as he walked through the large doors of the great hall, shuffling his way to the Slytherin table. After all, he couldn't be too clumsy, that would attract attention. Reaching for the scrambled eggs, Hadrian spied the pitcher of pumpkin juice right beside him and shrugged mentally, what the hell? The sound of Pansy Parkinson's outraged scream, as the liquid somehow ended up spilling on only her, stayed with him for days. Life continued rather monotonously for the next 3 weeks. His exams were done. The students were ignoring him even more than normal with excitement for the holidays on their minds, and he was bored. Hadrian groaned into his charms textbook. He understood the importance of his facade. He understood only too well. Raven had made sure of that. However, that didn't stop his bored mind and magic from crawling the walls, looking for something to do. It had been halfway through his second year in Hogwarts that the boredom had finally become unbearable. The newness of the castle, and the attention he constantly needed to exert to keep his mask intact in his first year, had been enough to keep him occupied, but in second, he winced just thinking about how stir-crazy he'd been. Raven nearly throttled him several times when he came home for winter break that year, letting out all the pent-up emotions he had built up but had to forcibly repress during school. It had been his own idea to study more magic in order to stretch himself as he desperately needed to. But it had been Raven who had found a way of making that happen. She gave him for Christmas that year a small box which could transport objects instantaneously through its twin. So, from then on, Hadrian would send a list of books he wanted to Raven at the beginning of each fortnight, and she would dutifully have them waiting for him at the every Saturday morning. As a result, he was far more advanced than his peers, ridiculously far, and it was starting to get to him. "Hey, shut up will you, some of us are trying to work." And, of course, there was also the boy who lived to annoy one Hadrian Walker. The boy was about 6 feet with garish, curly orange hair and blue-brown eyes which were remarkably similar to the unattractive color of Cornish pixies when they were covered in mud. Still, Hadrian grudgingly admitted to himself that the boy was somewhat handsome. From what he had heard, both his parents were very attractive people, so it was understandable their son didn't look like an ogre. "Sorry," he apologized meekly and watched with satisfaction as the boy turned around again, dismissing Hadrian entirely. Hadrian took the opportunity to think, for the 1000th time it seemed, on his unnatural hatred for the boy who lived, Landon Potter. The boy had never really paid attention to him, except for that broken arm in 4th year when the boy had knocked his weak body to the ground as he was running frantically through the halls of Hogwarts. Hadrian sneered to himself. The boy just rubbed him the wrong way with his inflated head and over-exaggerated feeling of self-worth, but, he looked at the boy again before glancing away and packing up his books. He couldn't dismiss that the boy was a powerful wizard. The next morning at breakfast, the familiar sight of Raven's owl swept down in front of him, and Hadrian quickly took the letter, skillfully angling it in such a way that in the unlikely event that another student tried to read the contents, they would be unable to. "My darling Hadrian, if you would not be adverse to the idea, I was thinking of spending the holidays in Copenhagen. What do you think? We, of course, do have that standing invitation of Dimitri's to come at any time that we have yet to take advantage of, but I think I would prefer the Nadine Manor in any case. I have heard mutterings recently, and they are getting louder. I have a feeling we will both need this vacation to see us through the coming year, my son. Come straight to Denmark, Hadrian. The sooner the better. Your loving mother, Raven." Hadrian discreetly swept his eyes along the table and, finding no one paying him the slightest amount of attention, silently set the parchment on fire. Her words unsettled him. Taking his goblet into his hand, he narrowed his eyes on the whispering forms of the older Slytherins in contemplation. Yes, there was something going on. Swirling the orange liquid absently, Hadrian thought on his Slytherin peers. Dull green eyes narrowed slightly and his jaw clenched as a thought occurred to him. His classmates were finally at an age and apparent maturity to begin to be introduced into the cutthroat, volatile and dangerous European pureblood arena. Hadrian rose from his seat in such a way which wouldn't draw attention and swiftly exited the hall. They had better hope, for their sake, that their parents would protect them this coming summer. He grinned darkly, his mosques and interesting green eyes brightening for just a moment, before dimming again as the glamour held. The Slytherin elite would quickly find that their superiority in Britain didn't carry over when faced with the cream of France, Germany, Russia and Spain, among others. They would have to prove their worth and power just as their parents had. Raven must know something, he decided. Denmark was one of the less active political countries in Europe, easier to disguise any ripples that could conceivably draw attention to them. Arriving at the entrance hole, He quickly spoke the password to the common room and stalked inside. Hadrian had been very careful to stay away from the British, pureblood elite these last few years. He didn't want anyone sniffing around in his past. His friends knew not to mention him and he trusted them to keep their silence. As long as no other variables or shocks occurred from here on out, Hadrian was confident in that his two personas, his mask and his real character, would stay divided and secret. Hadrian glared down at the crumbled form of Landon Potter from his place within the shadows. Dumbledore, Snape and Gryffindor's head of house were all clustered around the boy's form. In fact, despite seemingly the whole school being out on the Quidditch field looking at the bloody and battered form of their savior in shock, confusion and fear, he was still able to hear what the boy who lived was screaming. "He's back! He's back! Voldemort! I fought him! Voldemort's back!" Hadrian's eyes widened in shock and his mind began racing frantically. He sneered and turned away from the scene of skeptical students, excited Slytherins and fearful professors, disappearing into the dungeons. So, the Dark Lord had returned. Brilliant green eyes glowed in the darkness as the glamour around his eyes shattered. That could be a problem. Hadrian walked down the train, intent on finding those he sought. They were only an hour outside of London and he would be damned if he didn't get all the information about the Dark Lord's return before then. With Voldemort's resurrection, many of his secrets and manipulations could easily come to light. No doubt the man would move quickly and silently to gather old allies and he would start recruiting heavily. With the stupidity of Brishan's ministry denying his return, the Dark Lord would have time to find his feet. And Hadrian knew, one of the first things he would do was learn all that had changed since he had been gone. The Dark Lord would be a fool if he didn't go to Moscow this summer, to the heart of the dark wizarding world, in order to re-establish his influence. It wouldn't be very hard for the man. From what Raven had told him, Voldemort was brilliant and a master. No, he would quickly assume complete control, use this summer to strengthen old alliances and learn the new powerful players so he could start his plans and schemes for the war that was coming. Hadrian grimaced. He had kept his actions in the pureblood games to a minimum over the years, but he had no doubt his name would come up in conversation. While not much was known of him, he was still known, an enigma. His mind and thoughts hadn't stopped racing for 2 days. His Slytherin classmates, he had known, might hear of him in passing this summer, but they didn't have the power to dig into his past and uncover his secrets. But the Dark Lord was something else. Voldemort had the necessary intelligence, power and resources to swiftly amass any and all information known about him. And if the man was as good as rumored, and he had a sinking feeling that he was, the last thing he wanted was to somehow pique the wizard's interest. Hadrian breathed deeply, willing his heart to slow. He could only hope that the Dark Lord decided that he was beneath his notice and glanced over him, otherwise things might become extremely tricky for him. There, the mudblood, Hermione Granger, had just walked into the compartment 3 doors from where he stood and where 1/3 of the Golden Trio was seen. The other 2 were inevitably close by. She hadn't closed the door yet, but could at any moment, making his task infinitely more difficult. Quickly, he glanced around and, seeing no students, tapped his wand to the top of his head, casting an advanced invisibility charm on himself. Appreciating his persona's short stature for the first time that he could remember, Hadrian ducked under her arm and glided to a spot as far away from the 3 Gryffindors as possible. He watched closely as the bushy-haired girl closed the door to the compartment, raising an eyebrow at the advanced locking and privacy charms she cast. They were definitely beyond 7th year level. He recognized and could cast them all himself, of course, but he wondered where the mudblood had learnt about them. Hadrian snapped back to attention when Weasley spoke. "All right, Landon, tell us what happened." Potter inhaled deeply, smiling at Granger gratefully when she squeezed his hand reassuringly. Hadrian's expression contorted, feeling nauseous at having to witness the tender, loving moment. "Remember, we're here for you," Granger said forcefully, and Hadrian glared at the girl in abhorrence. He had never been able to stand the know-it-all, bookworm. "I know," Potter smiled weakly. "Yeah, mate, you know that we'll always be on your side, no matter what." Ronald grinned goofily, while Hadrian glared at the 3, annoyed that he was being forced to listen through this self-help, motivating, Gryffindor crap. It was the snitch, they'd turned the snitch into a portkey. I was out practicing Quidditch by myself. Oh, Landon, you should know better. Hermione, not right now. Ron interrupted the mudblood's spiel, while Hadrian closed his eyes, begging for patience. Sweet darkness, one would think they were being tortured for information with the painstakingly slow speed this was going. Guys, just let me get it out, okay? Potter's two sidekicks nodded quickly in understanding. When I caught the snitch, it transported me to this graveyard. A graveyard, how ironic. And Wormtail, the boy was practically spitting in anger. The same rat that sold us out to Voldemort. Ah, that explains it. He took my blood and some of Voldemort's father's bone and in pedigree he cut off his own hand. Rolling his eyes at the pathetically traumatized Potter, Hadrian's thoughts swirled, knowing that he'd read something like that. Working quickly, his mind jumped from fact to concept to knowledge in a heartbeat before his eyes widened and his mouth stretched into a large grin. Blood of the father, blood of the enemy forcibly taken, and blood of an ally freely given. Hadrian couldn't help but be impressed. It was very nicely done. Potter swallowed. Then Voldemort appeared out of the cauldron. He whispered, his eyes dark, remembering the horror of watching it. He used Wormtail's dark mark to call the other Death Eaters. Lucius Malfoy was there. Roberto Greengrass, Crabbe and Goyle Seniorthier was more, about 20. He called them his inner circle. Potter gave a strangled laugh. Said his most loyal were missing though, and something about him rectifying that I don't know. The three teens shared anxious looks before Potter frowned slightly, remembering something. He was almost charming though, I know, it's ridiculous. We were in AF **** in graveyard for Merlin's sake. Buddha wasn't what I expected. He ended on a whisper. Hadrian narrowed his eyes at the boy. What do you mean? Granger asked, confused. Potter ran a hand through his red curls. I don't know, was everything they say he was. Manipulative, cruel, sadistic, conniving, brilliant. In a scary way. Potter sighed, but he was also intoxicating. Potter looked disgusted by his own words. Hadrian felt an overwhelming urge to strangle the boy when he became silent, lost in thought, with a confused expression decorating his face. Of course the man was intoxicating. How'd the boy think the Dark Lord had gathered so many loyal followers? By cursing them all into submission. The man was a brilliant manipulator and politician. He would have had to have been extremely charismatic and charming, besides overwhelmingly powerful, to have the allies and influence he had. To think, the light was resting all their hopes on this brilliant wizard. Ronald looked revolted by his best friend's confused description, but Granger just nodded knowingly. There are rumors that say he was a seducer. She spoke quietly, and there was a fearful weariness in her eyes as she spoke that interested him. They say if the Dark Lord set his sights on you. She was having a lot of trouble getting her words out. Hadrian cocked his head to the side as he contemplated the witch with a growing suspicion. If he wanted you as a follower, it didn't matter what your beliefs were before that, because you would ultimately become his property. She was terrified that it would happen to her. Hadrian comprehended with sick amusement, his eyes brightening in glee. Oh, the mudblood had no reason for that particular fear. Despite how important she saw herself, there were many other witches and wizards more gifted than her. Still, the knowledge he now possessed might be useful in the future. It was certainly interesting. He left the compartment, as easily as he had come, stepping fluidly out onto the platform through the cover of the train's steam. Hadrian watched the Potter boy rush towards his parents and godfather, taking special note of the guards, which immediately surrounded the group. Catching sight of the famed Auror, Alistair Moody, his eyes widened and he quickly melted into a group of fifth-years Hufflepuffs. Damn, if Dumbledore was going to have that pain in the ass around, he would need to update the enchantments he had on himself. Moody wouldn't be able to see past the rune's effects, but the glamours, while advanced, would not hold up against his magical eye. The horde of Gryffindors left swiftly through the barrier, Hadrian's eyes staying locked on their forms until the last one disappeared into the Muggle word. Only then did he allow himself to slowly step out of the protective shadows. He should be going. Turning sharply, he shrunk his school things, pocketing them, and began navigating his way through the students and out of the barrier. Ducking into a familiar corner obscured from view, Hadrian nicked his finger and drew a small rune onto his wand. He grinned in pleasure. as he felt the ward the ministry used to detect underage magic fall. Without pause, be dissipated with a silent pop, thinking of the elegant Nadine Manor in Copenhagen. Hadrian gasped in pain as he collided with the heavy oak writing desk that most definitely was not meant to be there. Rubbing his ribs gently, he rose from the expensive carpet and stalked out of the room in search of his guardian. Raven, he growled dangerously at the woman sitting in a comfortable, brown leather seat in the manor's formal living room. Why do you feel the need to rearrange all of my furniture every time I'm away? Is that really the biggest thrill of your year? So he was crabby. She smiled sheepishly. I'm sorry, dear. Do sit down and have a drink. You look like you need one. He huffed, before nodding agreement. He turned towards the opposite chair only to find that it was occupied. Hadrian. Dmitri bowed his head in greeting, a smirk on his lips. Oh, could this week get any worse? Hadrian groaned and instead sat down gracefully onto the cream-colored couch in between the two. Raven tsked at her son's rudeness, but Dmitri spoke up first. I admit, that was not the enthusiastic greeting I was looking for, but do not worry, I am not offended. The tall, handsome brunette grinned with black, laughing eyes. Yes, Hadrian drawled at the man, because I was so worried about that in the first place. Raven watched her son with affectionate eyes before she frowned. Hadrian, please remove the enchantments on yourself, they are beginning to hurt my sensitive eyes. He grinned at the woman and her well-known discriminations against unattractive people. Of course, Raven. He allowed the cadence and smoothness of his real voice to be heard as he swiftly took down the complicated disguise. Ah, much better, my child. She hummed and Dmitri nodded his agreement. So, what brings you here, Dmitri? Hadrian stretched languidly, enjoying the feel of being in his own body again. Raven smirked at the Russian wizard as his eyes glazed over at the seductive sight her son made, watching with amusement as he cleared his throat and tore his eyes away from the pleasing sight. He sighed, running a hand through his brown locks. I've been called to Moscow, Dmitri said softly, looking into the brilliant emerald eyes of his close friend. I expected as much. The man is quick. Hadrian smirked slightly, feeling impressed despite the disadvantage to him. What of Gabriel? I would be surprised if he was not among the first to be called. Raven spoke up. I do not know. Dalton has been quiet for the last month. Raven listened closely before looking at her son. Hadrian had spent his last night before he had to go back to Hogwarts with the wizard after all. Hadrian ignored the expectant look he could feel trained on him. What had happened between Gabriel and himself was strictly between the two of them, no one else. I expect he will have also received a request for his presence, by now. Hadrian said, and Dmitri eyed his friend speculatively, before nodding in agreement. How long? Dmitri asked, his voice tight, hiding the anxiety and worry he felt for his friend. Hadrian stared into the fire for several moments before he answered, his voice soft and withdrawn, lost in his own thoughts. If the man's as good as I think he is, not long. Raven narrowed her violet eyes in thought. There was no doubt in her mind that the Dark Lord would want her child. In fact, she saw Voldemort's interest in him as inevitable. But, if her suspicions about his parentage were correct, Hadrian's recruitment would place him in a very precarious position. Unfortunately, all they could do was wait. Wait, until the Dark Lord came knocking. Dmitri kept his face impassive as he glanced up at the Rookwood's impressive estate from his somewhat secluded spot in the shadows of the dark green conifers. It was dark and the ball had started an hour ago. He knew that he shouldn't have been late, but he had wanted to talk with Hadrian for as long as possible. Although the surrounding forest was dark and somewhat sinister, the light spilling out from the numerous long narrow windows reflected off the snow in the large courtyard, providing more than enough light for him to make his way across without any difficulty. He could hear the buzz of voices and plentiful conversation filter across the chilly air and quickened his pace, not liking how exposed he felt as he made his way through the large entrance doors. "See, can I take your coat, sir?" Dmitri looked down at the sound of the squeaky, fearful elf and sneered in distaste. He could never understand how Hadrian abided the little rodents. Without a word he merely tossed his expensive, black woolen trench coat at the thing, not caring that it swayed dangerously at the unexpected weight before sweeping off. He glided into the room and quickly surveyed the scene. A few hundred wizards and witches, all dressed in rich expensive clothes, were mingling and dancing, some sitting down at the provided small tables and eating while others spoke in quiet tones, faces expressionless, swirling crystal glasses filled with alcohol. It was all very pleasant. Dmitri smirked, or so it seemed. With little effort he managed to locate his little sister amongst the crowd and began to make his way towards her, picking up some of the conversation before he chose to interrupt. "So none of you have ever been to Moscow before?" The sweet, soft voice of his sister floated over him as she questioned her companions. "Well, we've been to Russia before, of course, we all have family properties here, but we have never really interacted with others." The boy with sharp, angular features and pale blonde hair seemed to answer for the group of children as his beautiful sister raised her eyebrows in surprise, opening her mouth to question further before he smoothly interrupted. "Good evening, Marionette. I apologize for my lateness, but the reason was unavoidable." Dmitri spoke softly, yet his silky words were easily discernible. At the sound of his voice the petite girl with long, mahogany hair spun around, beaming, embracing him in a quick hug that even all her pureblood manners could not suppress. "Dmitri, I was beginning to think you would not be coming." Her tone was teasing, but he saw the relief in her dark blue eyes easily enough. A summons such as his family had received could not be ignored without severe consequences. He bent to key her pale cheek in loving reassurance, successfully melting her fears before turning back to look at their curious and annoyed companions. "Perhaps introductions are in order," he spoke smoothly, standing tall and confident. "I am Dmitri Kardis, heir to the noble family of Kardis. Marionette is my sister." Daphne Greengrass was the first to find her voice and composure. The swift shift of the man from loving brother to a cool, calculating individual had startled them all. "It is a pleasure to meet you, Dmitri. This is," she started to gesture to her right to begin introductions herself, but that hard voice and cool eyes interrupted her. "I would prefer it if you referred to me as Mr. Kardis, if you please." Daphne only felt confusion for a moment, and then the mortification hit her. She had forgotten, unless given permission to use another's first name, one is never allowed to assume such easy familiarity. Her cheeks heated in embarrassment over her social bungling, but managed to pull herself together enough to offer a soft apology before continuing introductions. "This, to my right, is Pansy Parkinson, Blaise Zabini, Theodore Knott, Draco Malfoy, and I am Daphne Greengrass." Dmitri felt a wave of curiosity and dislike at the familiar names. Hadrian had only mentioned them and their incompetency in passing, but it had been enough for him to ascertain his friend's active distaste for the people. That was enough for his already unimpressed examination of the five to sink further. However, he had never met anyone that had interacted with Hadrian's mask beforehand that caught his attention. Now, though, wasn't the time to indulge. He had much more pressing concerns and worries. "Charmed, I'm sure," Dmitri drawled, watching with amusement at the irritated twitch of the B***'s eyebrow. Placing a hand on the small of Marionette's back, against the blue velvet dress, he began pushing her away from the group. "I hope you enjoy Moscow," he grinned wickedly. "It should certainly be an experience for you." With that he and an unprotesting Marionette melted into the sea of people and away from the inexperienced and somewhat befuddled Slytherin adolescents. "What the hell was that?" Blaise muttered heatedly. He had not liked Mr. Kardis at all. "Oh, Blaise, don't think anything of it. I'm sure the man has people he must greet and converse with. After all, the Kardis family might not be as wealthy or politically influential as some, but they are well known to produce very intelligent and talented witches and wizards. Not to mention, they are some of the world's greatest wand crafters." Theodore Knott explained patiently, although he got the feeling that while that very well may be true, the man had also wanted to escape their presence. "This isn't what I expected," Daphne said softly, and the others turned to her with quizzical looks. "I didn't take the warnings father gave me seriously. I thought he was just being I don't know." The black-haired witch gave up in frustration, letting her dark green eyes wander around the ballroom, taking in the seemingly innocent conversations, frustrated by knowing that nearly all of them worked beneath the surface or hid competitive aggression but couldn't see it. And for the first time that bothered her. "Dmitri," Marionette whispered harshly as they flittered through the bodies, "you had better have a good reason for your lateness." He chuckled lowly. "That I do. I was speaking with Hadrian." Marionette's dark sapphire eyes sparked in anger at the name and her back stiffened. That was the reason you were late. For him. She barely managed to keep her outraged cry from escaping, and she glared at her brother when he sent her a disapproving look. I can't believe you sometimes, brother. Honestly, you would think that the current events would have been a priority to you, including our family's security, but no, she drawled sarcastically, ignoring the warning in her brother's eyes. Hadrian, that pathetic nothing is more important to you. Dmitri kept his cool. Her jealous words and cruel perspective when it came to Hadrian was nothing new to him. As much as he loved and treasured his sister, he was not blind to her faults. She liked being the center of attention. She was beautiful with her long brown hair, deep sapphire eyes, pale flawless skin and petite stature. She was likable and basked in the positive attention she received wherever she went. Marionette knew that she brought together some of nature's finest qualities: beauty, intelligence, sense, skill and talent. Dmitri sighed at the vindictive and immature side of her that came out when Hadrian Walker was even mentioned. She, of course, had at first been excited to meet her brother's friend, one he held in such high regard, but then he stepped into the room. He was more charming than she could ever hope to be, more alluring, more exotic, more intelligent, more talented. The only thing Marionette was better at than her peer, as they were both the same age, was pureblood etiquette and politics. But Madame Nadine had made sure Hadrian quickly closed and far surpassed her talent. Unfortunately, Marionette had never been second to anyone, and she became a virtual harpy whenever Walker was in the same room. Marionette. Dimitri's tone was a warning, but she paid it no heed. So what did the little prince want this time? A priceless artifact, sensitive information. After all, we all must bow to the superior being that is Hadrian Walker. Her voice was venomous, spitting mad that the little twerp had been the reason Dmitri had been late. Didn't the little whore know that her brother could have been in serious danger if his association with him was ever found out? Now, Marionette, your horns are showing. A sweet, husky feminine voice floated over the pair, startling them from their intense glaring. Jade, Marionette stuttered, laying a calming hand to her chest. You startled me. Evidently. The redhead smirked, giving a curt nod to Dmitri, which he returned without hesitation, all the while cursing himself for not silencing his sister beforehand. I would caution you, cousin, to temper your words and opinions, especially while in public. Marionette wiped her face of all emotion, but inside she was scowling. I was not aware that you were in any way concerned with Walker Jade. Her voice was frosty. Black eyes gleamed at her wickedly from amongst a mass of wide red curls. I am very fond of the boy, but I hold a greater affection for you, Marionette. I was merely suggesting caution. The beautiful brunette nodded in understanding, but was inwardly happy to know that her second cousin preferred her. Not many did, she sneered. Dmitri grew bored of the sentimentalities quickly and decided to see what his cousin had discovered. Tell me, Jade, do you know if the esteemed issuer of our invitation to attend tonight is here presently? The tall girl frowned slightly. No, he isn't here. You would know if he was. Dmitri accepted that easily. A Dark Lord would tend to stand out in a crowd, but he had wanted confirmation. Be cautious, cousin, around the English purebloods. Word is, they have already been brought back into the man's fold and pass any interesting information they hear on to him. Jade warned. Dmitri waved her concern aside. One would have to be a fool not to have assumed as much. In addition to Britain being the Dark Lord's home country, it was also the most powerful magical country in the world and, ironically, the most light. He won't come tonight, Dmitri murmured, gaining the attention of the two girls. This gathering has light wizards and ministry politicians mingling with us, the obvious power brokers. His followers will observe tonight, looking for potential talent for recruitment and any dark sympathizers. He narrowed his eyes on a group of giggling girls across the room in speculation. The invitation was for the entire summer, correct? Jade nodded. He breathed deeply. He'll observe first. Gather information before he shows himself. I predict that these balls will become smaller and smaller in numbers as he slowly weeds out the weak. Dmitri straightened. Then he will show himself. Looking up, Dmitri locked gazes with familiar golden brown eyes. And he will demand our loyalty. He whispered. Brilliant crimson eyes took in the bowed and silent figures of his inner circle as he raised the crystal tumbler to his lips and took a sip of the amber liquid. Lucius. Lucius couldn't stop the shiver that ran up his spine as that dark, seductive voice floated over him. Whether it was from desire or fear he didn't know. Taking the break in the silence to mean he could straighten from his bow, Lucius raised his eyes and once again felt his breath catch in his chest. The man was darkness incarnate. The shadows in the room clung to the Dark Lord's tall, graceful form, simple but expensive black robes not hiding the lean body. Sharp cheekbones and a strong jaw were framed by straight, black hair which just touched the man's shoulders. But if one had the courage to look into those blood-red eyes, it was impossible to not feel awe in the man's presence. "My lord," Lucius Malfoy refused to stutter in the man's overwhelming company. He was a prideful being, yet one which knew when to acknowledge his superiors. "The light's domination over the new generation of witches and wizards is not as widespread as I had feared. Many conversations discussing the rumors of your return were approached logically and the benefits of following your regime were highlighted. Of course, the known dark families were aware of the truth of your return and were generally cautious with their words and interested in gathering their own information." He fell silent as he finished speaking, watching as the Dark Lord took a moment to take another sip of whiskey, thinking on the words, before gesturing for one of the others to go ahead, repeating the process till all had spoken their own opinion. Lucius couldn't help the slight widening of his eyes when he heard Lord Zabini talk of the absence of the Daltons. It was worrisome and strange. The French family had ties with the Malfoys several generations back, their history and power even surpassing his family's. He noted that the Dark Lord's eyes narrowed slightly at the information, a spark of annoyance lighting in the crimson. "Anything else?" the man demanded. No one spoke. "Not. Do you have them?" The man's voice was irritated, as if he were tired of them, but not quickly stepped forward, uncovering numerous maps as he moved forwards, and the Dark Lord's lips curled in pleasure as he took the plans. "Azkaban." The Dark Lord looked down at them with a cruel smirk on his lips and dark excitement dancing in his eyes. "I do hope none of your dueling skills have deteriorated over the years, gentlemen, for your sakes." Julian leant against the wall, sneering at any person that came close to him as he observed the new selection of people chosen for this party. Gone were the staunch light supporters and weak ministry fools. This group, he felt, was a possibility. "Hello, Dimitri." He heard the soft chuckle behind him and raised a hand to run through his long sandy bee-owned locks, tilting his head slightly to look at his companion. "I decided after 2 weeks that I would have to be the one that approached you. I do not enjoy these things." Julian sighed. "No, I don't imagine they would entice you." He narrowed his eyes on the tall man beside him, not knowing exactly how that comment was meant to be taken. "Have they approached you?" Dimitri asked. "Yes." "Who?" "Crouch, you, Malfoy." Julian grinned at the grumbled response. "Better you than me. The smug git can't stand the sight of me." "Have you talked to Dalton?" Julian threw his friend a look. "Why are you asking? You've never cared for Gabriel before." Dimitri nodded at the truth of the words before speaking. "Correct, however, it is not like him to be absent from these types of events." Julian's mouth twisted into a pained sort of look. "I think something happened between him and Hadrian." Dimitri couldn't stop his jaw from dropping in an uncharacteristic display of shock. He quickly stepped in front of golden brown eyes instead of beside to give at least some privacy to their conversation. "You talk as if that something were romantic." His voice was void of all emotion. "Do you have any other answer to Hadrian's evasiveness whenever Gabriel is mentioned? Or the way Gab has seemed to have dropped off the planet?" His muttered harshly, unable to control his emotions. "Sweet darkness, Dimitri, Gabriel is ignoring the summons of the King Dark Lord." Both their faces were slightly pink with trying to keep their furious, forceful words quiet. Dimitri shook his head, refusing to believe it. "Julian, that's ridiculous. We all find Hadrian attractive. You'd have to be blind, deaf and numb not to. But he doesn't do relationships. You know that, and Dalton is too much of a playboy to settle down into a monogamous relationship. Which you know Hadrian would demand if he ever was with someone." Julian took a deep breath and opened his mouth to retort, "Yeah. Then how do you explain?" His words trailed off and his previously flushed face drained of color, his eyes locked with something over the other's shoulder. Dimitri just had time to spin around and look up as silence engulfed the enormous space before he felt it. Dark, ominous, Intrusive, cruel, he tried desperately to keep his composure as the powerful aura brushed invasively against his own, setting his teeth on edge and effectively cowering his own dark magic. Dmitri felt disgusted by himself. Sneering, he forced himself to straighten from the subservient position his body had naturally taken when the magic finally passed him. Nevertheless, the tingle in his limbs and the slight trembling of his hands confirmed the truth of how easily his magic had been dominated. The truth of its inferiority. Julian watched as a tall figure in black robes ascended the small dais, his body moving with a gracefulness and fluidity designed to catch the eye. It wasn't until the figure had stopped that a pale hand with long fingers reached up and casually brought down his hood. Julian's eyes widened as his eyes swept the flawless, dark, masculine features. He breathed a shaky breath. The man was gorgeous. Dmitri, in comparison, noted the handsome face with a blank face and cautious mind which reminded him that the Dark Lord would use all the arsenals available to him and his appearance was one of them. The only thing which betrayed the affect the Dark Lord had on the young man was his racing heart. "Good evening." Voldemort smirked down at the speechless crowd of the world's finest wizards and witches. Most of the mass, those not totally enthralled with the seductive face and magic of the Dark Lord, seemed to flinch back as the man allowed more of his darkness and cruelty to bleed into his aura. "Please, continue." With that he turned to a small group of people which had followed him into the room. Slowly, chatter began to once again pick up, but many never truly relaxed, hyper-aware of the Dark Lord's presence. "So that's him," Julian said quietly. Dmitri merely nodded, his eyes not moving away from the figure. "What do you think?" "I think Hadrian was correct," he murmured softly. Lord Voldemort let his eyes skip among the guests as his companions spoke around him. He felt like grinning and stretching his muscles like a cat. He hadn't done this in so long. The mind games, the politics, the double talk. He loved it. He was a master at it. And he had new prey who hardly knew what they would soon be facing. He smirked. Again, Hadrian threw the woman an exasperated look, but she just grinned cheekily in a way that said, "You know you love me." Shaking his head, he pointed his wand at the dummy opposite him and proceeded to silently cast the dark arts spell to disembowel someone. The fabric ripped and a little white stuffing came out, but that was about it. "No, no, no, no," Raven repeated as she stood from her stool and gracefully walked forward, the blue robes she wore swaying to and fro as she walked toward him. "Hadrian, we are, contrary to what you may believe, practicing the dark arts." Dark, being the key word here. You have to mean it. With that serious statement she turned swiftly and cast the curse with her own wand. The second dummy's stomach ripped open violently, the white stuffing flying into the air with the force behind the spell. Hadrian exhaled noisily, annoyed at himself. "Is anything bothering you, Hadrian? It hasn't taken you this long to master a curse since you were 9. "It's nothing," he dismissed, flopping down on the ground with his sore legs out in front of him, leaning back onto his arms for support. Raven clucked in disapproval at his undignified actions before conjuring a comfortable chair and sitting down opposite him. Both of them sat in comfortable silence, Raven, patiently waiting until her son was ready to talk, and Hadrian, gathering his troubled thoughts. "Did you know?" He finally spoke, his voice soft. "Gabriel," Raven's guessed gently. Hadrian nodded, standing up and leaning against the wall instead as he stared at his guardian, waiting. "Did I know that Gabriel had fallen in love with you?" Hadrian let his head fall back against the wall, closing his eyes in frustration. "Why didn't you tell me?" he whispered, "and ruin the chance that you might learn to return his affections?" Hadrian slowly opened his eyes and looked down in slight shock. "What?" Raven's face crinkled in that familiar way as she smiled at him sadly. "Young Mr. Dalton is an exceptionally gifted individual, Hadrian. He is dark, intelligent, handsome, charming, manipulative." "Are you sure you're not in love with him, Raven?" Harry drawled dryly, unable to hold his tongue. She continued on like she hadn't heard him, knowing it was one of her son's coping mechanisms, to make light of something. "I didn't tell you, because I thought that there was a very good chance that you might fall in love with Gabriel, Hadrian," Raven said earnestly, a sad look in her eyes as she watched the way her son went rigid at her words and quickly pushed himself off the wall. Wiping his face of all emotion, he turned sharply and headed in the direction of the dining hall. He heard a tired sigh from beside him and glanced to see Raven keeping up with his fast pace easily. "My child, this is one lesson from me you were never able to master." She stopped him by laying a gentle hand on his forearm and tenderly cupping his face with the other so he was forced to look into her unique violet eyes. "Loving is not the weakness, Hadrian." She smiled brilliantly. "It is only a weakness if you choose the wrong person." "I heard him, Raven," Harry whispered. "Yes," she agreed quietly, "but you can never feel guilty about being unable to love someone, my son. That is beyond your control." "He hasn't been to Moscow. Julian told me," Hadrian said, his dazzling emerald eyes worried. Raven sighed before a chain Hadrian was wearing caught her attention and she reached a hand forward. She smiled. "I haven't seen you wear this for nearly 2 years," she said. Hadrian grimaced at his sentimentality. "The portkey to its twin still works?" she asked. Hadrian nodded. Raven eyed him for a moment and with utmost innocence phrased her next question. "And does Gabriel still wear his?" "Yes, he never takes it off." Hadrian's eyes widened at his slip-up and he looked at Raven only to see her fighting a grin. Finally the old woman gave in and started laughing heartily. "Oh, my son, has lost his purity. And let me see, you started seeing Gabriel last summer, so, a year. Well, that is something to celebrate," she crowed. Hadrian rolled his eyes at her before walking into the dining room. Just before he crossed the threshold he glanced back at her with a mischievous twinkle in his eye. "Just so you know, Raven," his guardian stopped laughing and faced him with a grin, "I didn't lose my purity to Gabriel." With a smirk he walked out the door. Hadrian, you little fiend, how dare you keep something like that from your mother? Get back here." Raven's voice, totally lacking any pure-blooded decorum, echoed through the house as Hadrian chuckled and thanked the house elf as she placed her master's favorite breakfast in front of him. Lord Voldemort glided down the halls, only catching the end of what sounded like a very interesting conversation with the German Minister of Magic. No, that is what I am saying, Roberto. I had thought that I would see the young man in Moscow for sure. Especially with the goings-on, but he seems to be keeping very quiet. It is a shame. The man always does liven things up around here." Cale Lustag laughed at his own words, but the German wizard fell silent abruptly when he noticed the Dark Lord standing in the open doorway. Lord Voldemort swept into the room, conjuring a glass of cognac as he went and settled gracefully into the blood-red leather armchair by the hot coals of the fire. He smiled silkily at the obese minister, speaking. "Please, Minister Lustag, don't mind me, tell us more about this wizard." The balding man stuttered a bit, looking around the large sitting room with up to 10 other Death Eaters before gaining some confidence. "Well, not much is known about Walker. He happened upon the political stage a few years ago. His family, parents, siblings, ancestry, none is really known. But you just have to look at the boy to know he's something special. They all gravitate towards him." Voldemort forced himself to nod politely. "His friends are all very interesting. Dimitri Cardus, of course, a very talented wizard, sharp as a knife that one. Then there's Julian Clifton, a bit rough around the edges but someone you'd want on your side in a fight. Heard he's a natural in the dark arts." "Interesting." Voldemort mentally catalogued all of the names. "Then there's Astrid Beaumont. Oh, very beautiful and witty, a charming lady. And none other than Gabriel Daltonme. That wizard is gifted and not one you'd want to idly tango with, a tough dueler, very imaginative." "As that's so," he drawled. The boy had better hope, for his sake, that he was as useful and talented as he was being made out to be. One does not ignore a Dark Lord and get away with it. Minister Lustag spluttered a bit. It annoyed him, but his mind was occupied by the intriguing puzzle presented to him. "My lord," Lucius spoke, "I have heard of this Walker before, but I have been unable to ascertain anything beyond that his first name is Hadrian. He has yet to graduate school and he is British by birth." Voldemort's eyebrows rose in surprise. That Lucius Malfoy had been unable to gather any other information was interesting. He narrowed crimson eyes on the glowing coals in the hearth. Perhaps drawing this Hadrian Walker out into the open was the motivation the Daltons needed to make an appearance. The arrogance and presumption of that family was irritating him. "Something to think about, Rookwood," he called quietly. A nearby figure immediately came forward. "Yes, my lord." Find out everything you can on our mysterious wizard. Of course, my lord. The man bowed and began to walk away before the soft voice of his master stopped him. You have 1 week Rookwood. Dear Mr. Dalton, my master cannot help but start to think you are avoiding him. 3 messages, all unanswered, you can see where he might start to get the idea. Some of my lord's associates took the liberty the other day to speak to your friends Mr. Curtis and Mr. Clifton. According to both, they have not heard from you. I would advise Mr. Dalton, for you to consider a trip to Moscow in the very near future. It might do you and Hadrian Walker some good. Cassius Zabini. Gabriel crumpled the expensive parchment in his fist and threw it violently into the blazing hearth. Ing vultures. Grasping his hair painfully in his 2 fists, the Beyond breathed heavily as the minutes ticked by and his temper cooled. Finally, he was able to stretch out on the red love seat, staring unseeingly up at the ceiling. Sigh. Chippy, he called softly. With a crack the elf appeared. Master. Chippy, please pack my bags. Warm clothes and alert the elves at the estate in Russia of my imminent arrival. His voice croaked from disuse, but the elf nodded in understanding, opening its mouth to ask a question before hesitating. He sighed. What is it, Tippy? When will master be wanting to go? Master. Ice blue eyes hardened as he pulled himself from his pathetic brooding and started towards the shower. An hour. I have a private dinner to attend there tonight. Draco, darling, be a dear and tell one of the house elves to straighten the large painting in the 3rd floor corridor, won't you? Narcissa Malfoy asked hurriedly as she passed the door of the library, already halfway down the hallway by the time her son looked up and nodded. Her 16, soon-to-be 17-year-old child, closed the dusty tome in his lap with a snap and stalked out of the room to find one of those blasted rodents. Narcissa Malfoy had been beside herself the entire day. Her husband had informed her only that morning that an intimate dinner for the Dark Lord, his inner circle and some guests would be held at the Malfoy estate that very night. The veritable army of servant elves had been furiously scrubbing every surface in the manor with boiling hot soapy water, not caring about the blisters on their hands and feet, much more worried about the punishment they would no doubt receive if they didn't finish their work to the impeccable standards of the Malfoy mistress. Dobby. Draco barked, catching sight of the creature, the painting on the 3rd floor of the West Wing, straighten it. Why yes, young Master Draco. The elf barely managed to get the words out, his voice sounding more like a hiccup than anything else. Draco sneered as he watched the green midget disappear with a crack. Turning his neck, he looked at the large antique clock on the wall. 5 o'clock. They would be here soon. Dinner started at 6. Draco shook his head, trying to dispel his nerves, but it was no use. The inner circle and the Dark Lord would be here tonight, and unlike previous occasions, the crowds of people wouldn't be there to temper the conversation and keep the dangerous wizards and witches' attention from becoming too focused. They were not a foolish bunch of people, they were continuously trying to get one up on one another. Any weakness, any secret you didn't want known, would be toughly used against you without a shred of remorse. He had once asked his father why the Dark Lord permitted such aggression amongst his ranks. His father had locked ice-cold gray eyes on him and said that the Dark Lord did not tolerate weakness, and if one could not survive the violent, sadistic competition amongst his followers, they did not deserve to be there. So, the heir of Slytherin watched the petty but lethal squabbles among grown witches and wizards with dark amusement, quietly noting the victors and those who had been utterly humiliated. The young Malfoy heir walked stiffly back towards the library and the book he had been trying to read in a failed attempt to keep his mind off tonight. Flashback. Narcissa. Lucius's clear voice had his wife glancing up from her breakfast and looking at him in question. Yes, Lucius. It was all very formal. The Dark Lord has decided that he would like to dine here this evening. His tone was light, but the serious look in his eyes informed her how little choice they had. One just didn't refuse a Dark Lord. Narcissa had been born a black and knew how carefully one must tread around their master better than most. There was reason the half-blood Tom Riddle was held in such high regard by the Black family. Of course, she answered smoothly after a few seconds' pause, and her husband nodded to her approvingly. I will have the elves clean out the ballroom immediately. Just as she went to call, Lucius interrupted. No, Sissa, it will be a dinner, an intimate dinner. Her light blue eyes widened marginally before she could control her surprise, but she had herself under control quickly enough. Draco was another matter. A dinner, he echoed loudly and, ignoring the disapproving looks of his mother, frowned in thought. How many? He asked quietly, the choice to lower his voice wise, if the look his father was giving him meant anything. Lucius raised his tea and took a long sip, taking the time to place the teacup back down and dab his mouth with a linen napkin before answering his impatient teenager. The Dark Lord, of course, and most of the inner circle. He shot Narcissa a look as she mentally calculated numbers, waiting for her nod before continuing. And some guests. Who? Draco demanded. The healthy redness in his cheeks was no more, instead, it had transformed into a chalky white. How many, Lucius? Narcissa pressed. The Malfoy Lord leaned back in his chair, the ministers of magic for both Germany and Russia, as well as Russia's head of security. France's head of law enforcement, as well as their international affairs minister. Invitations have also been sent out to the lords of 6 important dark families in Europe. Narcissa Malfoy raised her eyebrows at the names, impressed. That is quite a gathering. She smiled to herself, stomach fluttering in excitement. Lucius sent her a mocking smirk, but she just sent her own right back at him, having easily detected his own exhilaration for the event. Real progress was being made. Right in front them, and they were both honored to be able to witness it. Draco, in comparison, was staring at his mother's and father's smirking faces with a slack jaw, his belly curling in apprehension. And, the Dark Lord also said that he wanted to invite a Julian Clifton. Lucius added dismissively. He had never heard of the family before, so he paid it no mind. Besides, he had a theory about why the insignificant wizard was being asked to attend. It should be interesting, watching his master play. It always was, when you weren't the victim. Are any of my friends coming? Draco asked. Lucius shot Draco a stern look. He had reminded his heir time and time again that one did not make friends, they made alliances. He was just about to open his mouth and reprimand the boy, but the feel of his wife's cool hand on his forearm stopped him. Mr. Zabini and Miss Greengrass will, no doubt, be attending. She smiled affectionately at her son. With skill she saw his hidden relief, and her eyes watched him intently as he excused himself from the room. You coddle the boy, Sissa. Lucius spoke in an unusually gruff voice, but she just chuckled softly and pecked him on the lips. Ah, but you have just given yourself a reason for my actions. Draco is still a child. He won't survive in the ranks unless he grows up, Narcissa, you know this. Lucius stated seriously. All humor left her and she nodded reluctantly. The price we pay, I suppose. She said. Silence floated between them for a few moments before she spoke again. Let him observe tonight. Watch the dynamics of the Death Eaters. The different ways the Dark Lord effortlessly changes his approach and persona as he reels the politicians and dark families in. I believe that it will open his eyes, not all the way, but it will give him an idea of how the world works beyond what his limited experiences have shown him. Lucius nodded slowly in agreement, seeing the wisdom in his wife's words. She quickly excused herself, already calling orders right and left as she shut the door behind her. He brought a hand up to his chin, rubbing at the smooth skin, lost in his thoughts. Draco would be shown another, more devious side of his master's mind tonight. He ginned viciously. The young Dalton will either show up tonight, knowing that he will face the consequences of his actions, or he will hide, in which case, nothing will save him. Draco stood stiffly beside his mother and father in the marble entrance hall, waiting to personally greet each of the guests as they came through the door. As subtly as he could, he began to roll his shoulders as his father greeted the French head of international affairs. These robes were so stiff. He was used to formal wear. He'd grown up with it, and so he usually wasn't bothered by the restricting garments. But these things were something else. He felt like he was wrapped up in a stifling cocoon of material which, in reality, was supposed to be long and elegant. Long and elegant his ass, he snorted, just another way of saying they were bloody heavy. Problems, Mr. Malfoy? An amused voice drawled from above him. His eyes widened and he quickly stopped his fidgeting. No, sir, he said politely. The man, he had no idea the name of, merely smirked knowingly and walked through to the sitting room where the party would be having pre-dinner drinks. "I see you've met our minister." Draco glared at the laughing black eyes of a man who had quickly come to annoy him and breathed deeply before speaking. "Good evening, Mr. Cardus. If you will proceed through those doors, drinks and conversation await you." His practiced response came out sullen and petulant despite his best efforts, and his ears reddened when the Dimitri let out a faint chuckle not loud enough for any but Draco to hear. "Thank you for your hospitality." Then the tall brunette was following the Russian minister's path along with his sister and father, soon disappearing from view. "Hey," he turned around and almost sighed with relief. A friendly face. He nodded his head once, as was protocol, but let a little warmth seep into his eyes before Daphne too faded from view. He looked around and saw that most of the people his father had mentioned were coming had already been greeted by at least one of them. Naturally, his father and mother had many more pleasantries to exchange than his measly three. The Dark Lord was already inside. He had arrived half an hour before and had just been reclining on the lounge in the large sitting room slowly sipping whiskey while staring into the fire. He wouldn't even know that much, but he had been terribly curious and peeked inside. Immediately, crimson eyes locked on him and he yelped quietly before apologizing profusely while backing away from the door. Draco would have been staggered by the man's seemingly relaxed posture if he hadn't caught sight of him absently stroking his wand, his ruby eyes alight with thousands of different thoughts. No, the man was thinking, and Draco had enough sense to know that it made him infinitely more dangerous. The delighted voice of his father caught his attention and ripped him out of his disturbing thoughts. He turned to look at Lucius, curious as to what had changed his father's emotions so drastically. His eyes widened as he took in the man standing completely alone yet looking totally at ease in the enormous marble foyer. His hair was bee-owned. Not white bee-owned like his but the golden kind, and it hung in a low ponytail to the middle of his back. Ice blue eyes swirling with intelligence and coldness stared at the three Malfoys cuttingly. He was incredibly handsome. A tall man, probably 6 feet or just above it. Draco could tell his body was muscular but slim. His clothes were clearly top of the line, complimentary yet deceptively casual. Underneath a high-collared navy blue cloak that fell to the floor he wore a tight, blood-red, satin shirt and simple black trousers. Draco could readily admit his attraction. The man was cold but not ice like his father. He was clearly comfortable in himself, confident, and the young Malfoy could sense his dark magic. "Mr. Dalton." Lucius let a wide smile spread across his lips, his own gray eyes sparkling with anticipation for the pleasure to come. "So pleased you could make it." Draco started. This was Gabriel Dalton. The man had an overwhelming reputation. His parents were murdered when he was only 14, and the boy had had to fend off the voracious attempts of countless numbers of wizards and witches desperate to get their hands on the Dalton fortune and inheritance. How the man accomplished such a thing was beyond Draco, but it had earned him the respect and wariness of the Dark families. Mr. Dalton smiled thinly at his father, very deliberately taking his time as he removed his gloves, before he answered. It was a very clear message and one Draco could appreciate the skill of. Dalton hadn't been here more than 5 minutes, hadn't said a word in fact, and he was plainly telling his father that he did not feel cowed by either the Malfoy Lord or his precarious situation. "How could I not make an appearance after such a pleading note?" Dalton replied, boldly looking Lucius straight in the eye. Draco saw his mother's eyes flicker with admiration and respect, and Draco couldn't help the flicker of jealousy. This man, only 2 years older than him, had effectively silenced his father and gained the notoriously hard-earned esteem of his mother. "Mr. Dalton." A dangerous silken voice drifted across the wide-open space. They all spun, startled. None of them had sensed anyone's approach. "Join us." The Dark Lord was leaning casually against the dark wooden frame of the door, eyeing the proceedings with an emotionless face. Nevertheless, Draco couldn't stop his wince as he saw the menacing anger in those crimson eyes as they locked on Gabriel Dalton. Malfoy had no idea how the man managed it, but Dalton simply nodded once and walked forward, the only sign that he was affected by the terrifying sight the Dark Lord made, as he stared down the young lord, the slight trembling of his hands. The 3 Malfoys quickly followed. Lord Voldemort shut the door. Gabriel entered the room, stiffening as he passed by the Dark Lord, hoping he wouldn't get a curse in the back. Voldemort chuckled softly at his behavior as if he knew exactly what he was thinking. Unwilling to respond, he continued further into the room, nodding silently to those who acknowledged him. That basically meant everyone there but the Death Eaters. He came to a stop beside a motionless Julian, knowing that even though those golden brown eyes didn't once look at him, they had, nevertheless, followed all his movements from the moment he entered the tense room. "I didn't know if you'd show." He resisted the urge to sneer at Cardus as the wizard gave him a pointed look. Instead, he kept his features impassive. "I was busy." Dimitri made a scornful sound in the back of his throat, "I'm sure." His words were dripping with sarcasm. Feeling especially vindictive, Gabriel turned towards Cardus with a small smirk, watching in satisfaction as those black eyes hardened in suspicion, before he turned to the attractive brunette sitting beside her brother. "Marionette." He smiled at the girl at the same time he reached to bring her pale hand to his lips, keying the smooth skin lightly. "You look lovely tonight, as always. Have you enjoyed the last few weeks in Moscow?" The woman blushed deeply at the attention. Gabriel Dalton was well known for being able to charm any person that struck his fancy, male or female, into his bed, and she couldn't help the sting that thought brought her. The impressive Beyond before her had captured her affections when she was just 14 years old. She had been hiding in the corridor outside when Walker had introduced the French man to her brother. "Thank you very much, Mr. Dalton, and yes, I have enjoyed it." She spoke as elegantly as she could manage, feeling embarrassed at how jumpy she was around him. Gabriel, for his part, made some sort of noncommittal reply, not having heard her response. His thoughts would not be silenced. He had snubbed and disregarded not one but two summons by the Dark Lord, and he would be punished for it. He absently noted Julian's huff of annoyance from beside him but paid it no mind. His ice blue eyes did not stray from where the Dark Lord talked conversationally with his guests. Blaise Zabini had been sneaking glances at the Dalton heir ever since Draco has whispered to him who the man was. Turning back to look at the glass of red wine in his hands, he raised it to his lips and swallowed the substantial amount in one go before setting it on the glass table in front of him and standing. "Where are going?" Daphne frowned. "I'm going to introduce myself," he declared before promptly leaving without waiting for a response. He walked purposefully toward the small group of four, coming to a stop in front of them and thrusting his hand out in front of him. "Hello, I'm Blaise Zabini." Gabriel frowned when his path of vision to the Dark Lord was suddenly blocked and let his eyes descend, taking in the offered hand dispassionately but doing nothing to reciprocate the gesture. He was surprised the boy in front of him had the gall to ignore protocol so deliberately. It was not inspiring. "Gabriel Dalton," he returned coldly, ignoring the limb. Instead, he took a small step to the right, immediately seeking out the figure of the most dangerous person he had ever met. Blaise let his hand drop awkwardly to his side, not knowing what to say. The three males in front of him paid him no attention, and he suddenly felt very much like a 5-year-old that was being dismissed and not allowed to play with the older children because he was uninteresting and immature. Dimitri Cardus he didn't like. The man had a quick and cutting tongue along with a superiority that put his teeth on edge. Julian Clifton he thought unrefined. The man was shorter than he was, only standing at 5'7", and though pleasant looking was still rather plain. Gabriel Dalton though was a different matter. He put the fairly handsome Russian, Cardus, to shame, and he was powerful if the rumors were to be believed. But where Clifton openly disliked him and Cardus always held a superiority about him, Dalton's behavior told Blaise that the Beyond thought him so far beneath his notice that a like or dislike, any opinion on him at all, would take more thought than he was worth. The courage his consumption of alcohol had given him fled quickly, and he shuffled away, not that any of the wizards noticed beyond an acknowledgement of the absence of his distraction. "Dinner is served. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats." Narcissa Malfoy spoke softly, but with the help of a nifty spell everyone in the room heard her as if she were right beside them. Gabriel couldn't slow his heart throughout all of dinner. More than once he could feel the burning gaze of the Dark Lord. It took all of his self-control to hold an intelligent conversation with Francis, head of law enforcement. This waiting was killing him, his dread and anxiety increasing as he had more and more time to think on what would come once the Dark Lord's guests left. It occurred to him that Lord Voldemort invited him to the dinner beforehand for that very reason, to let him stew in his dreadful anticipation. Looking at the man, At how effortlessly he controlled all conversations around him while observing seemingly everyone, he genuinely believed him capable of purposefully doing just that. "We have all been asked to stay after dinner." Gabriel barely turned his head to acknowledge Julian's whisper, but the grip on his dinner fork tightened considerably. "And who is we?" He made sure his voice was casual as his left hand reached for the goblet of red wine in front of him. "Dimitri, Marionette and I, and the Slytherin adolescents," Julian murmured. Gabriel fought a frown. Why would the Dark Lord allow children and the others to witness what would happen to him unless his eyes widened in horrified understanding and he whipped his head around to stare at his friend, aghast. "Hadrian," he breathed. Julian nodded reluctantly, having come to the same conclusion. "Do you think he knows?" Dimitri muttered urgently under his breath from his place at the other side of the table. His own dark eyes were calculating, and Gabriel violently pushed his own shock aside. The others had had all night to deal with this revelation. The forbidding sound of chairs scraping against the marble floor as the guests decided to make their departure had him breathing deeply, trying, in vain, to slow his racing pulse. He had minutes. Feeling that burning stare, he looked up and met mocking crimson. "He knows enough." Dimitri stood, alone and erect, his hands clasped behind him. They were all back in the room they had been using before dinner. Some of the considerably smaller party were standing against walls or bedside chairs while the rest were spotted around the room. Whether it was done purposefully or not, he didn't know, but he was intensely aware of the fact that he was surrounded and completely at their mercy, or more correctly, the Dark Lord's mercy. Voldemort was sitting in a simple black armchair watching the room with mild interest, his posture relaxed and elegant. All were silent as the Dark Lord twirled his wand in his hand, taking his time before deigning to speak. Gabriel couldn't escape the slight lust he felt when he looked upon Lord Voldemort, the dark magic wafting off of him in waves wastremally seductive. Ruby eyes suddenly locked with his ice blue, and it was all he could do to keep his mask intact. The man was a force to be reckoned with. "Mr. Dalton," Gabriel saw from the corner of his eye a number of the room's occupants shudder in both fear and pleasure at the man's purr. "I was given the most interesting information this evening, just before you arrived, in fact. Can you guess what it may be about?" Gabriel took a moment to steady his voice before replying, "No, me lord." "Really?" The man's voice possessed a malevolent quality as he drew the word out painfully slowly. Gabriel did not answer. Voldemort gracefully rose from his chair, his movements enticingly fluid as he glided across the space to the beyond. "Nothing to say, Mr. Dalton," he mocked cruelly. Still, Gabriel said nothing. It would not help him. Voldemort reached out to run a finger across his cheek, his gentle touch so at odds with the maliciousness and excitement gleaming in his crimson eyes Gabriel was incapable of suppressing his wince. The Dark Lord chuckled lightly at his reaction, no doubt pleased by his fear, before he pulled back, anger, for the first time, at the forefront of his emotions. "I do not like liars, Mr. Dalton." Gabriel clenched his jaw and braced his body, knowing what would come next. "Crucio." He observed the almost lazy flick of the Dark Lord's wand before pain enveloped him. He was on fire. He lost control of his body and collapsed to his knees. His blood was boiling. His muscles were being torn apart. His nerves shredded in the most excruciating agony. He screamed. He couldn't stop it. He had been through pain in his life, but nothing like this. Then the curse was lifted and the pain gone. He gasped deeply, unable to reconcile himself with the sudden absence of the pain. Slowly, his awareness came back and his pride and will forced him to his feet once again. He looked up at the mildly amused Dark Lord, the involuntary shuddering of his body decreasing as more time passed. "Impressive," the word was taunting. "You must have marvelous self-control to be able to stand on your own right now." The Death Eaters hissed and laughed around him, and he clenched his jaw in anger. "Rookwood." Voldemort's soft call immediately silenced the jeers, and a short, stout man stepped forward, a cruel grin on his lips as he leered at him. "My lord." The man went to one knee in front of his master before he was motioned to rise. "Augustus, why don't you tell our guest what you have discovered? I'm sure he will not be the only one interested in what you have to say." "Of course, my lord." Rookwood bowed lowly before facing his audience. "I managed, not without effort, To uncover a very well-kept secret this past week, some of you may have heard of an unknown and unpredictable player in European politics. Not much is known of him. I have spent the last week collecting snippets of information from different people. I quickly came to the conclusion that this particular individual wished to remain an enigma. Painstakingly, I managed to piece together this mystery, for lack of a better term. Some people knew what he looked like, others his disposition, and even rarer, there were those few that spoke of his influence behind the scenes. Gabriel kept his face emotionless, constantly reminding himself that Hadrian was fully capable of looking after himself. But looking into those crimson eyes, he couldn't stop the dread from rising as he listened. "Continue, Augustus," Lord Voldemort commanded quietly. The short, repulsive man seemed to swell with self-importance as he took in the intrigued, interested and engrossed looks of most of his colleagues. "Yes, Master, this morning, my search for information led me to a small town in Belgium where I had learned, from a witch acquainted with the man in question, that he often frequented. It was there that the barman told me that the wizard was none other than the adopted son of Raven Nadine." The man said the last name with relish, watching the Death Eater's reactions in excitement. Exclamations of astonishment and anger reverberated around the room before the Dark Lord calmly lifted a hand and silence fell abruptly. "As you can see, Mr. Dalton, your young friend has piqued my interest." Ruby eyes flashed. "I wish to meet him." His tone was silky and conversational, but his lips stretched into a predatory grin. "Now." Gabriel blinked in confusion as those taunting, horrifying eyes stared at him expectantly. And now, it was first time he had stuttered in years. What was the man asking him to do? Flow Hadrian now? Send him an owl? Apparate? What? Yes, the Dark Lord said as if the matter were quite simple. He breathed slowly. "I'm not sure I quite understand you, my lord." He spoke bravely, refusing to break eye contact and show weakness. Voldemort chuckled darkly and leant forward. "Mr. Dalton, you either get the boy here, now, or all three of your friends die. It is very simple." His eyes widened in earth-shattering shock. It couldn't be. But he knew it was. The pleased, cruel enjoyment in the Dark Lord's eyes held no bluff. The man would murder them without a second thought. It wouldn't bother him in the slightest. Sweet darkness, his hands fisted in realization, this was his punishment. Not the humiliation of being laughed and jeered at, or even the pain of the unforgivable torture curse. The man knew that he would tell Hadrian as soon as he was able that his secret had been compromised. That he wouldn't betray him. But the two men behind him, and even Marionette to an extent, were the only people, besides Hadrian, that he trusted in this world. He had two choices: to comply, and deliver Hadrian into a cruel entrapment, sacrificing his love's secretor. He chose to watch his friends die. He couldn't hold his stare with the heartless ruby eyes of the Dark Lord. The man was dark, black. He raised a shaking hand to the necklace around his neck. The same one he had forced Hadrian to promise to always wear in case he was ever in danger. Lead settled on his lungs, his overwhelming guilt making the simple task of breathing feel beyond him. He clasped the amulet tightly. "As you wish," he whispered brokenly. He barely had time to witness the smug triumph on the man's face before the metal heated and a deafening crack resounded through the room. Two figures, one covered in blood, hit the ground. "You're a whore." The tormenting whispers seemed deafening in the blackness. "Stop," he choked out through his sobs, pushing desperately at the invading hands. Loud, cruel laughs echoed eerily around him, high off his fear. Cold, greedy hands pawed at his skin. He cried out. They were everywhere. He couldn't stop them all. He was defenseless, weak. "You like it, little Harry." His body was being crushed under the overwhelming weight above him. "You're hurting me," he screamed, batting his tiny fists at the faceless shadow, never actually hitting anything solid. The insidious hands petted, caressed, and hit. Laughing, mocking, taunting. No, not again. His heart was pumping loudly. His breaths coming in ragged gasps. "You always were a pretty one, Harry." With a shuddering gasp, Hadrian lurched upright. His brilliant verdant eyes wide and unseeing, still caught in his dreams. Reality slowly returned to him, and the soft panting of his breathing quietened as he violently shoved the heavy bed covers from his body. He ran a shaky hand through his black hair as he walked across the room towards the large bay window. The room wasn't completely dark. Some of the moon's light filtered soothingly through the glass, giving the space a subtle glow. Hadrian crossed his arms in front of him, staring out onto the small lake and gardens below. By the darkness, he thought he was rid of them. He hadn't had nightmares about that incident for 8 months now. Damn it, he cursed, his voice barely louder than a whisper. He hated how that memory haunted him. It felt like it was the last thing holding him back. From what? He had no idea, but it was a sentiment he could not shake. Well, I'm here to show you, freak, that you're nothing. No one wants you. No one cares. You're worthless besides a good F***. Green eyes darkened as the words floated through his mind, as they had done countless times before. He remembered every word Mr. Shields had said to him that day. It was branded in his memory, and that he would never escape. He narrowed his eyes in sudden thought. Abruptly, without warning, Hadrian spun on his heel and marched purposefully towards his closet. Perhaps it was time to fulfill his promise. Ripping open the doors, Hadrian reached inside and grabbed the first clothes he encountered, simple black jeans and a white t-shirt. Without pausing, he stripped and changed clothes, sitting down on his bed to lace up his dragon hide boots. He flicked his wand and a dark green leather jacket came soaring out of the deep closet, which he caught deftly as he swept from the room. He didn't bother waking Raven. He often disappeared for days on end, and she wasn't one to stifle him with parental rules and curfews. The very idea was laughable. Their relationship, although very much mother and son, was also a partnership of equals that respected each other. She didn't control him, she merely loved him. It wasn't too cold when he got outside, but Hadrian slipped his jacket on anyhow, liking the feel of the soft leather against his skin. With a soft pop, he disapparated, picturing his field with its small stone wall and the way the forest surrounded the constantly green grass. It wasn't raining when he arrived, but he could feel the moisture in the air that told him it could at any moment. He turned in a circle, slowly letting his eyes take in the space again. It looked a little different. The last time he'd been here was when he was 12 and he'd first learned to apparate. Raven had told him to picture a place that he could see in his mind's eye with perfect clarity, and this small parcel of land, in the middle of nowhere, was the most vivid image he possessed. From his much taller height his field looked much smaller, but he smiled softly, it felt the same. Safe, mystic, and his. He shook his head, frustrated at his obvious sentimentality, and brought his thoughts back to why he was here. Excitement quickened his pulse and he began walking the haunting path back to Blackbourne. It was another memory that he would never forget, he realized, as he ducked and swerved through the dense forest, never pausing, never hesitating. His erratic movements made no sense, but he knew that this was the quickest way to the orphanage. As a child he had often only escaped the other children because of his acute familiarity with this forest. As soon as he passed the tree line he knew he was safe, quickly loosing and outpacing his pursuers. Unfortunately, the children soon learned that they had to catch him before he escaped into the woods, and his eyes hardened as he recalled his fear every time they chased him, not knowing if they would or would not catch him this time. He scowled darkly. It had been a vicious game of cat and mouse which he won as often as he would lose. He was 5 minutes away. He tapped his left bicep, not pausing, as his world slowly lowered along with his height and ignoring the way his suddenly weak muscles protested against the vigorous pace he set. His real persona would only be a hindrance for this. He wanted to slip in unnoticed and, in case he was seen, he wanted to be as normal looking and unobtrusive as possible. He cast a simple glamour over his clothes, now appearing in ratty gray jeans and a navy blue jumper with muddy runners on his feet. No sense making work for himself. He hadn't yet mastered the obliviate charm, and he would rather this went as smoothly as possible. Dimming his eyes with the last charm of his mask, he stepped out of the trees. His movements were sure, like a boy who knew where he was going, one who belonged here. He sneered. He had never belonged amongst this muggle filth. Deliberately, he tripped twice on his way across the familiar cobblestone courtyard, making sure it looked like he had caught himself just in time on both instances. He walked through the rotting, wooden entrance doors. No one but the sleeping hall monitor was in sight. Confidently, he traveled down the stone corridors, the frigid air even colder than he remembered. He stopped before a plain door, reading the tarnished sign to himself. Mr. Shields's private rooms, exactly where I remembered they were. He muttered to himself. Really, all a person had to do was follow the only source of heat in the decrepit building and it would lead them straight here. Hadrian silently cast the unlocking charm and entered the only room with a boiler. He remembered the day one of the older men a few towns over had donated a modest heater to the orphanage, appalled by the children's living standards. He, along with everyone else there, had stared at the small metal contraption in awe, the idea of being warm foreign. Mr. Shields had slimily thanked the man and promptly commandeered the gift for his own personal rooms. The only reason Hadrian had known that that was where the priceless gift had ended up was from overhearing the weeping mutterings of the children that Mr. Shields called to his bedroom at night. The sight that greeted him as he locked and warded the room both pleased and disgusted him. The man was a sight to behold. The curse Raven had cast on him was slowly wasting him away. Completely bald, the man's yellow teeth were now black and rotted, his eyes glassy and half insane from lack of sleep and the terrifying thoughts that refused to leave him. And yet, Hadrian noticed with anger the man's considerably bigger girth and the good furniture splattered around the room. Mr. Shields's, it seemed, had been filching all of Blackbourne's funding for his own personal use. "Good evening." He kept his voice level, not letting any of his fury escape. The man whipped around and stood from his chair, his eyes half wild, but Hadrian noted with pleasure that they still held awareness. This wouldn't be any fun if the man wasn't capable of understanding what was going on. "Who are you? How did you get in here, you little f***?" The door was locked. He snarled, spit dripping down his chin. Hadrian stared at the pitiful man in front of him for a long moment. This muggle had been a large part of why Hadrian's first 6 years of life had been a living hell. And now he was at his mercy. After tonight, this ghost at least would be laid to rest. He smirked, but not before a little payback. "I'm surprised that you don't remember me, Mr. Shields. I would have thought my existence would be a bitter disappointment in your long string of conquests." Hadrian's voice was almost conversational and he enjoyed how it put the man on edge. He walked slowly around the room, picking up random objects before placing them back down and continuing on. Blackbourne's caretaker did not move to stop him. He didn't know what it was, but something told him the weak-looking boy in front of him was dangerous. Mr. Shields stared at the boy in rising fear. "Who are you, boy?" he said, his eyes clearer and more aware than they had been in years. Glowing green eyes locked on him. "Guess." Hadrian brought his wand down in a wide arc, slashing violently through the air. The man was lifted off the ground and slammed into the wall as multiple lacerations appeared all over his body and he screamed in pain. Hadrian stalked over to the pathetic lump and bent over him, grinning sinisterly. "Impressive, isn't it? Unfortunately, I can't take the credit for the ingenious invention, but I do pride myself on finding the man's notes on the spell." He smirked. "Teachers really shouldn't leave such sensitive information just laying around for anyone to find. Don't you agree, sir?" "Why, you freak!" the man shouted and, without warning, in a desperate attempt to inflict pain on his adversary, punched Hadrian in the jaw. Hadrian let his face stay turned away from the man, breathing heavily through his rage before slowly straightening up. He couldn't believe that this muggle trash had managed to hurt him again. He was angrier at himself for not anticipating such a desperate act than the man for actually managing to land a punch. Wheezing chuckles had him looking back down at the man. "Not Soto now, are you, kid? Got too big for your boots, I think." Mr. Shields managed to get out through the pain, his eyes mocking. Hadrian touched his jaw gently, getting his anger under control. "On the contrary, Mr. Shields, you have merely managed to add to the pain you will suffer before I kill you." The man's eyes widened in fear. "Now, kid, wait a second, do you really want that on your conscience? Why, you won't kill me." He rushed through his words, frantic to buy himself more time. Hadrian shot the bone-breaking curse his left leg and waited until his wail of agony ended before he spoke. "I will kill you tonight, Mr. Shields, just like I promised." Confusion first, then familiarity floated in those eyes. He watched as terrifying realization dawned on those ugly features and the man lifted a shaking hand to point accusingly at him. Hadrian Walker." He stuttered. Indeed, with 2 deft diffindos the man was missing his right ear and foot. "Ah, you bastard. You *******ing bastard." He howled, his face slick with sweat and blood. Hadrian shrugged. It is very possible that that is correct. With a flourish he conjured a compact ball of air no bigger than the size of his fist and flung it towards the left side of the man's chest. But it hardly matters to me. Hadrian let the man recover his breath after he was done screaming. His left shoulder was destroyed, completely pulverized, and if he was correct 3 of his ribs were also cracked and broken. You always were a feisty one, Walker. Shields panted miserably, his hoarse voice intent on hurting the boy with his words if he couldn't with his hands. The way you stood there shivering, letting me run my hands up and down you without protest, you were such a little slut. The caretaker spat blood out and he grinned viciously at flaming green eyes. You're a freak of nature. A nobody. No matter what you become or what you do, you will always have been that obedient little F*** that was begging me for it. Hadrian roared in fury and grabbed the man by the collar, hefting him up and slamming him against the stone wall. Shields screeched in pain. You know nothing about me. Hadrian snarled ominously, loathing dripping from his eyes. Shields laughed quietly to himself, breathing with difficulty. Nobody will ever really want you, boy. Your own parents couldn't stand the sight of you. You're an abomination, he rasped. Hadrian just stood there for a moment and let those words pass through him. They had been his weakness as a child. He felt as if he were redundant. His existence, unwanted. That fear had been holding him back. He knew as soon as he had woken up from that nightmare tonight that he was ready to let that go forever. To stop living in the past and embrace the future. Something told him it was important that he release that fear now. Shields was nothing. He was insignificant and pathetic and he couldn't influence him anymore. You're wrong, he murmured and let his grip loosen. You're the one nobody will miss after tonight. Shields stared into the hard emeralds and felt an all-encompassing terror he hadn't experienced since that night 10 years ago. Those mesmerizing eyes held no regard for his life. He meant nothing. Hadrian kept one hand on the man's collar as he pointed his wand between the man's eyes, the killing curse on the tip of his tongue. Please don't. Shields begged pitifully. He was afraid to die. Hadrian simply stared at him, taking in the honest terror. His control and will did not waver. If I recall correctly, Mr. Shields, my protests that night did nothing to deter you. You know what they say, treat others as you would like to be treated, so, really, I'm just doing what I was taught. Hadrian finally let his dark smirk stretch across his lips. It would end here. Avada K. He cut off abruptly and quickly looked down at his chest where the heat was emanating from. The necklace. He barely had time to glance up in confusion, only to realize with alarm that he was still holding Shields by the collar before he felt the jerk behind his navel and he was speeding off to Merlin knows where. He slammed into the floor, the air pushed from his lungs. He gave a moment's thought to how this must look to Gabriel. The man beside him was drenched in his own blood and urine while he had nothing but a developing bruise on his chin. Thankfully, his friend wasn't squeamish about this sort of thing. If Julian had witnessed this, though Mother of Darkness, the roof would be lifted. I see that I underestimated how entertaining this evening would be. Hadrian froze for only a fraction of a second at the unfamiliar voice. About to rise gracefully to his feet, he caught himself at the last moment remembering what persona he was currently in. Instead, he stumbled upright as quickly as he could. Walker. He swung his eyes around in shock toward the incredulous exclamation. No way. It wasn't possible. Blaze F******. King Zabini was standing opposite him, his eyes wide and disbelieving and his mouth agape. Wah! This didn't make sense. Where was Gabriel? What was going on? Then he tasted it. The darkest, blackest magic he had ever felt, insidious, almost ghosted over him, caressing his skin. He drew in a shaking breath. It could only be. He acted. Discarding the clumsy movements of his persona, he spun as rapidly as he could, skillfully raising his wand and Avada Kedavra. Hadrian held his breath as Mr. Shields collapsed. Dead. He would not let the Death Eaters or their master rifle through the man's mind, finding secrets he never wanted uncovered. Sensing the dozen or more wands trained on him, Hadrian lifted his eyes. Ferocious-looking men and women had surrounded him, their faces tight with concentration and excitement. With mounting dread he realized that those he did recognize had all been rumored to be a part of Voldemort's inner circle of followers, talented and intelligent witches and wizards with varying appetites for sadism. The Death Eaters eyed the meek-looking boy in front of them in confusion and curiosity. The boy didn't look like he had it in him to successfully cast the killing curse. They had been sure, when he had drawn his wand, that the boy was going to foolishly attempt to escape. His real intention was most perplexing. Draco stared bug-eyed at his classmate and the dead body at his feet. He couldn't seem to wrap his mind around the fact the boy he had slept in the same dorm with for 6 years had just cast the ultimate unforgivable without a flinch. Quiet chuckles drifted across the room and Hadrian stiffened before slowly pivoting on his heel, forcing himself to look at the one person he had hoped to avoid above all others. Crimson and black, those were the colors that defined the Dark Lord, and Hadrian found it rather fitting. Blood and death, passion and ice, incredible emotion and incredible self-control. And stunning. He anticipated that. Hadrian made sure to keep his face blank, but inside he was swirling with confusion, unease, fear and trepidation. The man was one of the most striking and beautiful beings he had ever laid eyes on. He was wearing deceptively simple black robes, but Hadrian could tell by the complete lack of wrinkles in the material that they must be worth a fortune. The Dark Lord was sitting comfortably in a large armchair, its back facing the roaring fire so that the shadows of the room seemed to coalesce around the man's impressive figure, only highlighting the breathtaking angles of his face. But what Hadrian couldn't tear his gaze away from was those eyes. Deep, dark crimson. The man sitting before him was far more dangerous than he had thought possible. Ruby eyes glinted with amusement. I would apologize for interrupting you when you were so clearly busy, but we wouldn't want to start things off between us with lies. Would we, Mr. Walker? The Dark Lord's voice was hypnotic and seductive, just like everything else about the man. His magic, his charm, his looks. It wasn't a seduction that fooled you into thinking you were safe, no. Rather, pulled you in, made you crave his presence, his attention, his notice. Hadrian narrowed his eyes. How much did they know? How was he meant to act? The Hadrian Walker that he was at the moment, the Hadrian Walker Hogwarts knew, would never be able to conjure the power or will to cast the killing curse. Buddha wasn't just going to hand them his secrets. With skill and caution, Hadrian began acting his part. He hunched his shoulders slightly and cringed, letting his breath become slightly ragged and fearful. The small change in his body language was not obvious enough to look faked or put on. He prided himself on knowing just how much he could get away when manipulating his persona. He had his deceptive mask down to an art form. "NN no Siri M mean MM my lord." He stuttered the words but made sure the volume of his voice didn't rise. It would be too much variance. This way, he merely looked like a spineless bully taking out his own weakness on those few less powerful than he. A bully who was now frozen in fear knowing he was among his superiors. Out of the corner of his eye he glimpsed a figure he had refrained from searching for since his abrupt arrival. He couldn't express how much he wished to demand from his friend what the hell was going on, but he needed all of his concentration and talent on the present if he wanted to survive this. Gabriel was pale and emotionless as he watched Hadrian's persona at work for the first time, his ice blue eyes overflowing with his self-loathing and guilt. Even so, Hadrian couldn't find it in himself to pity his friend. Not with the knowledge that it was his actions that had delivered him here. What in darkness's name had happened here? His thoughts were racing. How much did they know? What did they want? And, why did the Dark Lord's eyes seem to be drinking him in almost eagerly? With his heart pounding in his ears, Hadrian stood very still, waiting. Would they believe his mask? It all depended on what they knew of him. He cursed silently. Merlin. He knew nothing. How was he supposed to know how to act or what to say so he could make sure he lived to see the next few hours? He felt as if he had suddenly been apparated into the middle of the Atlantic Ocean with 20 hungry sharks circling him and told to find a way to convince the ravenous things not to eat him before he died from a combination of hypothermia and drowning. He knew the exact moment when his act was bought. The Death Eaters sneered at him in disgust, hissing at his cowardice. Despite his situation and the panic coursing through him, he almost laughed at how easy they were to manipulate. Most of the inner circle had already lowered their wands. Some even pocketed them, so secure in the certainty of his weakness. He felt lighter. At least he was in control of one thing, their perception of him. He had found a way to converse with the sharks. Voices murmured around him, ignoring him for the moment, and Hadrian took advantage. Carefully, so as not to gain undue attention, he peeked up through his brown fringe towards the silent figure in the armchair. The Dark Lord was smirking at him, his ruby eyes knowing and delighted as his followers relaxed, pouring themselves more alcohol before returning to their seats. "Mr. Walker, tell me, how are you acquainted with Mr. Dalton?" Those eyes were practically daring him to lie. Hadrian quickly analyzed his options. He hadn't fooled the man for a moment. In fact, he clenched his fists in anger. The wizard seemed to find humor in his farce. But his Death Eaters were not to be underestimated, and he would keep as many cards as he could in his grasp. Well, my lord," he took a deep breath as if searching for courage. In reality, he was frantically searching his mind for an answer that would be vague enough to fit into whatever information they knew of him. "We meet briefly at social occasions and such. We've conversed, but nothing beyond that." Lord Voldemort raised a skeptical eyebrow, and Hadrian had the inexplicable urge to blush in embarrassment, easily reading the man's thoughts. It was a less than inspired lie, one the man was less than impressed with. "Of course," he drawled, spinning his wand in his fingers expertly. "How forgetful of me. Acquaintances that barely ever speak to one another often give priceless necklace portkeys as gifts." Hadrian barely kept his head from falling to his chest, and his groan silent. He had forgotten about that small detail. This time he couldn't fight off his blush, and his cheeks tinged pink at the absolute stupidity of his words. He just felt totally unprepared for this. How the hell did he get here? Why was he here? What in Merlin's name were his friends doing standing over in the corner? And how the was he supposed to dance with the Dark Lord, not knowing all of these answers? The Dark Lord tisked mockingly before turning to his right. "Mr. Zabini," Voldemort called softly, and the young Slytherin immediately snapped to attention, his heart rising to his throat when the room's attention shifted to him. "Do you know our guest?" "You certainly seem to before." Hadrian felt his heart quicken once again. It was almost too easy for the man. He noticed with frustration that Lucius Malfoy and Roberto Greengrass both narrowed their eyes on him in suspicion when their lord continued with his questions. Blaise stepped forward nervously. It was never a good thing to be the sole attention of Lord Voldemort. He nodded before speaking, his voice small. "Yes, Mr. Lord. Walker is in Slytherin with all of us at Hogwarts. We've been classmates for 6 years now." He sneered, hating the connection that existed between himself and the weakling. Voldemort raised an eyebrow, his eyes flickering back to the stiff form of Hadrian for only a moment before once again focusing on the Zabini heir. "And how would you describe Mr. Walker?" Blaise scoffed. The alcohol in his system had given him the confidence to speak in the Dark Lord's presence without a stutter. "Walker is a pathetic coward, Mr. Lord. His grades are abysmal, his magic is barely higher than a squib's, and he's terrified of his own shadow." Daphne watched in confusion as a dark grin appeared on the face of her master, and he began laughing quietly to himself. "Mr. Walker." He spoke silkily, and Hadrian couldn't stop the slight shudder that ran through his body at the sound, refusing to flush in humiliation when red eyes glinted in amusement, having caught his involuntary response. "I must commend you. Not many are capable of fooling the majority of my inner circle so completely." Silence. Murmurs of confusion and distrustful stares were once again being pointed his way, and Hadrian immediately stiffened and dropped his body's meek countenance. It would only impede him if he had to start defending himself from their spells. "Friends." Voldemort rose from his chair and walked over to the still corpse, pushing the head with the toe of his boot so he could see the face. "Only minutes ago this child cast the killing curse, a spell which needs powerful magic and control." Hadrian hissed quietly as that dark magic washed over him once again, crawling along his skin. "The same child that apparently is too dim to pass all his Hogwarts classes as very close acquaintances with the Lord of the Dalton family." Hadrian clenched his jaw as mesmerizing red eyes locked on him, tracing over his body deliberately. An enigma indeed. Hadrian winced internally. The man was brilliant with his questions and with his words. Instead of calling him on his bluff, he was backing him into a corner so small that he would have no choice but to reveal himself. He glared at the wall behind the man angrily and clenched his fists. If the Dark Lord thought that once he forced him to expose the secret of his two personas, he would be at his mercy, the man was sorely mistaken. If he was exposed, he would fight tooth and nail against the man's rule and domination. And he wouldn't have to hold back. My lord, Gabriel, unable to hold his tongue any longer, stepped forward. It was a mistake, and Hadrian watched silently, forcing his body to remain still, as he watched his former lover fall to the ground, writhing and screaming in agony before the spell was finally lifted. Mr. Dalton, you seem to be making quite a few errors this evening. When I want your opinion, I will ask for it. The voice was dangerous now, lacking any humor as Gabriel staggered to his feet. The Dark Lord's lips curled in distaste when the Beyond refused to lower his eyes in submission. Cruaco. Again Gabriel went down, but this time Lucius Malfoy was the one pointing his wand. Gabriel fell to one knee, but he didn't scream. This pain was nothing compared to what the Dark Lord was capable of inflicting. Expelliarmus. Hadrian hissed angrily and watched with relish as the Malfoy Lord was lifted off his feet and thrown violently across the room. It was one thing to know he could do nothing when the Dark Lord raised his wand in punishment, but he would not allow Gabriel to be tortured and humiliated by someone like Lucius Malfoy. How dare you? He sneered at the hostile wands pointed threateningly at him and brought his up to a ready position. He saw Marionette and Julian rush to help Gabriel to his feet, only to have the Beyond roughly shrug them off. Why hadn't the Dark Lord intervened? He had been expecting a crucio of his own for his actions. While Hadrian was eyeing his opponents critically, he mentally berated himself for his foolish, impulsive action. But the minute he had seen that smug smirk on Malfoy's thin lips as he held the torture curse on his friend, his temper had flared hotly. Idiot. Angry, turbulent magic rolled through the room like a powerful wave. Leave us. The hissed command had the Death Eaters hastily bowing and leaving the room as fast as they could. None wanted to delay and incur the man's wrath onto themselves. Hadrian watched Lord Voldemort warily as the room emptied, sensing the dangerous anger exuding from the man. Not that he was attempting to hide it. The man had come to a stop right next to him. He didn't turn to look at the beseeching eyes he could feel burning into his back. Gabriel should not have interfered. He should not have brought him here in the first place. And if he managed to leave this room with his heart still pumping, he would be demanding an explanation from each and every one of his friends. Mr. Dalton, you have tested my patience to the limit. I would suggest that if you do not want your line to meet a premature end, that you leave. Voldemort's voice was cold and furious, his eyes piercing as he glared at Gabriel's lingering presence in the doorway. Hadrian did not turn. He heard the reluctant footsteps of Gabriel retreating soon after and beat in a breath as the Dark Lord waved a hand at the door, wandlessly shutting and erecting numerous wards around the room. Without warning, the Dark Lord's hand shot out and grabbed a chunk of his dank, brown hair. He yanked him towards him until Hadrian's body was only millimeters from the Dark Lord's. Long fingers curled into the hair, jerking painfully so that he was looking up into those intimidating crimson eyes. I would advise you, Mr. Walker, to not lie to me if you enjoy living in any small way. He whispered in warning, holding his gaze for a long tense moment before releasing him. Hadrian refused to take a step back and show the man that he was uneasy with his proximity, but again those eyes glinted knowingly and smirked. I understand, he said. His voice was level but slightly higher and more stilted than his natural smooth, tenor quality. He had utilized this particular voice since he was 14 and the Hadrian Walker at Hogwarts had gone through puberty. It had been a bit tricky, artificially mimicking and altering his voice to deliver a flawless performance of his persona's voice breaking, especially as his real voice had been going through the change at the same time. However, this pitch, accent and tone were his Mosk's voice, and he had been using it since he had been unceremoniously transported here. The Dark Lord nodded once before drawing back, at last giving him some room. Hadrian felt that panic that hadn't truly left him since he had appeared coiled tighter in his stomach as ruby eyes raked over his form with painful concentration and detail. He frowned in confusion before wiping it from his face. What was the man searching for? What I want to know, Mr. Walker, is why you choose to hide your strength behind the mask of a meek and uninspiring wizard. The Dark Lord clearly expected an answer. A truthful answer. What makes you think it isn't the other way around? Hiding weakness behind a facade of strength. Instead he asked a question, slowly trying to feel his way through the unknown steps of dancing with the Dark Lord. He stubbornly ignored the thrill of excitement that shot through him at the challenge the man was offering. It had been a while since he was truly stretched. Voldemort's lips quirked. That, child, would not make much sense. Hadrian stared at the man in silence before that sensuous mouth parted, uttering words which brought a wave of alarm and horror down on him, leaving him speechless. Why don't you take down your glamour, child? I would like to know your real face. It wasn't a suggestion. The red eyes were cold and hard now, lacking any humor. How could the Dark Lord have possibly seen through his glamour? How? Instantly his mind supplied him with the answer. The weak disguise spell he had placed over his clothes just before he entered the orphanage. Of course something like that would have caught the man's attention and he would have no doubt searched, with his magic, for others. His glamours were not capable of withstanding such rigorous examination by the powerful wizard. It had been one of the reasons for him to keep such a low profile at Hogwarts. So Dumbledore wouldn't have reason to concentrate on him for too long and detect his masking spells. Idiot. The man chuckled darkly. You are far more intriguing than I had anticipated, Mr. Walker. Beyond furious with himself, his situation, Gabriel and the smug red-eyed bastard opposite him, he responded before thinking. And your behavior mimics a nosy old woman far closer than I had thought possible, sir. He snapped and then winced. That had been stupid. Hadrian's whole body shuddered and he gasped deeply as the Dark Lord's curse encompassed him. It wasn't an unforgivable, not even close, but he could feel how it sought out his joints, pulling, tearing, ripping. He breathed slowly, deeply. Do not disrespect me, boy. I could have done far worse than that. Lord Voldemort snapped irritably. And Hadrian knew he had been lucky. That curse, while illegal and banned, had been nothing compared to what his punishment could have been, and if anything that put him even more on edge. There was no rhyme or reason to the man's actions or punishments that he could detect, no yet anyway. Take off your glamour. His voice was low and Hadrian gritted his teeth in anger and fear, knowing he could not stall or delay any longer. The man had been surprisingly lenient up till now, but the ominous taste to his magic told Hadrian that he would not like the consequences if he refused. And really, what good would it do? He sighed heavily, waving his wand in front of him and canceling the weak spell on his clothes. Unfortunately, the ridiculously oversized jeans, t-shirt and green leather jacket meant that he would not be able to avoid the discovery of the rune control. The Dark Lord already knew he was not what he seemed. He already knew that the persona he acted as in Hogwarts was a mask. So why did he feel so uncomfortable and uneasy about discarding his bespelled appearance? Crimson eyes watched silently, tracing the movements of his wand carefully and noting each of his spells. Why was this affecting him so much? His heart was beating faster and his nerves were skyrocketing. Salazar, his hands were actually shaking. Hadrian allowed his inky black hair to return and the usual healthy white glow of his skin to come forward. He knew his complexion was once again flawless and took note of how the Dark Lord's arms unfolded slowly. His expression didn't alter though. Completely blank, no emotion. Hadrian breathed deeply as he shrugged off the soft green leather jacket and pushed up the material of the too large white t-shirt. A cool hand against his own immediately halted his actions and Hadrian looked up, confused, to see the Dark Lord's curious eyes tracing the tiny rune. Impressive, he murmured quietly, and Hadrian beat down the tiny surge of pride that rose in him at the word. Voldemort eventually drew back and Hadrian knew he recognized the rune for what it was and the magic it contained. Go on. He waved his hand and for the first time Hadrian saw the man's intellectual curiosity shining through. The man appreciated complex and powerful magic in whatever form it took apparently. Hadrian just stared for a minute, the Dark Lord holding his gaze, his order immovable. Why was he more afraid of showing his true face to the Dark Lord than his true personality? Closing his eyes, Hadrian tapped his wand to the rune and sighed quietly as he felt the pent-up magic and enchantments fall away, his body stretching and changing until he finally returned to his true body. Clenching his eyes tighter for just a moment, Hadrian finally opened them. Nothing. The man was entirely emotionless, unaffected. For some inexplicable reason Hadrian felt his heart drop. What was he expecting though? He had no idea. All he knew was that he was disappointed. Voldemort cleared his throat and opened his mouth to speak, snapping it shut abruptly when Hadrian lifted a hand in front of him. "I haven't finished," he whispered almost hollowly. Why did he feel like this? It was illogical. It made no sense. What had he wanted, expected, even, to feel this degree of emotion? Hadrian brought his wand to his temple and concentrated on releasing the spell surrounding his eyes. Emerald fire blazed to life and he finally let his wand come to rest at his side. He was done. The temptiness had yet to depart, but he ignored it and looked to the Dark Lord. Hadrian almost staggered back at the intensity burning in those crimson eyes. He couldn't possibly differentiate all the different emotions smoldering in the blood red, but Hadrian did know that they had sent a jolt through him. His nerves were back and his panic for some reason was felt far more acute. And he waste-sighted. Hadrian felt like laughing helplessly. He couldn't follow the reasoning behind the turbulent rise and fall of his own emotions. That, Mr. Walker, was very. The Dark Lord stepped closer, his silky voice a dangerous croon. Interesting. Hadrian immediately shut down his emotions and took a large step back. This man had forced him out into the open, was wreaking havoc with his thoughts and feelings, and had exposed the secret of his hidden personas. If the Dark Lord thought that he had him all figured out and at his mercy, he had another thing coming. Hadrian let his own dark smirk spread across his lips and watched as Voldemort lifted an eyebrow in surprise. If he wanted to survive in the new political arena, he couldn't afford to hold back. "I'm an interesting person." Hadrian spoke the daring words with his naturally smooth and cultured voice. Dark chuckles floated through the rich sitting room as crimson brightened, accepting the unspoken challenge. The heels of Hadrian's dragon-hide boots hit the white marble floor with a loud clap as he apparated into the hall. Without a second's pause, he swept up the ornate stone staircase, moving rapidly towards his destination. "Young Master Hadrian, you are home. They are waiting for you in the..." The squeaky voice of a nervous house elf quickly disappeared as he stormed past the creature. He knew exactly where they were. His calm magic had quickly picked up the numerous human presences in the second-floor drawing room as soon as he had arrived. His heart was only now starting to calm. He could hardly believe that he was still breathing. "Well, Mr. Walker, why do you hide?" Voldemort's voice was casual, but his eyes were interested. Hadrian purposefully leaned back against the wall behind him in a comfortable gesture, but made sure to leave his arms hanging and free in case he had to draw his wand in defense. He scoffed silently, as if he had any hope of making it past the door of this room if the Dark Lord actually wished his death. "I have my reasons," he spoke stiffly. Crimson eyes flared slightly in amusement. "And if you were smart, you would share those reasons with me." Hadrian fought the urge to glare at the man. It would be ridiculously immature of him if he did. "It's interesting," he said. Voldemort quirked an eyebrow in surprise at his answer, and Hadrian felt his confidence increase slightly. The man was not aware of all his secrets. "Please," the Dark Lord's voice was silky, elaborate, dangerous. Hadrian wondered what he should say, what possible explanation to give. He didn't want to unknowingly give the man more insight and knowledge into his life and secrets. Yet, one just does not lie to the Dark Lord, especially this one, so, finally, he decided on the truth. At least, part of it. "Look, I enjoy people underestimating me. I like the feeling of knowing them, knowing their weaknesses like only a believed inferior can. When the people around you think you weak and stupid, they do not bother to check their words or actions. Although Hogwarts does not seem to possess the most intriguing of individuals, I would rather stand in the dark and know everything about those around me and be underestimated than overconfident and weak, believing myself to be powerful and strong because I was better than the weak students of Hogwarts," he sneered in disgust, imagining himself strutting around the school like his Slytherin peers, convinced of his power and intelligence because he was able to cowher children. Voldemort said nothing. Lifting the crystal tumbler to his lips, he took a large sip before setting it back down, not once removing his eyes from Hadrian's. "Again, child, you show yourself to be more intriguing than I had envisaged. I see the logic and enticement behind that reason." Hadrian felt an unexplainable dread seep into his gut at the man's smirk. He didn't know how, but he was sure that he had just revealed something about himself to the other man that he didn't want known, something that he would regret. On the other hand, have you ever thought about the possibility of allowing just enough of your strength to shine through, in order to show your power, while hiding the extent of its range? The man's words were mocking but at the same time serious. Hadrian scowled. The man was playing with him. No, he stated clearly. Why, is that what you did? He questioned boldly. The Dark Lord chuckled lowly. No need to be insulted, Mr. Walker, I was merely asking. The dark smirk and menacing eyes, however, said differently. And the man made no attempt to conceal it. Hadrian clenched his fists together tightly. So, the only reason you disguise yourself so completely is merely curiosity and cunning. The Dark Lord taunted, and the very real reality of you being removed from your guardian's care, should her identity be discovered, has nothing to do with your mask. Hadrian beeped in a large breath. Raven. Crimson eyes darkened, losing all humor and amusement as the Dark Lord leant forward in his armchair. I think we both know that that is the real reason you hide who you are. Hadrian forced himself to swallow past the lump in his throat, but his expression did not alter. It was crucial at that moment to not show weakness, to not break down. If the Dark Lord thought he had nothing to offer, nothing unique, the man would rip him apart. That is quite possible, Hadrian said calmly, his exterior confident and cool, his insides panicked and racing. What was the man planning to do? Hadrian knew that the dark held no love for Raven Nadine, but neither did the light. What was the Dark Lord planning to do with this information? He would be damned if he sat back and watched Raven hurt, even if that meant fighting against the man opposite him. Slowly, the Dark Lord's lips stretched into a predatory grin. Indeed. Voldemort held gazes with him before slowly lifting his right arm and flicking his wrist. The soft click of the door unlocking resounded in the silent room. Go, Mr. Walker, and I expect to see you at tomorrow's celebration. It is our last after all. Of course, Hadrian drawled, annoyed at the prospect, as he moved toward the exit, because these types of celebrations are always the height of fascinating, he muttered under his breath. Oh, and child. Hadrian clenched his teeth but forced himself to turn around. He ached to leave the room. He felt completely out of his depth and needed time to process this. Voldemort was standing in front of a massive, 3-meter floor-to-ceiling window, his back facing Hadrian and his eyes locked on the beautiful landscape in front of him. Yes, he almost snapped but caught himself at the last moment, judging by the smirk on the man's lips, though he had not been able to mask his frustration expertly enough. Do come as yourself, won't you? Those crimson eyes rose suddenly, glinting with sadistic amusement through the reflection in the window. His eyes widened. What? He couldn't contain his alarm and anger. Voldemort spun round and fixed him with a cool stare. Do not disrespect me, child. The voice was deadly and low, and Hadrian breathed deeply, taking a moment to regain his normally unshakable control. This time he did glare. Would you mind clarifying? He mocked with a sickly sweet tone, unable to contain all of his ire. Suddenly, the towering form of Lord Voldemort was in front of him. Certainly, the man grinned back darkly, as if entertained by his response. I will allow you to appear in your glamoured form tomorrow night as long as you release your true personality from its cage. Hadrian narrowed his eyes at the man. Why would the Dark Lord allow him to appear at the ball under the physical mask of his persona but not the intellectual one? What game was he playing? Fine, he said slowly, not trusting the sinfully handsome man in front of him in the least. Good. The Dark Lord took a large step back and waved at him in dismissal, his expression once again calm and disinterested, as if this encounter was nothing out of the ordinary. Hadrian didn't linger. As he swept out of the room, he quickly erected the strongest invisibility spell he knew around himself. There was no way in hell he was going to spend another minute in the intoxicating presence of the Dark Lord, so his mask could wait. Without pausing, he passed by the few lingering Death Eaters in the entrance hall and left the confines of the house. Grasping his wand tightly, he spun and concentrated on his destination. With a loud crack, he disapparated, unable to concentrate enough to muffle the sound. Hadrian, preoccupied as he was, didn't notice the way intense, flaming crimson eyes tracked his swift, invisible movements unerringly across the grounds. As Hadrian moved through the halls, he attempted to get his raging anger under control. He very rarely lost his temper, but he knew he was in danger of doing so now. The muffled sounds of raised voices and yelling assaulted him as he rapidly approached the dark wooden door. He didn't wait. Clasping the bronze door handle firmly, he pushed down, swinging the door open. 5 heads swung round at the noise and all fell silent as he strode into the room, shutting the door softly behind him. Hadrian. Gabriel breathed out his name in relief, blue eyes fluttering closed as if his entire body were devoid of energy. Thank the darkness you're all right, Raven murmured from her seat next to the large fire. He said nothing. Hadrian. Dmitri spoke cautiously, like one would do to a scared animal easily spooked. Are you all right? What happened? Yes, Julian's stiff voice cut through the soft viciously. I too would like to know exactly what happened after you toughly murdered the tortured man you showed up with. Julian. Dmitri hissed in angry warning. No, he's right. We have a right to know why the person we're protecting so eagerly killed and tortured someone tonight, Marionette said harshly. Hadrian raised his eyes to lock with condemning sapphire. We don't know if Hadrian was the one to torture him. Dmitri once again came to his defense, despite the doubtful way his black eyes fluttered in his direction. Still he said nothing, merely stood, leaning back against the door of the room surveying its occupants with an emotionless expression. Hadrian. Raven slowly rose from her chair, her relieved expression fleeing, replaced with dread and fear. What happened? Before or after I cast the killing curse, Raven? Hadrian asked calmly. Raven's violet eyes adopted a fond exasperation amongst her fear. After, of course. Some of the ice around his eyes melted and he shot her a thankful look. She accepted him. The good and the bad. Madame Nadine. Marionette squawked, horrified. Marionette. Quiet. Dmitri barked, his eyes locked on his friend's form. Something was wrong here, he realized. He glanced at Dalton and noticed that his blue eyes were watching Hadrian with a look he had never seen on the Beyond before. Well, Hadrian, Julian demanded harshly, his eyes flashing. Raven, would you excuse us? Hadrian spoke softly. The violet-eyed woman fixed her son with a look that told him he had better explain later before nodding and leaving the room. Slowly, Hadrian walked away from the door and deeper into the room, coming to lean back against the stone wall furthest from all of them. Oh, for Merlin's sake, Walker. Stop acting all wounded and self-pitying so you can gain our sympathy and support. It's not going to happen. You became a murderer tonight, do you know that? You killed someone, and I don't care what anyone else says, I know you tortured that man too. So stop with the orphan routine, stop with the battered and wounded soul. It won't help you. Marionette's brown locks were flying chaotically around her as she finally let loose and started yelling. Hadrian merely watched her in silence, taking note of the satisfied look in Julian's eyes, the furious anger in Dimitri's, and the icy, dangerous rage exuding from Gabriel. What? You have nothing to say? Nothing to defend yourself with, Hadrian? It was a cruel taunt. Julian, Dimitri snapped, shocked beyond belief that his sister and friend were acting like this. Hadrian had just come from a confrontation with the Dark Lord. What Dimitri? What? Julian yelled. Julian. Immediately, the B***'s roars ceased. Julian's world seemed to literally stop as that one, soft call of his name swept over him. Slowly, he turned to look at Gabriel and violently flinched back at the disgust and anger in those blue eyes. He spun around, presenting his back to the 4 others in the room. He couldn't look into those ice-blue eyes again. He clenched his eyes shut tightly, pressing a fist to his stomach. It hurt that Gabriel would look at him like that. Look at him with that amount of dislike when he had seen the way Gabe had watched Hadrian ever since he had come into the room. Hadrian was a murderer. Gabriel had endured the torture curse for him and he still watched Hadrian with that look in his eyes. The Dalton heir hadn't said a word since they had left. He hadn't said a thing as they waited for 2 hours in the Nadine Manor for Hadrian to turn up. No matter the questioning, no matter who spoke, nothing. And then, Hadrian simply walks through that door, and Gabriel breaks his silence. Julian felt like screaming against the pain and jealousy consuming him. His thoughts wouldn't leave him alone. Gabriel, the man he had loved for years, broke his silence for a person who would never appreciate it. Who has never appreciated it? Hadrian watched and listened to all of this, trying to contain his rage through it all. It was bubbling beneath the surface, waiting to explode, and the people in front of him were not helping him control it. What happened? His voice was barely above a whisper, but they all heard it. Julian's shoulders tensed and Marionette stared at him bug-eyed, totally uncomprehending. What the hell happened before I was unceremoniously dropped in the middle of the Dark Lord's inner circle, with the Dark Lord not 10 feet away from me? What the hell did you all do? Hadrian kept his voice level but it shook with intensity. Hadrian. Dimitri's voice sounded lost. Gabriel. Hadrian locked eyes with his former lover, steam rolling over the Russian wizard. He knew this began and ended with the Dalton heir, and he would know the story before he let any of them leave this room. Walker. Marionette shouted, outraged. Green eyes, flashing with rage, swung round to connect with the girl. Yes, Marionette. Hadrian stalked closer, his muscles tense and begging for a fight. Is there something constructive here that you have to add? Are you really aware of what exactly just went on? Are you, in any small way, capable of shedding light on this situation? Because if you're not, and I cannot see you ever really knowing what goes on around you, you will sit back, shut up and keep your ill-informed, arrogant ideas to yourself, are we clear? His voice was low and threatening. He was not in the mood for her insecurities nor was he in the mood to coddle her. Not that he ever had, but if she didn't start to keep her mouth shut he knew that, right now, he wasn't capable of restraining himself from lashing out. Marionette twitched, attempting to stop the words which were on the tip of her tongue. She felt furious at Hadrian for his presumptuous orders but her instincts, those were telling her that her chilling fear was not unfounded. Not from the way he was looking at her. Are we clear? Yes, she whispered, bowing her head. She couldn't stop from hating herself in that moment for giving in, despite knowing that it was the right decision. Hadrian could feel the heat of Dimitri's glare on his back for having frightened his little sister, but he didn't care at this point. Now I don't care what you think I did, or what kind of hell I will be going to when I die. I want someone to tell me what the happened tonight. Hadrian was barely able to keep his voice from shouting, and Gabriel knew it. He had known it since the man had silently stalked into the room with a blank face and still magic. Hadrian had reached his limit. He knew. Gabriel's voice was steady and his eyes didn't move from the other's handsome form. I accepted the dinner request tonight, knowing that I would suffer a punishment for so blatantly ignoring the Dark Lord. He had heard rumors about you, Hadrian, but he didn't have enough information to piece you together. Gabriel paused for a moment, waiting, but Hadrian remained silent without a flicker of reaction, so he continued. I believe that your presence tonight was meant primarily as a means to punish me. Hadrian's chin lifted minutely at that, but he didn't comment. But, they found out about Raven, and I think that the Dark Lord became curious about you. Hadrian narrowed his eyes in thought. If that was true then Voldemort must not have known about Hogwarts and his attendance there. What supremely bad luck. If those idiot Slytherins hadn't been in the room he may not have had that particular secret discovered tonight. He would have had more time. And why, Dalton, did you use the portkey to bring me there tonight? He hissed quietly, eyes glaring blackly at the beautiful man in front of him. Gabriel winced inwardly at the use of his last name, but his clawing guilt wouldn't allow him to defend himself. He had given up the man he loved to the Dark Lord, literally thrown him to the wolves. It was a miracle that Hadrian had even left that room alive. Because Lord Voldemort threatened to kill Dimitri, Marionette and myself if Gabriel didn't do the impossible and find a way to make you appear before him. Julian exploded. Gabriel was put under the Crucio for Morgana's sake, for you. He was tortured for protecting your miserable, murdering self. And you have the audacity to come in here demanding answers from him. You bastard. Julian. That's enough. That isn't Hadrian's fault, Dimitri shouted. It was totally illogical, completely ridiculous of him to react in such a way, but, as Julian lost complete control of his rage and resentment, Hadrian felt his own cool. He was able to look through reasonable eyes once again, and what he saw shocked, on some level even amused him. You're in love with him, Hadrian murmured with a shocked, almost awed voice. How hadn't he known this? What? Dimitri snapped back, completely bewildered. What was Hadrian talking about? Julian felt the blood drain from his face and his heart stutter in his chest as wide green eyes took in his face. I can't believe I never saw it before. Hadrian spoke as if to himself, but his words rang within the room. Julian attempted to clamp down on his nerves, but it seemed an impossible task. He had been hiding this secret for years, nobody knew. Butth's eyes widened slightly at his daring. Perhaps now was his chance. He felt hope and excitement begin to blossom within his chest. Gabriel and Hadrian were fighting. He was defending the Dalton heir. Onda looked up to see suspicious blue eyes locked on him. Him, not Hadrian. Gabriel was actually looking at him. He forcibly shook his head, golden eyes wide with realization. Perhaps now, really was his chance. Walker, what are you talking about? Marionette finally gathered enough courage to voice her confusion to the astounded-looking man in front of her. Gabriel rose from his chair, feeling a whole different type of dread begin to enter his system. Please, don't let this be what he thought it was. Hadrian didn't speak, he just continued to stare at Julian as if he had never seen him before. Dmitri didn't want to believe what was right in front of him, what had just been declared so openly. He could understand Hadrian's shock, it was totally out of the blue, but seeing the way Julian's emotions were raging, and the way he was staring so imploringly at Dalton, Dmitri couldn't help following Hadrian into conscious stupefaction. Hadrian closed his eyes for a small moment and quickly wiped his face of emotion, but inside, he was still reeling. Julian and Gabriel had never thought. Did Gabe feel the same? Was this summer exactly what he had wanted in the first place and he had just read too much into things? Doubt and confusion swirled, but he kept his cool. Nothing, Marionette, he answered, his voice even, fighting his sudden, inexplicable urge to laugh. It was just so unexpected. Gabriel knew exactly what had just happened, but unlike Hadrian and Dmitri, he was not surprised. He had known Julian was in love with him. He had known for 2 years exactly how the wizard felt, but the man had never brought it up, so he was content to just ignore it and get on with his life. He didn't wish to hurt his friend, but that's what would happen if he was put into a situation where he would have to reject Julian. He could admit that at one point he had considered the possibility of them together, at one point he was even willing to try, but that had been before that night. The night he had seen Hadrian pull a Greek wizard, 3 years his senior, into his bedroom from his shocked position down the hall. His jealousy was his first clue. Gabriel himself had had many bed partners, both male and female, but never had any ever stirred emotions within him. He quickly became consciously aware that Hadrian's good opinion was the one he valued most. That the idea of his friend's precarious position and dangerous political games made his heart pound in fear and ignited an urge to protect that he hadn't felt since his parents were alive. The possibility of Julian vanished from his mind while he had watched, frozen, as Hadrian brought the Mediterranean man's mouth down to his own and shut the door behind them. Gabriel knew that what he felt for Hadrian wasn't fleeting or capable of fading any time soon. He also knew that those few weeks that he had considered the possibility of he and Julian together hadn't involved any truthful emotions, and he wouldn't do that to his friend. He wouldn't pretend to feel more for him than he actually did. He refused to hurt him like that. Looking into those beseeching gold eyes, Gabriel decided to spare his friend the hurt of his rejection, and expertly called up confusion and bewilderment into his own icy blue orbs and expression. Dmitri relaxed, and he felt like smirking in satisfaction even when Julian's eyes held disappointment and resentment for his missed chance. Marionette stayed quiet, knowing something important had just been revealed, but frustrated with herself for being unable to put a name to it and unwilling to ask again. Hadrian watched with amusement as Gabriel's mask came up, watched the reactions of the others with a spark of annoyance that they all had been fooled so easily. He reminded himself that Gabriel Dalton was one of the best, most dangerous players in politics, and it was expected that he would be able to effortlessly manipulate them. He allowed a small smirk to grace his lips when blue eyes glanced in his direction. Surely Gabriel hadn't actually thought he had pulled the wool over his eyes. His smirk widened and his eyes twinkled with laughter at the beyond. What did the Dark Lord want, Hadrian? What happened? Gabriel finally asked, irritated but unsurprised that Hadrian hadn't been fooled by his act. Hadrian sighed, reaching up to run a hand through his hair. Thinking about the intoxicating Lord Voldemort was not helping him. It had been terrifying, confusing, suffocating and tense, but also invigorating. His expression showed nothing of his thoughts, or exposed the fast pounding of his heart. The Dark Lord discovered my glamour and has ordered me to attend the ball tomorrow with my true personality. He said this in a simple, straightforward voice which immediately told the others he did not feel like discussing anything more at the present. Your true personality. He does not wish you to take down your glamour. Gabriel pressed, dismissing Hadrian's wish. His eyes narrowed and his thoughts raced, trying to decode the reasons behind the Dark Lord's move. Correct. Hadrian's voice was sharp, so Gabriel decided to drop the subject for now. He surveyed the raven-haired man with bright eyes suspiciously. Something had definitely happened. Julian didn't look in Hadrian's direction. He couldn't wipe the glare from his face no matter how hard he tried, and he knew he had to get out of here soon before he said something that would really ignite the tense confusion in the room. Buddha had to know. He had had his suspicions that something was going on between Hadrian and Gabriel, but deep down he hadn't really believed it. They were too different. They had been best friends for years. Gabriel knew Hadrian better than anyone other than Raven, but he hadn't really believed, not until tonight. Not until he saw the necklace. The twin Portkey necklaces were a Dalton family treasure and fanatically coveted, only to be used by family members. For Gabriel to give Hadrian one of the necklaces, he felt sick to his stomach just thinking of them together, but maybe it wasn't the same one. He prayed it wasn't. It was lucky you were wearing the necklace tonight, Hadrian, if I may be so bold. How did you and Gabriel acquire them? Julian spoke slowly and cautiously, not knowing if he actually wanted the answer. He finally raised his eyes when his question met only silence. Hadrian's head was turned in Gabriel's direction, clearly expecting him to answer. I commissioned them to be made at Gringotts by the goblins, Gabriel answered smoothly, and Julian felt his heart settle and his muscles relax. Thank the darkness. Well, I'm glad you're all right, Hadrian, but I better get Marionette home. You gave her quite a scare, Dmitri reprimanded, but Hadrian ignored the Russian wizard. Marionette was the same age as him and shouldn't always need her brother's protection. He would not apologize when he was not in the wrong. Good night, Gabriel answered politely for both Hadrian and himself, while Julian nodded his acknowledgement to Dmitri before he began to follow the two. Gabe, Julian asked with a frown, stopping to turn to Gabriel when he noticed the other had not moved to follow him. Green eyes rolled in annoyance at Julian's immature tantrum. The sandy-haired wizard still refused to so much as look in his direction. Go on, Julian, I will see you at the ball tomorrow, Gabriel stated stiffly, not liking the fact that Julian thought he had the right to demand knowledge of his movements and whereabouts. But, good night, Julian, Gabriel dismissed, but his eyes remained locked on Hadrian as he slowly settled himself into the leather armchair opposite the flames. Julian looked between the two before finally nodding, shutting the door behind him louder than necessary. Are you all right? Gabriel asked quietly. Hadrian chuckled. I'm alive, aren't I? Considering the circumstances, I think that qualifies as all right. Gabriel merely smiled in agreement when green eyes slid toward him. Both sat in silence, watching the flames. The atmosphere was neither comfortable nor uncomfortable, just there, real. I had no idea Julian was in love with you, Hadrian murmured softly, some of his shock still present and echoing through his voice. Gabriel shrugged. Until he gains the courage to say anything to me, I do not have to hurt him, so I pretend I do not know. Hadrian hummed, but his thoughts refused to obey his wishes and continued flashing back to dangerously amused crimson eyes and sleek black hair. You did not tell them anything of significance, Gabriel noted. Hadrian shrugged. They may be my friends, but that does not earn them the right to interrogate me. Certainly after that display. Gabriel chuckled at Hadrian's tough assessment, but couldn't help but agree. They hadn't acted in a way which would inspire trust. Both sat still, just coming to terms with tonight and all that had changed, before Hadrian's smooth voice spoke again. I've been worried about you, Gabriel. He left out any judgment, but the small reprimand was acknowledged with the B***'s dark grin. How else will I gain your attention? Green eyes narrowed. That better not be the reason you ignored the Dark Lord, Gabe, or I will torture you myself, he growled. The bee-owned laughed. No, that wasn't the reason. He tilted his head toward his love. Did something happen, Hadrian? After we left. Crimson and black, dark magic crawling seductively over his skin. Here pounding in fear and excitement. No. Gabriel watched Hadrian as the other took his time to answer. Something had happened. He knew it. Fine. If Hadrian wouldn't tell him, he would just have to discover the answer himself. Meanwhile, there was another question he had wanted to ask. Who was that man? The one you killed? Hadrian stiffened, his mind instantly throwing him backwards, supplying him with memory and image of Mr. Shields's demise. He was unprepared for the relief and feelings of gratification which bombarded his system. He hadn't let himself think past his doubtful survival of this night to fully appreciate what he had accomplished. Mr. Shields was dead, gone. He would never hurt him again. It doesn't matter, he breathed out softly, bringing himself under control once again. Emerald eyes darkened, but there was a dark satisfaction within them that called to and attracted the bee-owned. Just an old acquaintance. Gabriel nodded in acceptance. The fact that Hadrian had murdered someone tonight didn't bother him. He had killed before, tortured before, and he had enjoyed it. It was the darkness in them. You could either accept and control it, or fight against your nature and lose yourself to the madness. Stop staring at me, Gabriel, Hadrian murmured in annoyance. The bee**own's unmoving eyes on him were distracting. Pink lips smirked. Good to know I can still affect you. Hadrian threw the man a disgusted look. Really? That's all you can say? The French wizard laughed with a little bitterness. It's not like you'll accept anything I do. Hadrian sighed, letting his eyes fall closed at the other's words. Gabriel, Hadrian began, but strong hands were suddenly clasping both his shoulders and pulling him to his feet. Emerald eyes sprung open to find ice blue not an inch away, blazing with emotion. I've had a lot of time to think, Hadrian. A lot of time. I made a mistake letting you walk out on me, one I do not intend to ever repeat. I want to be with you. I find you infuriating, brilliant, stunning, twisted and incredible. I will never want another now that I have had a taste of you, Hadrian. I want you, and I will do whatever I have to make that happen. The bee-owned was breathing harshly, and Hadrian felt a little thrill go through him. He doubted that any other than him had ever seen the Dalton air this passionate and unguarded. But, Gabe, he whispered, bringing a hand up to cup the back of the man's neck. Gabe, he breathed in deeply, I can't. I won't do this to you. Hands tightened almost painfully on his shoulders, but he paid them no mind. He was too busy staring into burning blue shining with stubbornness and want. You won't do this to me, Gabriel slowly echoed his words, leaning closer to him. Hadrian barely managed to tear his eyes away from the man's lips. The bee-owned was sinfully desirable right now, and Hadrian was forcing himself not to take the tempting gift being offered to him. He couldn't do this to him. Not again. But I will. Hadrian barely had time to comprehend the words before his lips were claimed in a heated key. His hands quickly switched from gently holding the other to yanking painfully at long bee-owned locks as he swiftly gained control of the key. He shivered as Gabriel's hands pushed his green leather jacket down his arms, dipping beneath his white t-shirt in order to caress his chest with skillfully teasing strokes. Gabe, he gasped, ripping his mouth away. Don't think, Hadrian, stop thinking, Gabriel whispered into his ear. Normally, he wouldn't have put half as much effort into dissuading someone who so clearly wished not to be dissuaded, but something told him to try harder. To not let this go any further. And that pissed him off. He had never felt this way before, and the way crimson and black kept flashing in front of his eyes, he had a dreadful feeling that he knew the reason why. Feeling furious with himself, and desperately hopeful it wasn't true, he yanked Gabriel's hair down and claimed the other's lips toughly. Hadrian, his mouth vibrated with the feel of Gabe's moan, his own soon following. He could feel the heat growing, the pressure rising. Hadrian, Gabriel repeatedly murmured his name, keying and biting along his neck. I want you. Power. Darkness. Crimson. Hadrian glared at the ceiling. He had been trying to sleep for the past 3 hours to no avail. No matter how tired his body was, his mind refused to let him rest. Tempest. His soft murmur in the silence echoed hauntingly through the empty room. 2 hours. He had 2 hours until he had to make an appearance at that blasted ball. Hadrian couldn't stomach it, the man's orders. The very idea of obeying anyone like some sort of brainless mongrel was unbearable. He didn't want that. He wasn't capable of accepting that life. He had thought himself prepared. He chuckled bitterly, how wrong he was. From the moment that darkness, that magic had touched him, he knew this was not someone that could be conquered in any small way. He had only to feel the violence in the man's aura to know there would be no escaping the Dark Lord. But, damn it, he pressed a fist to his forehead and scrunched his eyes shut. This was not supposed to happen. He cursed explosively, breathing heavily before he lowered his fist, blinking open his eyes. The man had effortlessly seized control last night, and if Hadrian had any hope of surviving and keeping his independence, he had to regain it. He had severely underestimated the man. It was not a mistake he intended to make again. His lips twisted into a silent snarl, emerald eyes glowing eerily in the dark. And he knew about Raven. His patience and control at an end, Hadrian swiftly slid from the cool, silk sheets and walked briskly towards the bathroom, unable to stay still any longer. Quickly undressing, Hadrian stepped into the shower, adjusting the water to a scalding temperature which immediately turned his pale white skin a rosy pink and flooded the room with steam. Hadrian stood motionless beneath the pounding pressure of the water, his thoughts swirling chaotically. There was a reason the Dark Lord had ordered him to show his true personality tonight. He knew there was. He just had to find it. What possible reason? What benefit would it bring to the man? Hadrian gritted his teeth together, frustrated that he hadn't figured this out yet. He loved riddles. He reveled in the knowledge and power he felt as he slowly solved the mystery. He slammed a fist into the white tiles behind him. He refused to allow the Dark Lord to win. Not now. Not like this. He would never be able to look himself in the mirror again, knowing how easily the man had dominated him, with little to no effort. He could figure this out. He had to. For the umpteenth time his mind flew through the facts, unwilling to let the answer elude him. The Dark Lord had clearly wanted Hadrian to submit to his will tonight and destroy half of his mask in the process. Why? The man already knew, and there was nobody that could be at the ball which would push the Dark Lord into exposing a potential spy. Existing as he did in the background, underestimated, gave him the unique position of collecting information from the students of Hogwarts. After all, people are more willing to share potentially sensitive information with a person weaker than themselves than one who could make their life difficult. It wasn't much, Hadrian conceded, but the Dark Lord didn't know what he was capable of, therefore, he couldn't possibly know that using Hadrian in such a way would be a waste of his talent. Granted, the man knew he was no slouch when it came to wand work with the glamours he had had to deconstruct in his presence, but still, although difficult and evidence of a fairly powerful wizard, that feat of magic would not have impressed someone of the Dark Lord's caliber so far then. Why throw an asset, no matter how small, away? It wasn't smart, and he knew the man was frighteningly intelligent. No, there was something else. Something he was missing. It was staring him straight in the face, but he couldn't put his finger on it. Hadrian scowled as he turned off the water and stepped out to wrap a towel around his waist. He hated not being in control, and he hated being used. The Dark Lord was doing both. Anger flaring, Hadrian slammed the bathroom door open with the outstretched palm of his hand. He sighed and rubbed his eyes as he leaned back across the bed, the cool silk soothing against his flushed skin. It was unreasonable and immature, but he couldn't help resenting that the Dark Lord thought so little of him that he would cast aside the small benefit Hadrian's hidden persona could grant him. He wasn't worthy enough, he sneered. Logic was being thrown out the window here. The fact that he had wanted this to happen, for the Dark Lord to glance over him, to think him too weak and talentless to be worth his attention, suddenly didn't matter. Emerald eyes widened and he bolted upright. It didn't matter to him. His goals, his intentions, they no longer mattered to him. I'm an idiot. Hadrian groaned, feeling totally pathetic as he let his head fall into his hands. Pride and ego. The man had played him and he had fallen for it. He had been hurt. He grimaced at the realization. Hurt that the Dark Lord did not think highly of him. The man was powerful, stunning and brilliant, and Hadrian had fallen straight into his trap. Deep beneath the humiliation and self-recrimination he was feeling, Hadrian couldn't help being impressed. The Dark Lord had effortlessly pinpointed a weakness in him, one that he had been aware of but never thought to address. Living life as a hidden persona had made him crave recognition and approval, and Voldemort had capitalized on that. Hadrian felt disgusted with himself and embarrassed. He wouldn't have followed the Dark Lord's orders, he wouldn't have exposed his persona tonight thinking he was showing his defiance, his strength. The Dark Lord would have laughed, delighted with himself, Hadrian was sure. The man knew what he would do, was counting on it, in fact. Hadrian would have bowed to the Dark Lord tonight, his own plans and ambitions pushed aside because Lord Voldemort would be pulling his strings. He had been such a fool. The man was brilliant, he smiled bitterly. Hadrian let his breath out in a rush, exhausted. The horror of how close he came to losing himself tonight was frightening. Verdant eyes darkened and he pushed himself from the bed. As he reached into the hollow space beneath him, he flicked his wand, clothing himself in black slacks and a tight white t-shirt. Hadrian growled as he threw books into the open trunk now sitting on his bed. Tonight had not been fun. Throwing open the doors of his wardrobe, he grasped an armful of hangers and stuffed them into his trunk, not caring that all his clothes would be horribly wrinkled and his possessions in disorder and chaos, something he never would have allowed had he been thinking clearly. As it was, though, he was irked and fuming. The Dark Lord had played him so well, he had almost danced to the man's tune tonight. Hadrian's expression was unreadable as he spelled his potion instruments into the trunk, not flinching when half a dozen potion bottles shattered from the pressure behind his magic. Rage and resolve flooded through him. He would not allow himself to become a puppet. He was his own master. Hadrian's magical aura brightened, the silk curtains fluttering in the magical currents. His hand twitched and his body abruptly stilled. Without warning, a slow languid smirk stretched across Hadrian's lips and emerald eyes glinted in reckless amusement. He needed to show the Dark Lord that he was not under his control. Reaching down, he closed the lid of his trunk softly, chuckling. He wasn't in the mood for a ball anyway. Albus, you can't be serious. Indeed, I am. Molly must be trained. Would you shut up? I can't hear anything. Landon spun around and hissed at Hermione. He totally ignored her glare, much too focused on eavesdropping on the order meeting downstairs. He quickly turned back around and pressing closer to the extendable ear. Alistair is too harsh. What, Landon now? Ron, move over. Ginny belted her brother in the ribs and successfully pushed him aside, rushing forward before he could reclaim his spot. It sounds awfully tense down there. Fred murmured, uneasy. Landon glared through the wooden stair railings at the simple white door separating him from the order. He was 17 for Merlin's sake. He should be down there. Trust that lowlife, my son, nowhere near him. I'll handle the training myself. Lily, Padfoot, will you both? Training, Ron echoed, his brown eyes glinting eagerly. Landon, did your dad ever mention anything to you before? He whispered harshly in his best friend's ear. Landon scowled, he was trying to listen. Couldn't Ron see that? He sensed Ron opening his mouth to demand an answer and Landon reacted quickly. Reaching blindly behind him, he slammed a tanned hand over the redhead's mouth, eyes never straying from staring intensely at the doors below. Potter would be unable to grasp the simple nature of haze on the move, gathering allies. Be surprised if the whole lot of those snakes weren't keying his boots and need to believe in ourselves. They are only children and can be shown the light. We need only expect raids, deaths, disappearances. Hope and continue to listen. Until Voldemort makes a move. Fudge is unwilling to see the truth. Eye on your students, Severus. I want a list of any. Landon drew away slowly as the extendable ear went silent and the group exchanged confused looks. Well, George breathed sarcastically as he slowly started winding up the listening device. Anyone actually understand any of that dribble? Honestly, Hermione huffed, looking at the others with superiority. She was preparing to launch into a convoluted explanation before Landon rudely cut her off. They're worried about Voldemort gathering strength and allies, about the Ministry not believing that he's returned. Landon sighed and ran a hand through his hair in frustration. They're just worried. And about the Slytherins at school. Hermione rushed out, not willing to be outdone. What do you mean? Ginny frowned at her friend in confusion. It was Fred who answered. Think about it, Jen. Everyone knows that Lucius Malfoy and Cassius Zabini were Death Eaters in the war, anyone with half a brain, that is. It's only because they bought their way out of Azkaban that they're still walking around soul intact. Don't you think that the ferret and his cronies will follow in their father's footsteps? He warned. Fred's right, Landon stated, and they all turned to look at the boy who lived. The Slytherins have always supported Voldemort, remember the Chamber of Secrets. Everyone shuddered at the memory. The Weasleys had almost lost their sister that year, and Hermione had spent months in the hospital wing petrified. They were all silent, lost in their own thoughts, before Ron puffed out his chest. Well, we can't help with much when we're at school, but we can watch the slimy snakes for the order. After all, Malfoy and his lot will watch what they say around the professors more than us, so we can catch them. Hermione was staring at her boyfriend, shocked that he had come up with the idea on his own before she smiled at him proudly and nodded in agreement. That's brilliant, Ron. Landon's hazel eyes glinted with purpose and an anticipation to start. He turned to look over the railings of the stairs as the adults began filing out of the kitchen, catching sight of his mum and dad among the throng. Just as Ron said, there wasn't much they could do to help with the war within the walls of Hogwarts, but they could be on the lookout for dark sympathizers among the student body. Landon Potter was determined to stop Voldemort's influence from spreading into the ancient castle. He was the boy who lived after all. Who could possibly fool him? Salazar's mercy. Where is that little cretin? Draco grinned at Blaze's impatient growl but could sympathize with the other boy. Gray eyes once again scanned the enormous crowd only to sigh in frustrated disappointment. I can't help but see the irony right now. The two Slytherins turned to their smirking female friend. What irony? Zabini snapped. Daphne frowned in disapproval but answered anyway. The one time we actually seek out his presence, the one time we genuinely wish to see him, and Walker's nowhere to be found. Draco shot her an unimpressed look, but she merely stared back pointedly. The Malfoy heir barely managed to keep the scowl of annoyance off his face. Whatever cosmic joke you think is being played on a screengrass, in the future, I ask that you please keep your scintillating revelations to yourself. Touchy. She sniped back. Blassie interrupted the brewing argument impatiently. Do we even know if the mudblood is still breathing? And even if he was Daphne, I have no idea why you would think Walker would be here. Oh, I'm sorry, was I the only one of us that actually listened last night? She drawled. Or did you two not hear that he has been raised by Raven Nadine, the Raven Nadine? I would think that you, at least Draco, would be more interested in that fact. He was, but he wasn't about to go around advertising the fact. Instead, he stayed silent, pretending to ignore his friend's words. Well, I want to know how Walker knew Dalton and Cardus, for that matter. Blaze steamed. Daphne shrugged before leaving them to get herself a glass of fruit punch. You really think he's going to show? Blaze asked seriously once the Greengrass heir was out of listening range. How was he supposed to know? Draco's eyes narrowed as he spotted his mother and father speaking softly to another couple, the remnants of the large bruise on the back of the Malfoy lord's head skillfully covered with long platinum hair. He either will or he won't, I don't know. But Walker did survive, I overheard that much. One way or another, we'll see him on the train tomorrow. Draco murmured, and the boy would tell him everything. Narcissa watched the Dark Lord carefully throughout the evening. He hadn't spoken much, but then again he wasn't known to. He was separate from them, apart. The man was impossible to read, his face and expression were blank and gave no hint to how he was feeling. Dark crimson eyes swept over the enormous hall, missing nothing. Burning with curiosity, she silently followed his gaze through the crowds until she found the Dalton heir. The French wizard was the picture of icy indifference to those surrounding him, but Narcissa only needed a minute to detect how tense and anxious the young man was and the way his eyes kept glancing up towards the large entry doors. She glanced back at her lord and saw with surprise the ghost of an amused smirk on his lips. What was going on here? Narcissa, the handsome Malfoy mistress, started in surprise before bowing with a murmured greeting at the silky call of her master. Come. He motioned to the deserted balcony and stalked through the glass-paneled doors as she obediently trailed behind him to receive her orders, confusion and apprehension foremost in her thoughts. Hadrian couldn't decide whether he should breathe a sigh of relief or annoyance. On the one hand, he had successfully made it to platform 9 3/4 with his life intact after rudely defying the Dark Lord, and that could only ever be classified as a miracle, but On the other hand, he had successfully made it to platform 9 3/4 with his life intact after rudely defying the Dark Lord, and the fact that he was still breathing meant that he was so far beneath the man's notice that he could curl up into a ball and disappear. He was so insignificant in the world. Hadrian shook his head at the absurdity of his thoughts as he pushed his trolley through the barrier. Was his self-esteem really that low? No, if anything, he was arrogant. He knew he was better than those that surrounded him. That was the problem. Lord Voldemort was powerful, unique. Dangarosh was a wizard clearly cut from cloth above others. It stung that such a man would sort him in with the rest of the rabble. Hadrian glanced at the clock. 9:30. The students and families wouldn't start trickling in for another 30 minutes at least. He waved his wand at his trunk and shrunk it before gracefully gliding onto the train, confident that no one was around to see the unknown dexterity of his hidden persona. He picked a compartment in the middle of the train, knowing that Slytherin and Gryffindor preferred to take the ends, and this location would keep him out of any pre-term squabbles between the houses. Closing the door behind him, he erected privacy wards as he lay back against the seats. 1 year. He just had to get through one more year and then he was finished. Hadrian smiled softly as the image played in front of his eyes. He would live his life how he wanted, and he was determined to drop off the face of the earth if needed to accomplish that. Hadrian glanced up at the sound of insistent pecking on the window and stood up to let the black owl into the compartment. He frowned as he stroked the bird's inky feathers, gently extracting the scroll from its sharp talons. He eyed the yellow paper distrustfully, glancing once more at the bird before breaking the seal. Inhaling sharply through his teeth, Hadrian hissed softly as the paper purposefully sliced across his palm, cutting deeply. Glaring darkly at the parchment, quickly becoming saturated with his blood, he murmured a simple healing charm and watched with reluctant interest as the spell registered his blood and unlocked. Flowing calligraphy formed across the parchment, the letters glowing an eerie ruby. Hadrian knew was his blood. Bold, child, too bold. Hadrian stared at the words as a bead of sweat slowly ran down his back between his shoulder blades. The parchment began to crumble to dust in his hands, and Hadrian mechanically brushed them against his robes in a subconscious effort to get rid of the ash on his skin. Hadrian forced himself to unclench his muscles and open the window so the owl could return to its master. Disobedience was not tolerated. A small smile stretched across his lips. He did not delude himself into thinking that it wasn't the security of Hogwarts wards that increased his confidence here. He would be a fool to approach the Dark Lord right now, a dead fool. No matter how precarious his situation with the dark, a small part of him was thrilled. He grimaced, annoyed that he should like the attention so much. It was pathetic and low. He had 1 year of freedom from Lord Voldemort, and he was determined to make the most of it. There was always the chance that the man will have forgotten about him by then, but he doubted it. A Dark Lord couldn't afford to be so forgetful, and Hadrian knew that such a direct dismissal of his authority would not go unpunished, no matter how much time passed. Hadrian gazed out the window of the compartment as the students began trickling in. He sighed loudly and scowled, as if he didn't have enough on his plate with avoiding the headmaster's attention. It had been one of his largest fears during his time at the magical school. Albus Dumbledore was cruel and manipulative. Hadrian had seen the subtle ways he had reeled in the most powerful and intelligent of the foreign students last year during the Triwizard Tournament, and it had sent ice through his veins. The man was dangerous, just as dangerous as the Dark Lord. He hoarded the best and brightest witches and wizards like trophies, breaking their independence and original thoughts so that no doubt about him remained within them. In some ways Albus Dumbledore frightened him like no one ever had. Hadrian was sure that the Dark Lord could be just as insidiously manipulative, but he was already dark. That wouldn't change, so he needn't fear that his integral values could be altered by the man. Hadrian glared at the immature students shrieking with excitement, hugging friends hello and family farewell. He would address the problem when and if it came about. Until then, he pulled out a book on advanced curses and began to read. He would make sure he made the most of his time. There were many things he wished to learn. As he went to turn the page, a small spot of gray ash on his thumb caught his attention. With deliberate slowness he brought his hand closer to his face, dull green eyes critical and frustrated as he gazed upon the evidence of the Dark Lord's message. The small blood ward hadn't registered on his scans of the letter, and he was irritated with the knowledge that he didn't know a way he could have found its existence. If there was one branch of magic that could rival the appeal of the dark arts, it would be wards. They fascinated him. Wizards and witches usually didn't bother with acquiring knowledge of the art, not because its power and usefulness wasn't recognized but because of the time and vast amount of knowledge it took to master them. Raven herself had no patience with the craft. She said that she liked saying a spell and getting immediate results, and Hadrian could understand the appeal. Wards were known to take days of calculations, preparation and dark rituals in order to work, but when you really knew the magic behind the wards, when you really knew what the runes and arithmancy did, you didn't need the days and weeks of preparation. A ward master was lethal in a duel, feared, respected. They could construct a lethal spell and trap in seconds. Emerald Eyes gazed down at the clean pad of his thumb in envy. He wanted to be able to do that. He would be able to do that. Hadrian's head snapped towards the door, feeling clumsy magic attempt to break his spells. Almost immediately, whoever it was tired of trying to unlock the compartment and departed. Idiots, he sneered before returning his attention to the tomb in his lap and quickly becoming engrossed with the dark impaling curse. Oh, come on, we're not stupid, you know. Stop joking around, Zabini, Pansy Parkinson hissed angrily. I'm not, Blaze growled back heatedly. You want us to believe that Hadrian Walker, the world's most feeble, cowardly mudblood, murdered a man in front of the Dark Lord. And that he somehow knows not only the Cardus family but the Dalton heir as well. If you can't or won't tell us what happened during the summer, fine. But don't go making up fanciful stories you'll get a kick out of us believing. Theodore Nod bellowed back. It's not a joke, Draco stated calmly, and the tension in the compartment seemed to deflate with the lack of an emotionally charged reply. Pansy and Theo exchanged unsure looks in the silence before the Beyond finally spoke again. Walker, Pansy echoed timidly. Daphne gave her friend a grimacing look of assurance, telling the only other female Slytherin that she felt the same level of bewildered disbelief. I can't believe this, Nod exclaimed, though it wasn't in argument but incredulity. We know, and we were there, Daphne said, her nails clicking against the wooden handle of her seat in agitation. Draco allowed them both a minute to process the information before leaning over with a gleam in his silver eyes. I don't know about you lot, but I want to know exactly what the hell is going on with Walker. Blaze snorted at his friend's excitement but looked around to see the others nodding in agreement. Daphne reached into her robes and pulled out folded up parchment and a quill and ink. What's that for? Pansy frowned in confusion as Greengrass transfigured a strand of her hair into a small writing desk with wheels that fit in the space between the 5 in the compartment. The striking girl looked up at the 4 bewildered faces staring at her and blushed. We should make a list of what we know and what we don't to keep track of. The answer might be staring us straight in the face and we just don't know it because we're not looking at the situation from the correct angle. This should help, she explained. Theodore sent her an unimpressed look. Where did you think of that? Daphne shrugged, not taking her eyes off the parchment as she dipped her quill in the ink. There's a lot we don't know, she said slowly, her voice solemn. I spent the whole summer surrounded by the all manner of wizards and witches. Politicians, world-class duelers, merchants, business mongrels. I thought Moscow would teach me so much, give me a chance to show my strength. Instead, those 3 months demonstrated beyond a shadow of a doubt exactly how little I do know. Finally, she touched quill to parchment. I've got a lot to learn. Pansy and Theodore were stunned. Daphne Greengrass didn't admit defeat or mistakes. Draco, however, adopted a pained expression and hummed in agreement. What the hell? Pansy muttered, bug-eyed. Draco, you're the second in our year. Nobody has had the guts to challenge you since you were 15 except the Gryffindor Golden Boy and his posse. Blaze, anyone with half a brain goes out of their way to stay on your good side. And Daphne, you can find out anyone's secret. You're third in our year and you pack one hell of a punch. Snap out of it, all of you, she demanded loudly. You weren't their pans, Blaze murmured, smiling at his friend's kind words. You didn't see the way they looked down on us. He bit out angrily, and it wasn't for blood or position. They thought us incompetent. I thought the students from Beauxbatons and Durmstrang last year were just being arrogant and overconfident. We are not up to their standard. He spoke coldly, his eyes glacial and shaking at having to say the words out loud. Nott swung his head to look at the similar infuriated expressions on Draco and Daphne's faces. He had always looked up to these three. There were, the cream of the crop, you could say, of Slytherin's talent. They were all poised, arrogant and sure of themselves. For them to admit such inferiority, Theodore felt a dawning comprehension of just how out of their depth they were. He swallowed past the dread in his throat and opened his mouth to speak into the silence. Well, let's get started, shall we? Draco shot his friend an unreadable look before nodding. His adoptive mother is Raven Nadine. The Malfoy heir stated stiffly. The two in the compartment who hadn't known this fact seemed stunned for several moments, and the only sound was the scratching of Daphne's quill on the parchment. But he's a mudblood, Pansy whispered in disbelief. Theo nodded as if to prove them wrong. He doesn't know anything about the magical world. And do you know this? Draco suddenly snapped, and they both drew back in surprise at the outburst. Do you know this? He repeated slowly. Because I sure as hell don't. We've never actually asked him. Blaise spat out, clearly disgusted with himself. We've lived with him for 6 years and we never actually asked him if he was a mudblood. We just assumed. Walker hat kind of name is that. I've never had a real conversation with the whelp before, so I wouldn't be able to tell you if he did know anything about the magical world. He snarled. Well, if he wasn't a mudblood, why didn't he say anything? Pansy argued. That's something we don't know. Daphne's soft voice quietened them again, and she turned back toward the one-point list. He knows the Dalton heir, she stated, and added it to the page in silence. They had already been told. Friends? Blaise asked. He hasn't got any. Daphne answered. That we know of. Draco retorted hotly. Favorite class? Pansy spoke timidly. He can hardly even do the homework. Nott exclaimed. Blaise frowned. He killed a man. He seemed to manage that just fine. Silence. An enigma? Draco whispered. What? Daphne frowned at the bee-owned. An enigma, Draco said with more volume. That's what the Dark Lord called him. An enigma. Theodore Nott snorted in derision. Hadrian Walker, please. I don't know, Theo. Pansy leveled her friend with a look. Did you think Walker was capable of murder? Long pale fingers held a cognac glass lightly as blazing crimson eyes stared into the fire. That magic, he closed his eyes, reveling in the memory. It had been intoxicating. And the spirit, the strength hiding beneath that mask. A dark smirk fluttered across the sinfully handsome facial features. The boy had been bold. He sipped from the deep glass, enjoying the slight burn of the alcohol in his throat before opening his eyes. He gazed up to the ceiling as his other hand caressed his wand. He always got what he wanted. Hadrian had to force himself to watch, from his unobtrusive place at the Slytherin house table, as the Hogwarts students slowly filed into the Great Hall for the welcoming feast. It was important to observe the students. Hadrian knew that. Of course he knew. He just had so much on his mind at this point that falling back into the same old routine now that he was back at Hogwarts was proving more difficult than he had thought. So much more attention would be focused on the school this year, if not by the Ministry then Dumbledore for sure and all those who support him. Eyes, from both sides, would be on the students, amassing information about possible recruits or those likely to defect. He must be some sort of weird masochist, Hadrian decided abruptly as he fought off a scowl. His mind should be sharp, motivated by fear of exposure, concentrated entirely on making sure that his persona would hold up against the pressure of the intense scrutiny. Infuriatingly, Hadrian was instead feeling perversely excited about this year. He fought off a grimace. The challenge, the thrill, it did nothing but excite him. How pathetic. Carefully, in what could easily be a casual perusal of the hall, Hadrian glanced down the long table of emerald and silver. Zabini, Greengrass and Malfoy, along with the rest of his useless year, were sitting not 20 places from him, quietly conversing with expected blank expressions and window eyes. His Slytherin classmates were a wild card at this point. He would have to wait and see if the Dark Lord had told their parents about him and if that information had been filtered down to their offspring or not. Returning his dull gaze to the table directly in front of him, he couldn't help feeling skeptical that they knew anything beyond what they themselves had personally witnessed. Voldemort saw all his followers as nothing but tools, wizards and witches to be used and discarded without remorse when their usefulness wore thin. Hadrian knew he could only guess and he had no solid proof, but still, he didn't believe that Voldemort would have told them about his glamours. There was no reason to, no benefit. Of course, the fact that the Dark Lord now had something to hold over him, so to speak, would no doubt be a sadistic pleasure the man wouldn't give up lightly. He breathed deeply, frustrated. Still, he's certain that his year mates didn't know. He would have to wait and see what they did, let them make the first move before he could judge their knowledge. It wasn't very appealing, but he couldn't see the impatient trio waiting very long to confront him. The normal spark of irritation that came along with thinking of his housemates flared when Hadrian realized the very real possibility of their curiosity gaining the headmaster's notice. That couldn't be allowed to happen. He raked his fingers through his brown hair in agitation. That's just what he needed, the arrogant stupidity of a bunch of pampered purebloods to draw him into the spotlight. He needed to eliminate the possible threat as soon as possible. He felt like the Slytherin trio was the 3-year-old toddler holding their parents' wand, having just heard the incantation of the killing curse. And he, the immobile house elf, staring down the wood in horror, hoping against hope that the child would either become bored and not try to say the spell or decide, in an uncharacteristic show of generosity, to return the wand to its rightful owner without attempting to make the pretty green light. Merlin. Hadrian shook his head slightly. He was going to have to act quickly. Hadrian drummed his fingers against his thigh in agitation, the action safely obscured from view beneath the table. Then, of course, there was his head of house. Some part of him could recognize that the man was a formidable wizard and a worthwhile opponent, but the majority of him just couldn't stand even one lock of that greasy, dank black hair. Severus Snape had the ability to make his life a living hell if the desire struck him. Hadrian didn't believe for one moment that the wizard was above petty revenge if he found out an 11-year-old snake had fooled him for the last 7 years. Through his fringe he surveyed his potions master critically. His curiosity concerning the man and his genuine allegiances had never been answered to his ongoing annoyance. Snape covered his tracks well, even through the years that Lord Voldemort was thought to have been vanquished. It wouldn't surprise him if Severus Snape was one of the few that had never truly believed in his master's demise. He could well remember Raven's sudden obsessive interest in learning all there was to know about the Dark Lord's inner circle when he had been about 7 years old. Professor Snape's name had been on the list. A double agent for the light, or so the story goes. Hadrian smiled thinly at the greasy-haired man looking down his hooked nose at the rest of the hall. No matter how much he personally disliked the man, he couldn't ignore that he was a powerful wizard with a sharp mind. It would be disappointing if the Dark did not hold his loyalties, Hadrian conceded. As he watched Professor McGonagall escort the first years into the Great Hall, a wholly involuntary feeling of pleasure vibrated through him at the immense challenge he predicted this year would become. Hadrian also recognized with a pained grimace that that small satisfaction that he was feeling was an angle on the weakness that the Dark Lord had needed only minutes to capitalize on. His eyes narrowed in displeasure. Why hadn't he addressed this before? Thinking of how close he came to falling for the Dark Lord's manipulations still rankled him, frightened him. If the man could provoke such a calculated reaction from him after only minutes in his presence, he dreaded to think what Voldemort would be capable of if he learned anything more. The faint cry of the Sorting Hat sounded distant, submerged as he was in his thoughts. He refused for something like that to ever happen to him again. The man had unglued him, unnerved and fascinated him. It was unacceptable. Good evening. Welcome to Hogwarts, those of you we meet for the first time tonight, and welcome back to the rest of you. The sound of the headmaster's voice captured Hadrian's concentration quickly, and he turned his full attention to the puppet master. As Mr. Filch has requested, I would like to remind you all that the Dark Forest is strictly forbidden to all students. Knowing that he had a couple of minutes as Dumbledore continued with the annual announcements that never seemed to change in content, Hadrian took the time to scan through the professors and his fellow students for any changes that would interest him. Almost immediately, his eyes were drawn to the house table farthest from him, the Gryffindors, and to 3 students in particular. Landon Potter, Hermione Granger and Ronald Weasley were seated together just like at any other meal. The know-it-all, unsurprisingly, was pathetically engrossed by the headmaster's words. He could practically see the freaking stars radiating from her brown eyes from here. The weasel was sighing and moaning about his empty stomach just like at any other time in his life. It was the boy who lived that was acting different. Hadrian narrowed his eyes. In a world driven by acting, by masks, he relied on knowing those around him. Their personalities, their insecurities in order to better judge their reactions. Potter's eyes weren't staring adoringly up at his mentor, nor was he laughing and talking with his red-haired best friend. Hadrian's persona depended on being able to predict others so that he may adjust his behavior accordingly to be viewed in a specific way, his way. Hazel eyes were working methodically through each and every student with an odd contemplative and suspicious gleam that always seemed to be drawn back to the table of emerald and silver. He would be damned if Boy Wonder was going to stuff that up. Hadrian quickly lowered his eyes when Potter's gaze trailed over his part of the Slytherin table. He could only guess that the fast gloss over meant that he had been categorically disregarded for whatever it was the savior was looking for. Hadrian stared at Potter, watching him repeat the same process over and over, always coming back to rest on his house. He shook his head lightly. The Gryffindor Golden Boy did know the truth of Lord Voldemort's resurrected, he reminded himself. His name was being dragged through the media's mud after all, it was bound to have some affect. Hadrian raised an eyebrow in thought. Stupidity combined with brave paranoia. Perhaps this year the boy who lived could serve as a source of amusement rather than irritation. Convinced that Potter didn't possess the necessary brain capacity to be anything other than harmless, Hadrian turned his attention back to a far more dangerous opponent. One he intended on sidestepping entirely if he got his way. I would also like to take the opportunity to introduce our new defense against the dark arts professor. Mr. Sirius Black. Mr. Black has fortunately agreed to take a year off from his work at the ministry to teach at Hogwarts. The aged wizard beamed brilliantly and Hadrian had to force back a sneer of contempt. Mr. Black will also be one of 2 professors directing the new dueling class this year. 3/4 of the hall seemed to explode with cheers which only became louder as the handsome, debonair-looking wizard swept dramatically to his feet and bowed twice to the masses. Dueling. The old man hadn't dared to attempt another class after the failure of Gilderoy Lockhart in his 2nd year. Pulling an Auror into Hogwarts to teach was a telling move, one which spoke of concern and, his eyes swung round to meet the shocked and happy face of Landon Potter, worry for the Boy Wonder's safety. It was a much more obvious move from the headmaster than he was used to seeing. The wizard usually preferred the more subtle, cloak and daggers approach. Hadrian tilted his head slightly as he surveyed the man. It was definitely telling. The man was worried, genuinely worried. He smirked. I am happy to say that after much discussion between the faculty, the Board of Governors and myself that we at Hogwarts will be introducing a number of new classes as electives for 5th years and up. Hadrian's back straightened and his eyes narrowed in dark suspicion on the twinkling wizard grinning out at his students. He had enough presence of mind to hope that any who noticed merely took it to mean his displeasure at more work and nothing else, but the majority of his mind was flying wildly through reasons the manipulative old coot would do this. Tomorrow morning, as the schedules are being passed out, a list of the possible electives will be attached including the time and professor overseeing the class. Some of these lessons will be taught on Saturday, but students will be given the option of choosing their new electives for themselves, so any who have a problem with this don't have to sign up. He chuckled. That bastard. Hadrian exerted great effort to mold his face so it merely showed a boy caught up in his mind's daydreams. The only physical manifestation of his simmering anger was white clenched fists pressing harshly against his knees beneath the table. That said, each student must pick at least 2 and no more than 6 of the new subjects. As the new classes are simply electives and not core subjects, you will have only 1 lesson a week and the professors will be flowing to and from the castle during that time. Merlin. Hadrian gritted his teeth together, attempting to rein in his anger. How was it that even though the man was oblivious to his presence, he still managed to hit him in one of the few places it would hurt? He felt like screaming at the man in frustration, and if he was still in his 1st year with untested control he probably would have. As it was, Hadrian forced down his unsavory emotions easily enough. In any other school or situation the thought of a whole list of different, more obscure magics to learn, would, no doubt, have been intriguing. But Albus Dumbledore was clearly the one behind such a move, and Hadrian couldn't see the bastard endorsing the teaching of any particularly useful magic. He didn't have the time for an extra class in his schedule, especially on a Saturday. Aside from his normal dueling work and spell repertoire enhancement, he wanted to finally complete his animagus transformation and get started with wards. He didn't have limitless hours to throw away in what promised to be a superficial waste of bloody time. I would also like to announce this year's head girl and boy, Miss Hermione Granger and Mr. Landon Potter, both from Gryffindor. Hadrian's back straightened at the abrupt change in topic. Malfoy must be thrilled, his mind smirked wickedly. Was it just him, or were the cheers and expressions of the school less than enthused? It wasn't much, but the subdued reaction of the children to the announcement served as some small amusement to him. The boy who lived was facing an obvious drop in popularity. The Daily Prophet certainly had been busy this summer, effectively killing Dumbledore and Potter's credibility. It amused him to no end to see the futile, passionate efforts of both to prepare the public for Lord Voldemort's second reign of terror, only to have their own support and power turn on them. Poetic justice, if you asked him. Raven hadn't been able to stop cackling for days when the first scathing headline was printed, announcing to the world that the Lord of the Light was too old and senile and their teenage hero a pathological attention seeker. It was only with a well-timed scratch of his jaw that Hadrian managed to successfully cover the malicious smirk in time. "Everyone, please tuck in." Dumbledore smiled kindly, waving his arms elaborately in the air, the amazed gasps of the first years telling Hadrian that the feast had materialized. Discreetly rolling his eyes and further suppressing his anger at the class changes, he reached for the jug of pumpkin juice in front of him. As he sipped from the goblet, surrounded by loud voices and conversation, he once again contemplated that benevolent grandfather image Albus Dumbledore projected to the public. Sometimes, he wondered whether it was possible that the man's image stemmed from some kind of truth in his personality. Perhaps something that had dwindled away over the years. Hadrian leant back and swung his legs over the long wooden bench, quickly climbing to his feet as the rest of the student body left for their house common rooms. Or was it simply all an illusion? A complex mask used to cajole and misdirect? Safe, among the energetic mass of children, Hadrian tipped his head back, his dull green eyes locked on the enchanted night sky above him. Hopefully, he'd never have to find out firsthand. Hadrian hung back from the rest of the group as they walked through the portrait hole where his head of house, he knew, waited to deliver his customary start-of-term speech. He also had every intention of skipping it. It didn't take him much effort to slip through the gaps between students and disappear down the stone staircase to his dorm. He hadn't stayed for the opening address since his second year, preferring to use the time to settle into his room and erect any wards he thought necessary instead. Pushing open the plain wooden door, he took in the 6 four-poster beds with a sigh. Well, won't this be cozy? Hadrian chuckled to himself as he saw his name, Hadrian Walker, embossed on a golden plaque at the foot of the bed closet to the door. That wouldn't do at all. With a lazy flick of his wand he silently switched Theodore Knott's plaque with his own and promptly moved towards the bed closest to the window and naturally apart from the other 5. Scrubbing his eyes roughly with the heels of his hands, he lay back on the bed, letting his eyes close after snapping the curtains around him shut with a subtle "notice me not" charm. He couldn't deal with the idiocy of his roommates tonight. This is going to be a long year. He groaned, pushing his face into the pillow, determined to get some much-needed sleep before facing Hogwarts tomorrow. I am telling you, Prongs, the bunch of kids at Hogwarts today wouldn't have lasted a week with the Marauders before cracking under the pressure. Sirius Black proclaimed loudly to the entire kitchen as he plopped down into the empty seat beside his best friend. James Potter shot his friend an amused look while his wife simply rolled her eyes at the man's predictable antics. Yeah, Potter laughed, what's it like being back there? Sitting with the enemy? The man laughed while others around them chuckled good-naturedly. The grim animagus turned excited sapphire eyes on his partner in crime, clearly preparing to launch into a complicated blow-by-blow of the evening before the soft call of his name distracted him. Remus Lupin watched, as his previously unaware lover became conscious of his presence, and a grin spread across his face. Moony, Sirius yelled in happiness, grabbing the werewolf in an enormous bear hug, acting as if he hadn't seen him for days rather than that morning at breakfast. All right, you two, tone it down. Some of us would like for this meeting to get started sooner rather than later and actually get home at a reasonable hour. Alistair Moody's gruff voice barked out, effectively killing the jovial mood. Of course, Alistair, but it is always nice to hear the reactions of past graduates coming back to Hogwarts to teach. Each person always seems to have a different opinion and perspective that has never failed to amuse me. Albus Dumbledore intervened gently, twinkling eyes watching closely as Black's indignant expression softened along with Mad Eye's annoyance as he spoke. Albus, please. The meeting. Minerva snapped as the silence stretched through Grimmauld Place. The headmaster smiled, nodding to the aged witch on his left before turning to the impressive, dark-skinned wizard standing next to the fireplace. Kingsley, do you have any new information or leads concerning the Aurors? Have you managed to persuade many more? The powerful head of Aurors was silent for a moment before sighing softly and shaking his head negatively. I'm sorry, Albus, apart from the 24 or so people in the department that we managed to convince throughout the summer, no one else is budging. If anything, it's become harder to speak to them about you-know-who lately. Most believe that if he really were back, as we've been saying, he would have made a move by now. Dumbledore seemed sad, although unsurprised by the comment, but nodded his thanks to the man nevertheless. Edgar, a short, plump man in his early 50s, started at the unexpected call but quickly sat up, smoothing out the non-existent wrinkles in his ostentatious red velvet coat, brown eyes wide as he stared up at Dumbledore. Yes, Albus. His voice was unexpectedly smooth, slightly higher than was average, but it was steady and self-assured. You mentioned in last week's meeting that you were going to try and use your 10% ownership in the Daily Prophet to attempt to temper the articles about Landon and myself. You were going to try and bring back the focus to the strange happenings at the last task of the tournament and encourage any reports of dark activity. Dumbledore reminded the group thoughtfully, and now many members of the Order were looking at the unassuming man in hopeful expectation. Well, I have better news than Kingsley at least. I was able to stop a number of damaging articles about yourself and Potter from being published, thankfully. The editor has given me her word that they will tone down the slanderous articles, but she turned me down point blank at any revival of the Tri-Wizard story with a dark activity speculation angle. She just wouldn't have it, wouldn't hear of it, Edgar stated. Well, at least it's something. James Potter sighed and there were murmurs of positive agreement. Has anyone else anything to report that they believe is significant? Dumbledore asked widely. McGonagall cleared her throat and all 70 or so eyes focused on her, including the surprised blue of her mentor. I thought it worthwhile to mention that only 13 of the 17 children sent Hogwarts letters accepted the invitation. Normally, nearly all choose to study at Hogwarts. Every few years there is sometimes one, rarely two, but no more, that choose to attend a different school. This year, 3 of the 4 that declined have gone to Durmstrang and 1 to Beauxbatons. Okay, why is that important? Tonks asked, her face twisted in confusion. Lily Potter leant forward with a shrewd look in her eyes. Do you know what the blood status of these 4 children were, Minerva? She asked quietly. Many expressions suddenly showed a dawning understanding and looked in interest to hear the answer. McGonagall nodded stiffly. Pureblood. All of them. Lily leant back against her chair at the answer. Have any of the upper year Slytherins transferred, Albus? She asked after a moment. No. The unexpected voice of Severus Snape startled some, but Lily simply nodded her acceptance. However, when she remained silent, her eyes staring at her lap in contemplation, Molly Weasley spoke up. Minerva, Albus, should this concern us for any reason? She asked with a small frown in between her eyebrows. Yes, you stupid woman, this should concern you. Snape snapped irritably, ignoring the heated looks now being sent his way by her husband and numerous offspring in the room. They were nothing to him. Ignoring the pinched look on her face, he sneered and answered her with a patronizing and sarcastically bitter voice. It means that the pureblood families know more than they are letting on. It means that we should be concerned about why the neutral families of the last war are remaining silent about how they gained the information. It means that it is not the children of families supporting the Dark Lord which are exiting Hogwarts but the neutrals. It should concern you that these families felt the need to do this without a whiff of struggle or argument reaching us. And it means that the Dark Lord feels secure enough in his European power and contacts to encourage the neutral families he is attempting to recruit to relocate their children. Silence was heavy in the air as everyone in the room took in the harsh, uncensored truth of the matter. Wow, Heather Whaley, a secretary from the minister's personal offices, breathed in shock. Although Severus could have put it another way, I had come to many of the same conclusions. Minerva stated. This is disturbing, Dumbledore said quietly, and immediately all attention was on their leader. We knew that Voldemort had been working on Europe during the summer thanks to Severus and others, but I hadn't realized that he was already so confident in his control over the mainland. Fleur, your family is quite influential in France, I believe. Can you shed any light on this issue? The young, talented Vila shrugged. The Delacours have always been a light family, it is well known in France. There is not much I can tell you that would be of any benefit. She said, I heard from friends that all of the influential families of France disappeared for the summer but have all returned over the last fortnight. No strange happenings in the ministry, no daring political moves have been made. I don't know what else to tell you. Thank you, Miss Delacour. So what? James Potter spoke. Is it overconfidence, do you think? It's a possibility, Potter, Moody acknowledged, his ruined face pulled into a deep scowl. I can't believe that you know who has managed to spread so much influence already. It's just not possible. Hestia Jones laughed, but her voice was weak and unconvincing, searching for agreement in others. Severus. Dumbledore looked over his half-moon spectacles at the Slytherin head of house sitting elegantly in the back of the enlarged kitchen. His sallow face difficult to see in the shadows his form was deliberately placed in. Have you heard anything? Snape took a moment to formulate his answer, arms folded against his chest. As you all know, the Dark Lord had me brewing numerous potions for him this summer. I wasn't privy to a lot of information. The man keeps all his followers on a need-to-know information basis only. Severus shot the scoffing Sirius a poisonous glare before continuing. However, his volume increased as he stressed the word, I expect to know more by this time next week. The potions master locked eyes with the headmaster and quickly explained in a stiff, highly defensive tone. My Slytherin students will talk amongst themselves, so I may be able to garner a better picture of what happened this summer. We already know that the gathering in Moscow this year was enormous. Miss Delacour's comment about the French families is correct for Britain as well. They have all filtered back into the country over the last 2 weeks. I don't know for sure, but logically, I assume that means his concentration has shifted back to Britain. James Potter sneered but said nothing, while the Lord of the Light nodded with a thoughtful look and commented that he would be most interested in what Severus had to say next week. Oh, hey Albus, James called, a sheepish look on his face as the members of the order slowly left the kitchen to make their way home now that the meeting had ended. Yes, my boy, came the chipper reply. I just wanted to ask if it would be all right if we rescheduled the dueling class to Saturdays. Kingsley couldn't clear my absence on a weekday with Fudge. Guy said something about public backlash if Captain of the Aurors was seen getting special treatment. Sorry, Albus, he smiled apologetically. Ah, a Saturday. You're serious, James. Man, that beeps. Serious, Mo Ned. Quite all right, my boy, quite all right. I think Mr. Potter may even enjoy that more. Lily told me that your son was delightfully horrified as well as excited to have his father teaching at Hogwarts this year. I'm certain that looking out of my office window on a Saturday to see 2 Potters flying on the Quidditch pitch will not be an odd sight in the coming months. James laughed as he threw an arm around his wife's shoulders, basking in the happy regard of the headmaster. Draco couldn't help narrowing his eyes at the perfectly made and perfectly empty bed across from him as he waited impatiently for Blaise to finish getting ready. As impossible as it seemed, Walker had given them the slip. They had decided amongst themselves, much to Blaise and Theo's protest, to wait and observe the boy for a few days before they approached him demanding answers. Draco wasn't sure whether he was or wasn't surprised to find nothing in his peers' behavior different at the feast last night. Pansy had nudged him in the ribs halfway through Severus's speech in the common room before leaning in and whispering that Walker wasn't there. When they had arrived at the dorms, all that had greeted them was a curtained 4-poster bed and its silent occupant. Draak tapped his wand against his thigh in agitation. He disliked the boy. He was weak and sniveling and totally disinteresting. Yet he now realized that the one he had always dismissed with a disgusted sneer of contempt held all the cards. He knew nothing about him. Nothing. And if there was one thing his father had always impressed upon him, it was to not judge a book by its cover and to always know everything about the people that surrounded you. Okay, I'm ready. Blaze said and hiked his backpack onto his right shoulder. Let go, he added. Yeehaw right, Draco answered absent-mindedly and, with one last look at the empty bed, swept out of the dorm and up the stairs to the common room, Blaze at his heels. Morning you two. Daphne inclined her head slightly, falling into step with them effortlessly as they walked to breakfast. Hey, what do you guys think of the new elective classes? As long as the old fool hasn't gotten his claws in too deep, it sounds as though it may be fun. Blaze asked. Wicked, even. He added with a grin. Draco shrugged. I don't know. It could be interesting, I guess. Well, I want to know how we're supposed to study for our newts with all these extra classes. Daphne huffed. What? Gray eyes were cautious yet patronizing as they looked at her. You think we'll really need them after we graduate? He spoke quietly, aware that Hogwarts was hardly the best place to be speaking of such things. Green Eyes looked taken aback for a moment, startled at what he was alluding to, but she quickly regained her feet and shot him a glare. That doesn't matter. How are we supposed to learn all the magic well enough? You know, practice. Blaze laughed at his friend's intensity. I wouldn't worry about it, Daphne. You heard last night, the classes are only going to be held once a week. The girl grumbled beside them but acknowledged his words with a nod. So, Greengrass asked, an almost eager look in her eyes, did you notice anything about Walker last night or this morning? I didn't see him come up from the dorms, so I assume he was still there when you left. Draco scowled at the reminder. No. What does that mean? You must have noticed something. She pressed with an exasperated look on her face. No, I didn't notice anything because Walker was already in bed by the time we got into the dorms last night and he was already gone when we got up this morning. Draco growled lowly. Daphne's pale face morphed into one of surprise. He was already gone this morning. She turned her neck to look down the corridor in front of them with a frown. I was up at 6:30 looking through some potion reference books and I didn't see him leave. Zabini waved a hand in front of him as if to brush aside the matter. Yeah, but you know how you get when you're studying, Daph, you're blind to the world. He probably stumbled and fell his way to the portrait hole with you none the wiser, completely absorbed in the different uses for 3-foot-high fungi. He smirked. She shot him a cold glare. That is a gross over-exaggeration, Blaze, and you know it. I'm telling you, he didn't leave the common room after 6:30. I would have noticed. She snapped back. Draco sighed as the golden doors to the Great Hall came into view, wondering how their conversation had degenerated so much and irritated that it seemed to center around Walker. He had better things to do with his time than contemplate the early morning fetishes of some spineless nobody. He determinedly ignored the fact that his thoughts had followed the same focus for days now. He elegantly slid into his seat while murmuring a greeting to Pansy and Theo, his anger spiking when he realized that his eyes had begun to inextricably search out the house table for the elusive boy, seemingly of their own accord. Mr. Malfoy. The familiar dark call of his godfather had him looking up into a pair of assessing black eyes. Your schedule, he drawled, an eyebrow rising at his godson's slow uptake. Thank you, sir. Draco quickly took the outstretched piece of parchment and, as the man continued on down the table, flipped through the various sheets until he came across the list of electives. Wow, Draco breathed and looked up to see the answering grins of excitement on his classmates' faces. Right back at you, Blaze chuckled. Damn, Hadrian hissed angrily, clutching the parchment tightly between his fingers. 3 classes. Oh, this was going to be a treat, he thought acidly as he shoved the forms into his bag and quickly exited the hall for his first class. He'd only shown up for breakfast in the last 5 minutes only to have an agitated female prefect from 5th year shove his schedule under his nose and storm from the hall muttering furiously under her breath about disgraces and punctuality. He had only needed seconds to find the particular parchment and even less for his temper to flare. Hadrian had spent the last 3 hours in the Forbidden Forest working on his animagus transformation in a dual attempt to calm himself in anticipation for the day and a genuine desire to finally achieve his animal form. Suffice to say, only one had been accomplished and forthwith destroyed within the space of 10 minutes. Pardon me, but I was hoping that you would be willing to assist me. The young, Strawberry Bee-owned secretary glanced up at the cool, sophisticated voice and seemed to freeze for a moment before she shook her short-styled hair in an attempt to gather her wits. "Oh, of course," she stuttered before her customary efficient self seized control of the embarrassing situation. "What can I do for you, my lady?" The beautiful, fey-like woman smiled icily before speaking. "I would like to access a file." The young witch nodded her understanding quickly, knowing that the woman before her would not tolerate her fumbling twice. "That shouldn't be a problem. Which file were you looking for?" The tall, slender lady didn't answer right away. Instead, she slowly removed her short, white satin gloves before fixing ice-cold eyes on the girl. "It is a restricted file, I believe." Her tone didn't change. The 24-year-old secretary swallowed her nerves and met the stare as she spoke. "I'm very sorry, my lady, but I don't have the authority to grant you access to any of the restricted files. You will need to ask the head of law enforcement, Madam Bones, for the necessary permission to view them." Tracy held her breath as she finished speaking, waiting for the other's reaction. She knew that this woman must already be familiar with this information. It was well known. She couldn't fathom why she thought Tracy, a mere secretary for the recording of general population information, would be able to hand over the file. "Miss Beaton," the lady smiled sinisterly and clasped her pale hands loosely in front of her. "I have heard that your father isn't feeling well these days." Tracy's brow puckered in confusion, but she answered the unasked question anyhow, not seeing the harm. "Yes, I've had to admit him into St. Mungo's." When the lady continued to stare at her silently, clearly expecting more of an answer, she hesitantly continued. "The Medi witches aren't able to tell me when he will be in a stable enough condition to leave." She answered slowly, feeling strange and awkward about sharing such personal details about her life but unwilling to offend the woman in front of her. Yes, terrible. And it is just yourself and your father, I gather." At her nod the woman again smiled. "It must be difficult, handling all of the financial costs of your father's medical care yourself." Tracy nodded tightly, but the frown she couldn't wipe from her forehead easily betrayed how uncomfortable she was feeling. "Your job couldn't possibly pay a large enough salary," the lady exclaimed softly as if the thought had made her aghast. "I work hard and I take the extra shifts whenever I can. I'm handling it just fine, thank you." Tracy spoke tightly, her eyes glassy with humiliation. "Yes, of course you are." The woman tilted her head to the left and considered the young girl in front of her. "I'd hate to see your father unable to receive the medical care he so clearly needs if you ever lost your job, though." She shook her head in sympathetic disapproval. "Youth of today, they never seem to have a backup plan, do they? Take your case, one wrong word from the right person and you could lose your entire income, just like that. It's terrible." She clucked her tongue and sighed, but throughout her speech those icy orbs hadn't faltered from steadily widening brown. The secretary, Tracy, could barely keep her hiccups and tears at bay as she stared at the beautiful lady in abject horror. "Why you?" she stuttered out, feeling like her whole world had just come crashing down. Was the woman saying what she thought she was saying? Did this type of thing actually happen? The same small, icy smile that had appeared at the beginning of their exchange stretched slowly across blood-red lips. "The file, Miss Beaton. Watch where you're going." A gruff voice spat in his ear as a meaty elbow shoved him aside. Hadrian swayed dangerously before clutching at the only stable thing near him in an attempt to stop himself from crashing to the floor. "Whoa, there." A surprised, yet amused voice washed over him as strong hands grabbed his small, bony shoulders in an effort to balance him. "You all right there, lad?" For once, the blush that stained his cheeks wasn't a carefully calculated lie but entirely truthful. Oh, how humiliating. He didn't even need to look up at the owner of the voice. He knew exactly who had caught him. "Yes, thank you, Professor Black." Hadrian mumbled before slowly stepping out of the man's personal space and tilting his neck backwards to look into laughing sapphire eyes. "Best to keep your eyes up, lad. It prevents others the perfect excuse to knock you down." He smiled, but his eyes held traces of pity. Hadrian smiled back tightly. "I'll keep that in mind, Professor, thank you." He wondered how pitying the man would act if he knew his precious godson was one of the bullies that endeavored to make his life miserable. The boy who lived could do no wrong in the eyes of Sirius Black, a fact which had become painfully obvious after their first defense class of the year on Monday. "Good. See you in class, Wilson." Black bellowed over his shoulder as he joined the crowd of students rushing to the Great Hall for lunch. "It's Walker," Hadrian hissed under his breath. "Stop it. This is what you want. Invisibility, what you work for," he reminded himself sternly, his agitation subsiding, but it didn't disappear. It disturbed him to realize that those reminders were not having as assuring an effect as they had had in the past. Have you ever thought about the possibility of allowing just enough of your strength to shine through in order to show your power, while hiding the extent of its range? Damn dark lords, putting ideas into his head, unwanted ideas. Sweeping unnoticed between the students, Hadrian parted from the mass at the Great Hall and continued out onto the grounds. "Tempus," he whispered. 12:38, crap, he was late, and that would draw attention. Hadrian raised an arm so he could curl his fingers under the strap of his backpack and began to jog toward the small group of figures gathered around the gamekeeper's hut. Advanced Creature Recognition and Ingredient Collection, one of the two electives he had chosen for two equally simple reasons. It was the only class, apart from household cleaning charms and wizarding dancing, that was held in the 1-hour timeslot allotted to lunch, and it was taught by Rubius Hagrid. In other words, it was sure to have a small student membership. He smirked. 5 meters out from the group he slid fluidly into a brisk walk and covered the remaining space separating them. "ND, you'll need to be extra careful, you lot. You're all air because you are obviously interested in magical animals and plants, so that's what I'll be teaching ya. But we'll also be looking for the more rare creatures, and I don't want any of you to worry. Some of them are thought to be dangerous, but I'll be teaching you how to safely approach them." Hadrian raised an amused brow at the concerned looks most of his classmates were now sporting before turning sharply at the sound of heavy breathing approaching him from behind. "Oh, sweet Merlin, why him? Sorry I'm late, Hagrid. Snape held me back after class." Landon Potter grinned lopsidedly. "Sno problem, Landon. You didn't miss much. I was just telling your classmates, that we'll be focusing on the more volatile creatures and plants within the forest and to be on their guard." Hagrid informed the Gryffindor with an answering grin. Hadrian wanted to grimace as he was forced to watch the gooey camaraderie at play. He'd never taken care of magical creatures with the Gryffindors before, but he'd heard stories of the casual affection that existed between the half-giant and the Golden Trio. He was not happy to see that they were correct. "Okay everybody, I want you to find a partner. This person is going to be responsible for watching your back while we're in the forest. You're to look out for each other, make sure one of you don't fall behind, that sort of thing." Hadrian felt the usual curl of annoyance in his belly at the sound of group work, but turned to face the other 5 students obediently anyway. He stood silent, waiting, like always, for them to sort themselves out first. Landon, do you want to be my partner?" He didn't know why, but the sound of a small, timid voice immediately caught his attention. The boy who lived looked supremely uncomfortable as Neville Longbottom rang his hands together, his brown head bowed and locked with the ground at his feet. It was obvious, the way hazel eyes were glancing hesitantly at the boy in front of him and back to the 3 other students, that the boy wondered didn't want to be stuck with Gryffindor's walking disaster. Hadrian crossed his arms and eyed the situation in amusement as both boys sweated in the lengthening silence. Landon. Longbottom glanced up, his brow drawn in a confused frown. "Did you hear em?" The plump wizard was cut off as Padma Patil swept up beside them and wrapped her arm intimately around Potter's waist. "Sorry I took so long, partner. I was talking to Lisa about something." She smiled sweetly, but her black eyes were laughing as she looked at the red-haired wizard beside her in what she thought was a sly, inside joke. Neither Potter nor Patil saw it, too busy making eyes at each other, but Hadrian watched with surprised interest as Longbottom's face dropped and a furious snarl twisted his lips before all evidence disappeared as the Gryffindor golden boy turned back with an apologetic expression. "Sorry, Neville, we'll catch up later, okay?" Potter didn't even wait for an answer before he and Patil walked over to Lisa Turpin and Justin Finch-Flecky, leaving their classmate behind. Hadrian let his eyes run over the wizard. He had felt a spike in the other's magic when that bitter sneer had appeared, and no matter how angry or desperate a wizard became, the amount of power they possessed could not groan, sharpened, yes. But it couldn't magnify. Neville Longbottom. Gryffindor's outcast, squib and coward, Hadrian let his arms hang loosely at his sides and took a step forward, making sure to keep his steps silent. He smiled thinly as Longbottom whirled around to face him, having felt the small, subtle jabs of his magic. Apparently, he wasn't the only one who was more than he seemed. He came to a stop and peered at the boy for a moment before speaking. "Partners Longbottom." His tone was soft and unassuming. All right." The stuttering amused him. He'd used it himself enough times, but he could read real hesitancy in those brown eyes. He frowned lightly. No one in Hogwarts was hesitant around him. "Excellent." He took a step forward and his dull green eyes widened significantly in astonishment as Longbottom seemed to jerk backward, the movement awkward, as if he had had to force his body to stay where it was. He didn't even bother to hide the narrowing of his eyes. Without thought of the consequences, he pierced the other with his stare. Brown eyes met his gaze proudly, a chin jutted out slightly, and Longbottom seemed to grow in height as his spine straightened and his shoulders fell. It was challenge, he realized with shock. His glare darkened and became icy with threat. What the hell did this boy know? Hadrian could feel the slight tingle around his irises and knew the glamour around his eyes was failing. The dull green was probably lightening to a stunning emerald color even now. It took the flash of apprehension and fear in those suddenly hard brown eyes to bring him back to the present, and Hadrian hastily slammed his eyes closed. "Hey, Neville and Umwell. Neville, bring yourself and your partner over, we've got exploring to do." Professor Hagrid's voice boomed uncertainly across the grounds, clearly unsure about not knowing the name of the other member of his class. Hadrian turned sharply to the left when he felt Longbottom take a hesitant step toward him, concern and irritation near wafting off of him. What the F*** had the idiot got to be irritated over? "Okay, Professor, we're coming," Longbottom yelled back. Hadrian wasted no time. The moment the boy's attention was divided, he began murmuring under his breath in Latin, hoping to catch the glamour around his eyes and rebuild it before the whole thing collapsed. If it did, he'd need his wand to reapply it, and that would hardly be subtle now, would it? He was a master at what he did, but even he would need more than a moment to come up with a believable explanation as to how a beginning 7th year knew the wand movements to an advanced or level glamour. He clenched his teeth in anger as he felt the spell resettle into his irises. "Have you got a hold of yourself yet, Walker?" The hissed reprimand had him snapping open his eyes and connecting with sardonic brown. "Good." With that, Longbottom turned his back on him and trudged toward the rest of the group. Before the boy had a chance to get very far, Hadrian wrapped a pale hand around his wrist and leaned in close, his movements all deceptively casual. The body close beside his tensed like an animal that was intelligent enough to know that running, when in the grasp of a predator, was futile. "Don't be smart," he breathed next to his ear, letting the dark, silken quality of his natural voice ring true. He felt the shiver in Longbottom's body and chuckled lowly before gliding past, the whole encounter appearing as if he'd simply misjudged his steps and brushed up against the other for a moment before moving on. He spent the rest of the class observing Longbottom out of the corner of his eye, his anger at his own lapse in control diminishing when he noticed, with amusement, that the sporadically blushing boy was doing everything in his power to keep his eyes from straying to his figure. Although surprising that Longbottom was hiding the extent of his magical abilities, his unsteady reaction to both his intense scrutiny and close contact were evidence that the concealment did not extend to his confidence and personality. He leaned back in the simple, wooden chair, letting the book on warding drop onto the semi-large circular study table before him. "No," he frowned at the stone ceiling. It was the boy's peculiar reaction to him that had his thoughts agitated and begging release from the puzzle. He hadn't figured him out from observing him at Hogwarts, Hadrian was sure of that. If he had dropped enough hints of his true personality and capabilities as to warrant such an extreme reaction of distrust and wariness like he had experienced this morning, there were many other witches and wizards in this castle that would have caught him before Neville Longbottom. Hadrian stared at the tall shelf of library books opposite him, his turbulent thoughts seeming to mimic the chaos of the organizational system. So where was he getting his information? He'd already written to Raven asking her what she knew of the boy's grandmother, Augusta Longbottom, but he had at least 3 days wait before he could expect a reply. At least he needn't worry that the boy would say anything. His reaction spoke of a prior knowledge, not a sudden epiphany, of that he was certain. Good evening. The smooth, confident greeting had Hadrian glancing behind him in feigned surprise. Despite having known exactly who had been approaching him, he still had to forcibly stop himself from sighing in exasperation as his eyes fell on three familiar figures. Greengrass, he murmured back softly, his tone neutral. Malfoy, Zabini, he nodded once to each. The Hadrian Walker Hogwarts knew wasn't a spineless whelp, rather, a closet coward that was easily spotted. He drew less regard this way. A sniveling runt, after all, would be the clear target of any inter- or intra-house disputes. He'd never get any peace. This particular personality trait was a major contributor to his ability to fly beneath the radar, one he was both proud of and enjoyed. The striking young woman smirked as if she'd won some small battle he couldn't hope to understand and smoothly slid onto the open seat on his left. "You are a difficult wizard to find, Walker," she said offhandedly, but Hadrian detected the irritated tenseness in her hands easily enough. He smothered his smirk. It was just like these three to assume that his hard-to-pin-down geographical location must be from a direct wish to avoid them. "I hadn't been aware that there were individuals seeking my presence," he answered slowly as if he were picking his words carefully. "What in blazes names are you doing way back here anyway, Walker? There is a reason nobody ever sits in this part of the library. It stinks of cat pee and you need to constantly cast the Lumos spell to be able to see what the hell you're doing." Zabini snapped out as he sat in one of the chairs furthest from him, but by the way his eyes looked at Malfoy in search of agreement, he wasn't looking for a response from him. "Hush, Blaze." Greengrass's voice was gentle on the surface, but there was an undercurrent of steel that Hadrian was sure the others didn't believe he had the intelligence to catch. Malfoy was observing silently from where he was leaning against the old tomes, but Hadrian noted the concentration in those mercury eyes. Out of all his year mates, in third year he had come to the conclusion that, while he may find him distasteful and irritating, the Malfoy heir was the one with the greatest potential. He was a powerful wizard, nothing exceptional but far enough above the average to be noticed. And he was intelligent, as loath as he was to admit it. The boy was simply pampered. His parents had made sure he wanted for nothing, and Hogwarts had never stretched him enough for him to really reach his potential. He had never been put in a situation where he needed to reach his potential. But the skeleton was there, and Hadrian would be a fool to not recognize that and adjust himself accordingly. "Can I help you with something?" Hadrian kept the annoyance out of his voice with effort, but really, this immature attempt at an interrogation was grating on him. It was so utterly childish. "Why, I am glad you phrased it that way, Walker." Daphne smiled archly. That arrogant spark in her eyes was really beginning to annoy him. He read her easily enough. She was better than most of her peers, but her attempt to wipe all expression from her features barely impeded him. She was confused and wary by so obviously having missed something crucial about him. It was making her uneasy, he noted, as it would any Slytherin to have so clearly miscalculated. But behind that he saw her confidence, the type of unyielding confidence that only comes with the belief of individual superiority. If he hadn't been dealing with the old coot's unwanted influence in his life, Longbottom's mysterious knowledge of him, and the awareness that it was only the existence of Hogwarts wards that have saved him from experiencing a crucio from a testy Dark Lord that he slighted, Hadrian might have been amused. He had been worried that the Slytherin trio might draw the correct conclusions, that they had severely underestimated him and his capabilities after this summer's fiasco. He needn't have bothered, he realized. Their arrogance blinded them to all of the possibilities. They merely addressed the ones that suited them. Again, at any other time he probably would have found this entertaining. As it was, their seemingly intrinsic idiocy just pissed him off. "How was your summer, Walker?" Daphne asked offhandedly, but her eyes were sharp and ready to catch any incriminating details. Hadrian considered the pureblood heiress attempting to outmaneuver him. On the one hand, he could use this moment to completely solidify her belief that while circumstances surrounding him may be interesting and unexpected, they did not necessarily extend to him personally. She was still unwilling to consciously admit to the apparently inconceivable possibility that Hadrian had fooled them all. It would be simple, far more effortless than he had envisaged, but it wouldn't give him much room to move like he was beginning to believe he might need to this year. Perhaps a different strategy. One that would mean he wouldn't be having thoughts of how to hide 3 dead and decaying bodies from the searching authorities. With an almost sadistic enjoyment, Hadrian began to elegantly construct his response. His persona had become far too easy to manipulate over the years. The knowledge of how crucial this alteration would be sent a small thrill through him like only a challenge could. "Walker," Zabini called loudly, his tone annoyed. "What's wrong with the guy?" "Blaze." Malfoy's voice was quiet but it rose with warning. "Shut up." "Walker, you're Summer." Greengrass pressed and her eyes widened in glee when she read the nervous look that suddenly dominated Hadrian's features, coupled with his apparently clumsy attempt to wipe such betraying emotions from his face. Malfoy's arms unwound and he took a step forward, his eyes interested. Even Zabini's face showed a reluctant curiosity. "Item, it was." Hadrian closed his eyes briefly and breathed slowly as if to calm himself before locking his dull green eyes on hers. "It had some unexpected moments, however, all is well and you." He felt like grinning as she stared and then fumbled for words to reply. Her surprised brown eyes stared at him for several moments as the beginnings of a frown twitched between her carefully shaped eyebrows. His initial scramble and intimidated expression had been expected. It was the completely lucid and articulate words that followed that had thrown her. Greengrass had clearly approached him, having already reached her conclusions. She had not expected any surprises or deviations from the planned path of conversation. Hadrian took note of the narrowed mercury eyes with a small amount of surprise. Perhaps the Malfoy heir was more perceptive and closer to accepting all possibilities than he had thought. "It was a very informative break. I met several new people that I had wished to make the acquaintance of, but of course, you know all about that." She stared at him pointedly for the seemingly subtle reference. Her look practically screamed her assumption of knowledge, and Hadrian scrunched his toes together inside his shoes as the first real flare of irritated anger ignited within him. Ignoring his ire, he stared into her haughty eyes in silence, his expression blank and unresponsive. He waited for the exact moment when her gaze relaxed slightly and flickered in frustration. Raising an eyebrow, he subtly straightened his back from his forced slouch and smiled thinly. "Of course." Zabini's jaw ticked in agitation. "Come on, Walker. You know what we're asking," he growled, exasperated with the word play. Daphne herself was feeling a sort of shocked disbelief. She had been sure that it wouldn't take much to make him cave, and that was preparing for the unlikely instance that he would offer resistance. "I'm sure I don't know what you mean," Hadrian replied in a calm, neutral tone. Hadrian watched with amusement as Greengrass's eyes lit up with infuriation before she pushed back her chair roughly and leaned toward him, her hands resting on the dark wooden table. "How do you know Gabriel Dalton?" she demanded quietly, but her words were tense with emotion. Hadrian didn't react to the poor attempt at physical intimidation. Rather, he slowly pushed his own chair back and started the process of gathering his books, parchment and quills. "He's acquainted with my mother," he answered solemnly, as if he were reluctant to part with such personal information. "You know that she was a black, don't you?" It wasn't so much the patronizing tone of the words but the fact itself that had Hadrian pausing in his task and raising his eyes to meet Mercury. "Yes, I know," he murmured, but for the first time his tone was clipped and less than absolutely polite and neutral. "Walker, good night," he said stiffly, cutting Greengrass off rudely, and before any of them had a chance to protest, Hadrian allowed his natural smoothness to carry him away and out of library. As soon as he escaped from the suddenly stifling room, Hadrian forced his gait to shorten and adopt the familiar shuffles his persona lived with. He turned left, lifting his feet as he traveled up the impressive marble steps, traveling down stone corridors and onto moving staircases, slowly climbing higher. He pushed the simple wooden door of the astronomy tower open as he waved his wand, silently casting powerful privacy wards. Without a word he shut the door behind him, glad that no students had decided to use the location for its famous purpose tonight. He supposed even the most reckless of rule breakers obeyed curfew for the first week of school. Hadrian let his glamours fade away as he stalked forward to one of the wide open spaces. Leaning heavily against the freezing cold stone of the castle, he just let his eyes take in the picture. There was a slight breeze whistling through the turrets and it played with his coal-black hair as if happy for him to have it back. The odd sound of an owl's hoot from the Olary on the adjoining tower was familiar and welcoming. It was still, asleep. Yet, As he stood motionless in the uppermost part of the magical castle, the pounding pressure of his thoughts wouldn't abate. Do not lie to me, boy. Your features are clearly aristocratic and I can sense your magical aura, so you must be a pureblood. Which family do you belong to? Speak, boy, before I lose my patience. I am not above cursing a child. She spat acidly. You know that she was a black, don't you? So the only reason you disguise yourself so completely is merely curiosity and cunning. The Dark Lord taunted, and the very real reality of you being removed from your guardian's care should her identity be discovered has nothing to do with your mask. Raven, his mother. The day he had learnt he would have to hide himself was one that stood vividly amongst his memories. He had been 10 years old. They had been walking through the forest surrounding their home as they had done countless times before. Raven used the time to teach him about magical plants and their properties, how to collect them and what they were used for. Other times Raven used the long walks to teach Hadrian about magical creatures. The two spent hours wandering through the trees discussing some of the most unique magical species in existence. I'm a widow, Hadrian. He could still remember the way his whole body had frozen with those 4 words. Before that day he had never really thought about Raven having a life which hadn't included him. Just as he felt like his life had only really started when he had met her, so had Hadrian's childlike thoughts assumed it had been the same for her. He had been foolish. She was Lady Raven Black Nor she had been, until her title had been stripped from her. Her husband, as she told him, had been Alexander Nadine, a prominent and powerful pureblood, which her parents had arranged for her to marry. Despite that fact and despite being raised in the harsh, cold house of the Blacks, she had come to love him. Hadrian sneered as he looked out at the water of the Black Lake. Love. It was love that broke her. Raven is a dark witch. Even if she did not agree with her family's coldness towards each other and their bloodthirsty nature, she was still one of them. She still reveled in that raw feeling of power. Alexander had not. Hadrian caressed his wand absent-mindedly, his brilliant verdant gaze penetrating the darkness around him, his mind caught in memories. Alexander had been a Death Eater. Being who he was, it would not have escaped notice if he refused to take the mark. But he betrayed the cause. He turned spy to Dumbledore. The pain in Raven's voice as she had recounted the events to Hadrian had baffled him. The man had betrayed the dark, betrayed his magic and betrayed her, but still she felt loss. Hadrian had felt rage. Her feelings had allowed her to become weak and susceptible to manipulation. Alexander Nadine was inevitably discovered and killed for his treachery, and an unaware Raven arrested and brought before the ministry. Before his death her own husband had given Albus Dumbledore pensive evidence of her affiliations with the dark. Her own husband turned her in. The one she had loved for almost a quarter of a century. Thankfully, she had never been marked, so the ministry was unable to sentence her to a stay in Azkaban, but they took everything else. Her title of lady was stripped from her. Her money, her estates, her status. They ruined her. Alexander Nadine had been the cause of many murders in the dark families, and listening to reason hadn't been high on their agenda. She was his wife and, therefore, complicit. The light would not have her, but neither would the dark. He breathed evenly as he looked out at the lightening sky before lowering his eyes to the skin on the back of his hand. Lying between the thumb and index finger was a pitch-black symbol. Hadrian slowly traced the outline as he has done millions of times before. Even Raven was unaware of its existence. His instincts had always warned him to keep it covered, out of sight. Green eyes watched as the mark began fading from sight, his fingers soon tracing nothing but smooth white skin. Raven's past was indeed a reason he hid behind his mask. He turned abruptly and swept from the tower, pulling the wooden door shut behind him with a swift yank. But it wasn't the only one. Nits and grime, sweat and cold, blood and water, mud and dust, that was his life now. He had no idea how long he had existed like this. How long it had been since he had heard something apart from the crashing waves against hard stone and insane, terrified screams. How long it had been since the sight of these 3 walls and thick metal bars had been his home. How long it had been since he had tasted anything beyond the maggoty bread and dirty water they shoved into his cell once a day. How long it had been since he had touched something that wasn't the damp, crumbling stone surrounding him. How long it had been since he had smelt fresh air filled with the scent of dark green conifers in the early winter. How long had it been? The eerie sound of chains rattling and shaky, cold breath approached him, and the bone-chilling cold once again invaded his withered limbs. His guards were back. The Dementors passed his cell at least 3 times a day, and each and every time he battled and pushed and mentally screamed against his limits, forcibly pushing his mind beyond the shield where they couldn't touch him. Each time he successfully submerged his mind, he was sure he wouldn't have the energy to do it again. Yet, each time he dove deeper and deeper to find the necessary strength. But this time was different. He heard the screams and yells and explosions distantly, as if he were underwater. But the sounds were getting louder, calling him. His mind emerged with a strangled gasp of familiar freezing air, piercing his lungs with ice and intensity. "Oh, open the cell doors, you fool. Quickly. This is the maximum security area of Azkaban. We need to move swiftly in case any traps or safeguards activate." He groaned softly and tried to stand, but his muscles were too weak and he barely moved from his crouched position on the floor. "In here. I need some help. No. Lift the damn thing. Expelliarmus. Avada Kedavra. I've got Greyback. Stupefy. Get them out of here, you fool." He jerked. At least he tried to, as the metal bars that had been his cage for however long he had been here were violently blown apart. 2 men in black robes, wearing the familiar white skull masks, walked quickly into the room and hauled him up from the stone floor. He cried out at the pain of putting weight on his wasted legs and collapsed between the pair, the only thing keeping him upright the strong unyielding grasps under his arms. Another strode through the smoke and into his destroyed home. He came forward, rising his arm at the same time to lower his mask. Achingly familiar platinum bee-owned hair tumbled from beneath the hood. "Lucius." He barely managed the raspy, destroyed whisper that emerged from his throat, but the Malfoy Lord smiled gently and placed a hand on his emaciated shoulder. "Yes, it is I, old friend." He felt the sob rise in his chest and his hands trembled more than they had even a moment ago, but he pushed it down. He still had his pride. The hand on his shoulder tightened. "You're free, Rodolphus. Free." Lily hummed softly as she wiped down the kitchen bench tops with the damp tea towel, enjoying the monotony of the simple Muggle action. "James," she called up the stairs, "you're going to be late." Shaking her head, she walked back into the kitchen, or at least she tried to, before strong arms caught her from behind and pulled her against a warm, firm chest. You smell divine." James breathed in her ear and she smiled before successfully escaping the hold and turning around to face him with a bell-like laugh. "Oh, James, really, how are you going to explain being late to a class when you are one of the 2 professors teaching it?" She smiled. He grinned at her roguishly as he walked towards the fireplace. "I'll just tell them that I have a devilishly beautiful wife that loves to keep me in bed late on Saturdays." He winked as he grabbed a fistful of flow powder. Lily gasped. "Don't you dare say that, James Potter," she yelled, watching in fond exasperation as her laughing husband disappeared in a blaze of flame to the headmaster's office. "Honestly," she mumbled to herself before a sound from the window distracted her. Turning around, Lily quickly moved towards the small kitchen window to let the postal owl, pecking agitatedly at the glass, inside. "Thank you," she said politely as she slipped 2 nuts into the leather pouch attached to its side and watched the owl fly off, before carelessly unfurling the Daily Prophet. Mass Azkaban breakout. Thought to be the work of mass murderer Peter Pettigrew. 12 maximum security criminals now roaming free. Sweet merciful mother, Lily whispered brokenly, green eyes wide and unseeing as the paper fell, floating to the floor. It was amusing, to say the least, watching the boy who lived rapidly drain of color in the middle of eating a pork sausage. Poetic, almost. With a carefully placed gulp, to show his persona's fear and uncertainty and what looked like an amateur appraisal of his housemates. Conducted with obvious shifty eyes, Hadrian allowed his reaction to be recorded by any in the hall who bothered to notice. He shaped, with an artist's precision, every detail. Hadrian counted the seconds before he clumsily attempted to appear self-important and pathetically arrogant amongst his peers. As if it were his deep wish to be seen as part of the gang, while achingly obvious that he wasn't. Individuals were suddenly looking at the Gryffindor hero in uncertainty, wondering if maybe his words about the Dark Lord's return now held any credence. Hadrian was in the process of reaching for his fork when a tingling on the palm of his hand distracted him. Pausing in the action, he rubbed his thumbnail across the irritated skin, quickly relieving the itch. As interesting as the fact of the breakout was, Hadrian was unsurprised and quickly bored. The Dark Lord had been growing stronger all summer. What had the light side expected? Some of his top Death Eaters were in the wizarding prison. His most loyal. It was an obvious move. Confident, yes, but they had faced Lord Voldemort before. Had they expected anything but confidence? Yet, the headmaster looked pale and determined while Snape spoke quickly into his ear. Watching the pair unobtrusively, he once again speculated on where the Slytherin head's loyalty really lay. Was the man currently defending his apparent lack of knowledge from a genuine perspective or not? It was evidence of just how good the man was that Hadrian couldn't read him. A thought occurred to him and he quickly searched the Gryffindor table for Neville Longbottom. It was always telling how a person acted when emotional. The escape of the three Lestranges would not doubt engender such a reaction, and he wanted to be sure to see it. Shaking, white, fit to faint it seemed. Completely and totally pathetic. He sighed and returned to his breakfast. Longbottom was better than he had thought. Hadrian absently scratched the palm of his hand as he listened to the Gryffindor head of house speak. As seventh years, it is my expectation that you will keep an eye on the younger students. It is a responsibility that comes with becoming legal witches and wizards, to protect and aid those less capable than you. Hadrian let his eyes drift amongst the crowd of his peers, noting the disinterested Ravenclaws, skeptical, yet willing Hufflepuffs, and the determined Gryffindors. A growl of annoyance from behind him caught his attention. Salazar, doesn't the woman ever shut up? Ah, yes, of course, the Slytherins. Arrogant, as always. She does. But, if I were you, I'd hope to never be the reason for Minerva McGonagall to become silent. Cats do have vicious tempers, you know. Theodore Nott jumped at the masculine voice currently chuckling from behind him before he turned around and sneered at the handsome man. Oh, don't be so sore. The man laughed, turning many heads as the person brave enough to make a sound, let alone one of hilarity, when the Transfiguration professor was speaking. Mr. Potter, really? Came the aforementioned woman's squawk of outrage. A bark of laughter tightened the skin around Hadrian's eyes as he suppressed his mounting irritation. You haven't been back more than 5 minutes and you've already got Minnie in a tiz. Prongs. You have not lost your touch. Professor Black grinned as he wrapped an arm around Potter's shoulders and hustled him through the crowd to come to a stop beside their female authoritarian. Hadrian turned his head to the right slightly, seeming to follow the action with everyone else, as he slyly moved into the shadow's cover. Right, everyone separate into you houses and wheel. Potter's grating voice faded as Hadrian escaped from the dueling class. He had quickly come to the decision that even though it would surprise others to know Hadrian Walker had the guts to cut a class, a fear of dueling was enough of a cowardly excuse to be readily believed in the unlikely circumstance that one would notice and then remember to follow up on his absence. With a hiss he turned his hand over and glared at the red skin on his palm before waving his wand and silently casting a cooling charm over the area. The whole school was tense. It was obvious. Black and Potter had been putting on a show of good humor for the children, but it didn't erase the tight skin around their mouths belying their nervousness. As Hadrian made his way back to the dorms he thought back on his turbulent summer. That night he had been summoned was one he could recall with perfect clarity. The ice which had shot through his veins and the unrelenting thumping of his heart still echoed in his ears. The Death Eaters that made up Lord Voldemort's inner circle were formidable witches and wizards, he knew that. Stories from the First War spoke fearfully of instances in a raid where one of the select few showed up. Mayhem, terror, death. He had been lucky that night, he realized. The most bloodthirsty, the most loyal to the cause hadn't been there. Lucius Malfoy was the most memorable exception, however, Hadrian could appreciate his good fortune in this instance. As unlikely as it would be, if the Dark Lord did take an interest in him personally, Hadrian would be coming into contact with those notorious individuals sooner or later. Hadrian scoffed as he whispered the password to the portrait. To even think of the possibility of Lord Voldemort paying him special attention was ludicrous and a show of his own arrogance. Shaking his head as he fluidly stepped inside the empty common room, Hadrian pushed aside the small thrill that ignited within him at the thought of the dangerous predator having an interest in him. That type of thought process, reeking of awe and submission, is what led to some of the most brilliant witches and wizards of the last century spending the past 17 years in prison. Hadrian entered his dorm grabbing a book on curses from the hidden and protected space underneath his bed, before flopping back on the mattress to read. Absently he reached over and reapplied a stronger cooling charm to the palm of his hand, this time adding a numbing spell to the slightly burning area. He definitely did not want the Dark Lord's interest. It could only ever lead to complicated places he had no wish to visit, and it would never happen. He was just being egocentric. Rodolphus blinked open his eyes, taking in the spacious cream walls surrounding him with a lighter heart. "Good morning, brother." The low, familiar tenor voice, coated in amused understanding, had the corners of his lips quirking upwards as he turned his head to the right. "Rastabin," he breathed in wonderment, letting his deep blue eyes rove the altered face of his little brother obsessively. "You've changed," he croaked, ignoring the burn of his throat. Drawn, yet recognizable attractive features contorted to form a grin. "That's what happens after nearly 20 years, Rodolphus." 20 years. Merlin. He sighed tiredly. "We were in there that long?" he asked. His dear brother nodded, suddenly solemn. "Just about," he confirmed. Rodolphus turned to look at the ceiling and let his breath out slowly, just letting it all sink in. "You've changed as well." The quiet comment once again drew his attention, and he silently motioned for the mirror laying innocently on his bedside table. Rodolphus watched closely as Rastabin reached for the silver handle, noting the sickly white pallor of his skin where rich, sun-keyed bronze used to reside. He glanced down at his own hand and saw the same difference. They must look like ghosts. Here, he looked up into a familiar lopsided smile and felt some of his dismay and loss fall away. "Thank you," he murmured as he took the hand mirror, annoyed but not surprised to feel the evidence of his withered strength. Someone must have washed him, was his first thought as he looked at his face for the first time in almost 20 years. No matter the trauma his body had been put through, he was young in wizarding terms, and he was glad that his hair was still the dark, thick ebony he was used to. It had lost its luster and elegant waves, but that was to be expected. His face was pale and sickly looking, and his cheekbones were sharp and hollow. He looked weak, pathetic, but his sapphire eyes still possessed a flame of his fire. He was not broken, of that he was certain. He would recover. He would regather his strength, presence and domineering personality. And then he would strike back. "Where's Bella?" he asked. "Narcissa took her to get fixed up just 20 minutes ago." Rastabin responded while shaking his head. "You and Yaxley were the worst off of us, but not by much." He added quickly at the appearance of Rodolphus's scowl. He didn't like the idea that he had been in worse condition than the others. "Why?" he snapped. Rastabin leaned back in his comfortable chair, clearly unable to move at that point. When the Dark Lord broke into Azkaban, the guards used the Protronus charm to herd as many of the Dementors that they could into the maximum security section in an attempt to have the lot of us keyed. Rodolphus swore and narrowed his eyes dangerously on the silk-green coverlet covering his body as he continued to listen. Our Lord had the foresight to see this move as a possibility and ordered the Dementors to carry out no such orders. However, some of them got carried away. When Lucius and the others reached us, they had begun to crowd around most of the cells but yours and Yaxley, being the closest to the security gate. Were exposed for the longest. He finished. "Yeah," his brother sighed. "Yaxley woke up about half an hour ago and she's only half there." "I was worried." Rastabin locked eyes with Rodolphus. "I was concerned that you may have suffered the same effects." "I was lucky," he said. "Yes, you were." The silence was comforting and the air was warm and scented. "The Dark Lord has returned then?" he whispered into the fading light. "Yes." Rodolphus smiled. The memorable chuckle did a lot to raise his spirits as Rastabin's cold bony hand picked up his own to grasp firmly. "Indeed. With the Dark Lord leading us once more, the wonders we will see, dear brother," he whispered. "You always were good at putting things aside, looking forward. I feel as if I should be doing the same," he said quietly, tightening his hold on the first human contact. He felt the bed dip slightly and the welcome warmth of another body beside his as his brother leant down to envelop him in an embrace. People draw their strength, their fire from different places, Rodolphus. He began, pulling back to look him in the eye. I look to the future, I fight for an ideal or a possibility. You, my brother, fight for the people you love, past injustices and the present. You will be stronger for this, Rodolphus. He felt a stirring in the magic surrounding him and opened his eyes. The dark smirk of his brother met his gaze, feral and wild against the shadow of firelight. Ignoring the tearing of his own dried, chapped lips, he allowed his answering cruelty to stretch across his skeletal face. I agree, Brother Lestranges always repay their debts. He chuckled lowly and let go of the hand mirror, reveling in the magnificent crash as it made contact with the stone floor. Everything was dark and silent within the room, except for the sound of soft breathing indicative of deep sleep filled with dreams. There were curtains drawn around only 3 of the 6 four-poster beds, the figures unmoving beneath dark green and silver sheets. Emerald eyes snapped open. A small, frail-looking body hastily pushed heavy curtains aside and clumsily staggered to their feet, unable to see clearly in the dark. Movements were awkward and unbalanced, speaking of something more than ordinary tiredness. The body looked like a puppet on strings with the way it endeavored to move, a lame, staggering puppet inaudibly fumbling its way to one of the 2 doors. Teeth, sinking deeply through his bottom lip, evidence of the pain he aggressively struggled to keep silent. As open palms connected with the bathroom door, weak, delicate-looking shoulders began to tremble and shake. Glowing, brilliant orbs glared at the dark wood, fingers frantically searching for the porcelain door handle. Pushing down, with more force than such a body looked capable of exerting, when connection was finally made. Hadrian forced his pain-racked, trembling limbs forward, into the marble bathroom, through sheer force of will. It was only with the sound of the soft catch of the door shutting, that Hadrian finally ripped his teeth out of his bloody and damaged lip and allowed his lungs to draw a deep, pain-filled breath of air. Sweet darkness. He was in agony. Hadrian breathed heavily, staggering over to the far shower stall, clutching his hand to his chest protectively. What was this pain? What was its source? What was the reason? How did he make it stop? His mind was foggy with pain as he violently twisted the tap. Icy cold water shot from the head with thunderous pressure, beating down on his feeble frame. Hadrian's shoulders hunched in under the water's force and numbing temperature. It was only then, at that point, with the crashing Arctic water bearing down around him, that a whimper of pain escaped the bloody, destroyed mess of his mouth. Slowly, his body sank to the white-tiled ground and he wrapped his spindly arms around his equally weak knees and buried his head, clenching his eyes shut against the pain. His head felt as if it would explode under some imagined weight and his body, while zapped of energy, was being tortured and pulled but no visible marks slowed up on his skin. He had no bearing on how much time passed before Hadrian realized that the water must be helping. Some semblance of focus returned to him as his mind fought and he gained more control over his ragged breathing. His relief was nearly tangible and Hadrian allowed his head to fall back against the tiles, the water hitting his face. But then the burning started. The skin around his eyes tightened and twitched. It wasn't exactly painful. At least, he frowned in confusion, he didn't think it was. Hadrian shifted slightly and the tender rips and tears in his bottom lips pulled painfully as his mouth curled. The burn was intensifying though local icing. Hadrian gasped as that uncomfortable burn suddenly morphed into a striking hot iron focused on the palm of his hand. Urgently, he turned his hand over and brought it closer to his eyes, the direct assault of the icy water on his skin cooling the undamaged hand. The burn promptly vanished as his eyes locked on skin. Was that, frowning, Hadrian reached up and turned off the water, his glowing green eyes not leaving his palm. There, in the familiar ruby ink of his blood, elegant, cursive words were etched into his skin. Stubborn, aren't you? Hadrian clenched his jaw in a fiery combination of fury and confusion. What the hell was going on? He gasped lightly in pain as those words disappeared, his skin healing only for new letters to begin slicing open his palm yet again. Eerie, red droplets of blood and water dripped from his hand, staining the white tiles beneath him. Send your magic into your hand. Complete the spell. Hadrian frowned at the slowly disappearing words. It had to be the Dark Lord. It was some minutes, as he lay there stewing in his rage at the man's arrogance, before a tingle began to scratch at the surface of his palm. There was no way in hell that he was going to follow the instruction. The stupidity of such a blind action forced a scoff from his exhausted body, and he let his hand drop limply to lay by his side. Gritting his teeth, Hadrian hauled himself to his feet, grimacing as his vision blacked momentarily and he swayed dangerously. Whatever the Dark Lord had done to him was clearly feeding off his own magic to stay alive. An incomplete spell of this complexity, this magnitude, a spell that needed blood to spark it, was unforgiving magic. If he was correct, one would need a lot of power to successfully initiate this spell. Unfortunately, Lord Voldemort wouldn't have a problem with that. Hadrian couldn't wipe the scowl from his face no matter how hard he tried. The invasion, the nerve, for Merlin's sake, the man was using his blood to fuel his spell. Whatever kind of spell it was. When did the bastard even get a chance to? Hadrian's eyes widened impossibly. The train. He eyed the yellow paper distrustfully, glancing once more at the bird before breaking the seal. Inhaling sharply through his teeth, Hadrian hissed softly as the paper purposefully sliced across his palm, cutting deeply. Glaring darkly at the parchment quickly becoming saturated with his blood, he murmured a simple healing charm and watched with reluctant interest as the spell registered his blood and unlocked. Flowing calligraphy formed across the parchment, the letters glowing an eerie ruby. Hadrian knew was his blood. Bold child. Too bold. He couldn't believe I'd a connection. A link. The glamour surrounding his eyes shattered as his fury took a hold of him. That bastard. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.